In a certain novel, there was a boy named Lucian Cation, born with red eyes, which have long been known as the devil's curse. He loved the female lead since childhood, but he never showed his feelings. Even though he was the youngest man ever to be knighted and was a formidable force on the battlefield, he often heard whispers that he must have borrowed his power from a demon. Because of this, Lucian avoided the saintess. He thought that, for a cursed being like himself to admire the saintess was a great sin. He suppressed his desire to get close to her, fearing he would cause her trouble. After he learned that the saintess and the crown prince had become lovers, his repressed ambitions exploded in desperation. But no matter how earnestly he confessed his love, no matter how much he begged and cried, the saintess would not accept his feelings because her heart already belonged to another man. Then, Lucian was consumed by deep sorrow and intense jealousy. In that moment, the power of the demon truly manifested. His dark side awakened, and he killed everyone. The ones who judged him, the ones who stood in his way, and the ones who had hurt him. Among them was his fiancée, the Fania, the woman who had despised and scorned him. And this girl was a modern woman who had read that novel and was incredibly frustrated. He was a man who made others tremble on the battlefield, yet he trembled whenever he saw the saintess, not daring to confess his feelings and letting another man steal her away. That's right, in this novel, she preferred the second male lead, Lucian, over the main male lead, the crown prince. After reading the novel, for some reason, she was transported into it. She became the nagging fiancée of the second male lead, the one destined to die at his hands. According to the novel, the emperor had arranged her engagement to the second male lead, Lucian, 2 years ago. But today was the first time they had ever met. The reason was that Lucian had been leading a long and arduous war. And now he had become a hero of the empire. Hello, I am Lucian Cation. She was captivated by his beauty from the very first glance, and he had to snap her out of her daze. The lady was incredibly flustered. Coming to her senses, she returned the greeting, "Hello, I am Fan Lilac." Lucian apologized that despite their arranged engagement, this was the first time he could meet her. The prolonged war made it difficult for him to return home. She quickly replied that it was no problem. "When you're handsome, anything you say is fine." Looking at the handsome, cool Lucian before her, she thought of him as a ticking time bomb, harboring a demon within. Knowing this, she still couldn't cancel the engagement, because this marriage was decreed by the emperor himself. The more she looked, the more she was certain, his face was a masterpiece, a true work of art. Just then, she noticed a wound on his neck and immediately shot up. "You're injured." He quickly adjusted his collar and said, "It's nothing, my lady. You don't need to worry about it." Come to think of it, Lucian had self-healing powers, but if he didn't want to use them to heal his own wounds, what could be done? She stood up, took out a bandage, and walked over to him, saying, "Even small wounds must be treated properly. It would be so painful if it got infected. There, the bandage is on." The close proximity seemed to make them both feel awkward. She immediately stepped back. I was rude. "Lady Fania, you're different from the rumors." "What kind of rumors?" "I heard you are a very blunt person." He must have heard the rumors that the Marquis's daughter was ill-tempered. Even if he didn't say it, she knew it was true. If it were the real Fania and not her, she would surely be glaring at Lucian right now. But not anymore. Now she was a pacifist, a kind citizen who felt sorry for the corrupted second male lead. She said, "Rumors are started by people who crave attention. They're just stories meant to be sensational. In reality, I'm completely different from the rumors, aren't I?" He smiled. "Indeed. I've made a mistake. My apologies, my lady." "No, it's fine." She wished he would stop smiling, it was making her heart race. Looking at him, she thought, this is so different from his stiff smile earlier. My heart is pounding. The conversation with Lucian continued more comfortably. "Do you know? Our engagement ceremony will be held at my house in 2 weeks." "Of course." 2 years ago, she and he were engaged on paper, but a ceremony was never held. Because during that time, Lucian was always on the battlefield. As soon as Chaco received news that the war was over, he quickly set a date for the engagement. She said, "My father has been very dedicated to this engagement ceremony. After your victory, this will be the first party you attend." "Thank you, my lady." Lu Sun seemed to be a man of few words. Whether cursed by a demon or not, Lu Sun was still the most famous knight in the empire. An engagement ceremony featuring such a prominent figure would naturally attract many guests. She spent all her money decorating the banquet hall and even invited the best people in the empire, completely exhausting herself. She said, "All the nobles of note in the empire will attend the engagement ceremony. The saintess too." She glanced up to see his reaction. He was clearly surprised. And now a satisfied, happy smile bloomed on his face. She thought, "Look at that, it's written all over his face. How can Estelle not notice such strong emotions? So naive, so timid." She was dissatisfied with how he kept his distance from Estelle, afraid of being found out in the slightest. But if he could just show his heart, maybe Lu Swan wouldn't have to turn to darkness. So now, she decided to create an opportunity for him. She said, "Since the saintess will be attending, I want to ask her to perform the blessing dance." Surprise! The blessing dance, as its name suggests, is a dance where you touch hands with the saintess. Like healing wounds, it's not an official use of the saintess's power. Estelle would usually dance happily with the main figures of the party. At an engagement ceremony, she would dance with both the fiancé and the fiancé. That was exactly what she was aiming for. "Circation, what do you think?" She seemed very excited about this plan. With this opportunity, Estelle might realize Lucian's feelings. Who knows, if this goes well, maybe the story will develop differently from the original. Even if it doesn't, he'll still score points with Estelle. What an amazing idea. As she was getting excited about her plan, he said, "My lady, that would be very difficult." She looked at him confused. She thought, "What, this idiot, is he really going to pass up this chance?" He said, "I'm not good at dancing." She was doubting the accuracy of that statement. But looking at his face, it was 100% certain. Since this detail wasn't mentioned in the original story, she couldn't have predicted it. Thinking about it, it made sense. Lu Sun came from an orphanage. He had lived on the battlefield since he was 12. He hardly ever attended parties, so it was normal that he didn't know how to dance. With a gloomy expression, he said, "I'm sorry, Lady Fan Nia." His sad face made the atmosphere a bit awkward. To break the tension, she offered to teach him how to dance. He was very surprised by this offer and didn't have a chance to react. She then said, "You wouldn't refuse, would you? The goodwill of your future wife." Now he couldn't refuse even if he wanted to. The meeting ended just like that. She returned home, exhausted. She found her father already waiting at the door. Her father, Marquis Lilac, was a very talkative man. But she had no intention of patiently listening to everything he had to say, because she was very tired right now. So when her father began reeling off a list of 1,001 things, she cut him off and said, "The meeting was very pleasant. He is also very well. I'm very tired now. I'll be retiring to my room." With that, she zipped past him, and he only had time to call after her. "Don't forget, Phonia. The Lilac family's survival depends on you marrying Circassian." The Lilac family had fallen so far that only the name remained, due to the collapse of their business ventures. In contrast, Lucian was a hero of the empire, favored by the emperor. That's why this marriage existed. In the original story, even after the engagement, Fan Nia never hid her contempt for Lu Sung. That was the image her father always worried about. He was worried that Lu Sun would lose his affection for his arrogant daughter. Looking a bit tired, she thought, "Father doesn't need to worry anymore. Because before he can cancel this engagement, I'll beat him to it." She had it all planned. Lu Sun didn't want to marry a woman like her anyway, so she needed to foster the relationship between him and Estelle. To carry out this plan, She wrote a letter requesting Estelle to perform the blessing dance. Although her relationship with Estelle wasn't close, given her relationship with Lu Sun, she was sure Estelle would agree. The next day, she went to the mansion the emperor had granted him in the capital. Before entering, she told herself, "There's nothing to be afraid of. Although my family is in decline, I'm still the daughter of a renowned family. And I'm beautiful too." Despite her confidence, she froze for a few seconds as soon as she saw him. She had expected a butler to appear, so she wasn't mentally prepared when he came out himself, which led to that moment. But this look of his was truly a magnificent design, the essence of perfection. Seeing her reaction, he thought it was because of his clothes. He said he wasn't used to tight-fitting outfits. If she felt uncomfortable, he would go change. "That's not it. I'm just afraid I'll get a nosebleed." She had to calm herself down, it was so embarrassing. She hurried past him, saying, "You look great just as you are." His mansion was quite quiet, with very few servants. She said that dancing a basic greeting dance was not difficult at all. "I understand." A hint of worry still showed on his face. "Now, let's start by standing opposite each other." She was already wearing high heels. But to look him in the eye, she still had to tilt her head up. But how could someone who looks so beautiful be called a cursed demon? Her staring into his eyes made him a bit shy. He said, "Lady Fania, do you have to keep staring like that? I find that gaze a bit uncomfortable." To defend herself, she said, "Looking into each other's eyes is a basic part of the dance. There's no other way, so you'll have to endure it." Seeing her slightly sharp reaction, he said, "I understand. Now for the greeting." Then they held hands, even though they were wearing gloves. But she could still feel his rough hands. Dancing with someone so perfect, she often found herself spacing out. When he called her, Lady Fan Nia, it snapped her back to reality. A bit embarrassed, she quickly said, "I'll show you the dance steps first. It might be a little difficult, but you don't need to worry. Because before you stands the best dancer in the high society." It's a bit hard to believe, but it's true. "Not the left foot, step out with the right. No, now you have to bring your left foot out. When you turn, you have to return to your original position. Why did you go so far away?" "Yes, I'll come right back." A few days later, the dance was over, but the music was still playing. Isn't this a bit embarrassing? On the outside, she was smiling brightly, but inside, she was thinking that Lucian was truly a terrible dancer, with no rhythm at all. He said, "I've never practiced dancing properly before, so I didn't know it was this bad. I guess it just doesn't suit me, so maybe we should stop here." "Who do you think you're learning from?" "I'm the one who started this, so I'm the only one who can say when it ends. And right now, I have no intention of ending this lesson. Get up immediately." "Good, 1, 2, 3, 4, that's it. For this part, you turn your backs to each other." Every time they got to this step, she worried, because every time Lu Sun spun, he would wander miles away. "Stay right there, please don't go anywhere." It seems a person can really do anything they set their mind to. Although his dance steps were still offbeat, he had improved quite a bit. "Effort will never betray us." "You're really doing great." "Really?" "Yes. At least now it looks like you're dancing." He asked, "So before it didn't look like dancing?" "Well, I thought I had summoned the demon king of this world." Looks like she let that slip. At this moment, the two were taking a break and drinking water. Looking at him, she thought, the fruit juice looks so cute. She couldn't help but swoon over him. Just then, he asked, "Why are you trying so hard to help me?" Because you're my fiancé. I can't stand the thought of others bad-mouthing my fiancé for not knowing how to dance. Don't misunderstand, I don't mean I'm ashamed of you, Keishan. I know, because Lady Fan Nia is on my side. You're the second person to tell me they're on my side. Who was the first? It was Saintess Estelle. She asked, "The Saintess was the first person to bring you to the capital and make you a knight, right?" "Yes." That's a fairly famous story. Saintess Estelle traveled throughout the empire to help people. It was then that she met Lucian, who was living like a beast in a small rural village, and brought him to the capital. If it weren't for her, he probably would have died. Under Estelle's protection, Lucian saw the real world for the first time. He learned to speak, write, wield a sword, and interact with people. Because she was that kind of person, it was natural for him to fall in love with her. She said, "If I were you, Keishan, I probably would have fallen for the Saintess too. Because she saved me from a place like hell. I definitely wouldn't waste a single moment confessing to her." "You're joking." A cursed man saying those words. Even the Saintess would run away. Why would she? Unless the Saintess has some strange tastes. She would definitely say something like this. So cool. So cool. Keishan, you wouldn't know since you've been on the battlefield for so long. It's a very popular phrase among noble ladies recently. It has a positive meaning. With a bewildered expression, I see. Anyway, what I mean is, Keishan, you should confess. No one will be bothered by it. So don't be afraid and don't run away. Lady Fania, you really are. I know I don't have a strong opinion, so let's leave it at that. Today, like every other day, she came but didn't see Keishan. Instead, it was Paul. Paul was in charge of managing the mansion and was his attendant. Paul was a loyal man who took care of all his superiors' affairs. And he was also the only person who knew Lucian's true nature. His face clearly said, "What on earth is this girl's purpose in coming here every day?" It was written all over him. "There's something, Paul," she said. "I'm here to help Keishan, so you don't need to worry. You and I are on the same side, okay?" Paul turned away and said, "I don't know why you're saying that, my lady. But I still remember 4 years ago, you told everyone. A monster cursed by a demon with a commoner's background becoming a knight? I will never acknowledge that. You said that, my lady. Oh dear. Crying a river now wouldn't explain anything. So now, my lady, don't tell me to believe in your sincerity." "In your sincerity?" That's so harsh. After all, I'm a huge fan of Lucian. She reached the living room but didn't see Lu Swan anywhere. She looked around and... Oh my god, this is too much. He was dozing off on the sofa. His face was a bit pale. It seems he practiced all night again. She quietly approached him. Looking at him, she thought, seeing him improve day by day like this, I'm sure he's been practicing constantly after I leave. He probably wants to show off in front of Estelle. I hope he becomes a little braver. Just then, he opened his eyes, looking drowsy. She asked, "Did you sleep well? Do you want to sleep some more?" His head was nodding, but his mouth said yes. "Then go ahead and sleep some more." At this moment, it seemed he had realized her presence. He opened his eyes wide. My lady, when did you arrive?" "About an hour ago, but it's all right. Thanks to you, I got to enjoy the view." "The view?" "Of course. I must look a mess right now. I'll go freshen up and be right back." "No need, you look great just like this. I don't know how you slept, but your hair is a bit messy." She reached her hand towards him. "Your hair is like a spider's web in the early morning. It's thin and very soft. My lady, you always say things I've never heard before. I don't know if you find it uncomfortable." "Not at all." The day of the engagement ceremony arrived quickly. "My lady, you look truly beautiful today." She herself liked this look. And her personal maid said that today no one would be able to take their eyes off her. Even Keishan would fall for her in an instant. She thought, although she did look rather beautiful today. For someone who only has eyes for Estelle, how could he possibly notice anyone else? She remembered how, before the engagement day, she had encouraged Lu Sung. Red eyes are a curse? That's for ordinary people. For a handsome man like you, it only adds to your charm. She was truly a devoted fan. Lu Sun was very happy to receive her encouragement. "Thank you for your words, but I'm not as handsome as you say, my lady." She immediately held a mirror in front of him. She said, "Now, look straight at your face in the mirror for 5 seconds. Then look at Paul outside the window. What do you think? What do you think? You are a handsome man, right?" She felt a little bad for Paul. But after that day, he had become a little more confident. Just then, Lu Sun was standing outside the door, waiting for her. "You're here so early, Keishan. You look amazing today. I tried my best to dress up glamorously, but I still can't beat you." "What are you saying, my lady?" Lady Fan Nia is truly so beautiful, pretty. What was he going to say? So very cool. She nearly died laughing at his compliment. Because he said cool so cutely, she just couldn't stop laughing. He said, Lady Fan Nia, why have you been laughing like that this whole time? She said, our engagement ceremony is a grand affair. Even those who rarely attend parties are here, like Song Tuok FEV. Her crush on handsome men will never die. Even while with a masterpiece of a man, she's waving at someone else. Lucian's sharp gaze suggests he's not pleased. She said, this engagement ceremony was insisted upon by my father and His Majesty. They didn't ask for your opinion, did they? So, it's okay with me. His expression changed. What do you mean, my lady? I mean, what if during the engagement ceremony, a girl shows up and shouts that the baby in her arms is your child? So I wanted to say, no matter what happens, I'll understand. Just do as you please. She was afraid he wouldn't dare express his feelings for Estelle out of guilt towards her, so she said that. But it seems the more she spoke, the more wrong it became. She wondered, what did the expression on Lu Sun's face mean? Just then, a guest she hadn't anticipated walked in through the door. His Highness the Crown Prince also attended their party. Beyond her imagination, why was he here? Crown Prince Calyx was the true male lead of the original novel. He had jet black hair and dark eyes. He was a handsome man. He possessed a strong but rebellious spirit. Standing before Lucian, the prince said, I didn't come here because I wanted to. I only came because my father kept forcing me to. Although I dislike it, I must still say, I thank your highness for your precious visit. As expected, the atmosphere between the male lead and the second male lead was thick with tension. Greetings to the great crown prince of the empire. All right, I've heard a lot about you. I heard you made a very special request to the Saintess. You asked her to perform the blessing dance, correct? With you and Circassian. Right now, he was annoyed because Estelle was dancing with Lu Sung. What a child. But what's with this look? He was sizing her up. It's terrifying. Noticing Phonia's expression, he said, Your Highness, I request that you not look at her with such eyes. Calyx himself was startled by Lucian's reaction. What, is he protecting me? In the original story, Lucian didn't care about Phonia at all. For a Lu Sun like that to say such things to help me? Teaching him to dance for 2 weeks must have paid off a little. I'm moved to tears. Calyx grew angry. How dare you tell me what to do? Where's the dog that swore loyalty to the royal family? Fan Nia was about to suffocate from this atmosphere. Just then, Estelle appeared. Your Highness the Crown Prince, Lucian. She had a lovely personality and a pure, innocent face that made anyone who saw her fall in love. What is everyone talking about? I should have greeted the main characters of the party first. I forgot. Thank you for inviting me to such a precious event, Lady Fan Nia. I'm the one who should be thanking you for accepting my invitation. Looking at Lu Sun, she said, Congratulations on your engagement. Thank you, Saintess Estelle. Upon receiving Estelle's blessing, she nudged his arm and said, Are you okay? He smiled at her. Perhaps Estelle was no longer the most important person anymore. Looking at the way the other guests treated her, she knew what they were saying. Some would mock her for abandoning her pride to marry a man of common birth. Some would pity her for being engaged to a cursed man. Soon it was time for the dance performance, and Lu Swan couldn't help but be nervous. She walked over and asked, Are you nervous? Don't worry. And if anyone laughs at you for not being able to dance, I'll scold them for you. As the music began, the two merged into one. I never expected Circassian to dance so well. Oh, he's so handsome. This is the last song. I'm going to spin fast, so you have to catch me properly. Don't go far from this spot. Lu Sun smiled shyly. Yes, as expected. When she let go of his hand and spun, he caught her perfectly. Perfect. The performance was so amazing. It completely stole the spotlight of the party. At this moment, the focus of the ballroom was split in two. On one side was Caitian's faction. Those surrounding Caitian could see the people surrounding Caitian. Caitian's group consisted of young nobles who praised his heroic deeds and bravery. The Crown Prince's faction was a complete 180-degree opposite. The prince was surrounded by beautiful noblewomen. The Saintess was no less popular, surrounded by young men. This was the stage where the prince had not yet confirmed his relationship with Saintess Estelle. So he could only watch from a distance. His gaze was filled with hostility. Looking at Lucian, she thought he was pretending not to see Estelle. He was trying not to show his emotions, this fool. By chance, she overheard some noble girls bad-mouthing Estelle. They said she came to the party but was dressed shabbily. They said the Saintess had entered the Crown Prince's private room without permission. Seeing the injustice, she stepped in to help. She spoke up for Estelle, saying, she discovered the Crown Prince was ill, and she went into his room to treat him. Those girls left with angry faces because Fan Nia was siding with the Saintess. She approached Estelle and said, Saintess, the blessing dance I requested, can we do it now? Yes. I'm taller than the Saintess, so I'll lead. Looking at the Saintess's innocent and pure face, she said, hearing those words earlier must have made you sad. I'm fine. This isn't the first time I've heard such things. Estelle had gone through many hardships, just like a true female lead. She was mistreated. She experienced misunderstandings and got caught in conspiracies just because she was a commoner. However, she endured it all because she was the Saintess. She continued, just because you hear harsh words every day doesn't mean it doesn't hurt. It just means you have to try to endure it. So, don't try to endure too much. Anything that's frustrating, just deal with it. Lady Fan Nia, you're the first person to ever say that to me. It felt like someone had said this to her before. As the dance ended, Estelle was about to leave when she pulled her back. Saintess, there's one more person you have to dance with. At this, Estelle remembered. Oh, that's right. She enthusiastically waved him over. Sir Caitian, you have to receive the Saintess's blessing too. With a shy and somewhat bashful expression, he slowly walked over. She looked like a wicked stepmother, frowning impatiently. Hurry up, go. She then enthusiastically pushed him towards Estelle. Then she ran off, leaving the two of them alone. Watching the two of them stand opposite each other, she thought, is this what a father feels like when he gives his daughter away in marriage? They looked so good together. But where did this guy pop out from again? An awkward atmosphere, thick with tension. Without a word, the prince simply grabbed Estelle's hand. From her corner, her heart was burning. That damn male lead. Seeing this, Lu Xuan also grabbed the prince's arm. Prince. The prince turned and asked, whose hand do you dare to grab now? I will accept any punishment later. Please release the Saintess's hand. The prince shouted, Lu Caitian. Seeing the chaotic scene, she blamed herself for not considering that the childish, jealous male lead could interfere at any moment. She had been too careless. I'm fine, so please let go, Lusunde. Saintess Estelle. With a gentle face, she said, hurry. And just like that, she watched as the prince pulled Estelle away. Seeing the dejected look on Lucian's face, she told herself, no, I can't let it be like this. Fan Nia turned and ran after them. To get to the Saintess. As she ran, she thought, Lucian had waited so long to be able to dance with her. And he could have asked her not to go, because Estelle values Lucian greatly. Because earlier, she had made a childish expression to show her goodwill towards me. Just as she was about to catch up to them, she was blocked by soldiers. This is an order from His Highness the Crown Prince. No one passes. I have something urgent to say to the Saintess. It's an order. Seeing Estelle about to get into the Crown Prince's carriage, she grew impatient. Don't you know who I am? I am Fan Nia Lilac, famous for being cruel in this empire. With a stone-cold face, the knight still said, you may not pass. The carriage drove away. She could only stand there and watch, unable to do anything. Overwhelmed with frustration from all she had done and thought for Lusun, she collapsed. A man who moved as stiffly as a broken doll had practiced so diligently. So much so that he couldn't sleep, damaging his beautiful skin. It's not like he was going to confess or anything, it was just. Thinking this, her eyes began to well up with tears. Lusun appeared from nowhere and sat down beside her. Lady Fania. She was startled. She quickly wiped away the tears shimmering on her eyelids. She thought to herself, if he asks me why I'm like this, what will I say? Lucian's face, however, was not gloomy at all, but radiated a warm energy. He said, "You understand my heart, don't you?" She still hadn't processed it. Then he turned, smiled, and said, "You reveal yourself more than you think. To the point where even someone like me can tell what you're thinking." He took her hand, Lady Fania. She wondered, why is he saying my name with that expression? Then he suddenly raised his hand to wipe away the remaining tears on her face. He said, "I want to know more, so much more about you. Can you give me that chance?" A few days later, he returned after a short break. She was shocked when she saw Fania's state. A lifeless face. "Come here and eat. Did you have a nice break?" "My lady, what happened?" And began to comb her hair and started to grumble. Because before leaving, she had instructed the other maids to take care of her. But what on earth had they done? She thought to herself, don't say anything, and it's all because of Lucian that I look like this. That sentence, "I want to know more about you." What on earth did that mean? Of course, Fernia was one of the beauties among the nobility. Even so, that can't be it. Lusun's first love is Estelle. It's not like Lucian's feelings for Estelle would just disappear so easily. And I have something I want to ask. Yes, my lady, please ask. It's not about me, but about a friend of mine. Seeing Anne's bewildered look, she suddenly remembered, oh right, I don't have any friends. It's not about my friend, but a story about a young lady I know. Anyone could tell whose story this really was. There's a boy who has a one-sided love for a girl. But no one knows he likes that girl. Because he's completely hiding his feelings. However, a woman appeared who realized the man's feelings, and the man knows that she knows. Do you know what he said to the woman who realized his feelings? Oh, what did he say? "I want to know so much more about you." Let's see, he said he wants to know more about that girl. What does that mean? Isn't he just a player? That's not it. She didn't know about others, but she was certain Lusun wasn't like that. After a moment of thought, Anne said, "If not that, then could it be this? You said no one knows about the man's one-sided love, my lady. But the only girl who knows has appeared. He's threatening the girl who knows his secret. Something like, I'll be watching you from now on, so you'd better not say a word. I'll kill you." After thinking for a moment, she realized Anne's words made sense. "And how are you so smart? My lady, you praise me too much." She thought Anne's answer was definitely correct. The reason was, in the original story, a noble discovered Lusun's weakness. While investigating him, the noble taunted that he would tell the saintess directly, so Lusun sent him to meet his ancestors. Because Lusun didn't want anyone to realize his feelings. Thinking back, she was in a pathetic situation. And she, not knowing that, even said, "If I were you, Cation, I probably would have fallen for Saintess Estelle. Anyway, what I mean is, no one will be bothered if you confess, Cation. So don't be afraid and don't run away." She wondered, every time he saw me acting like I knew everything, what was he thinking? I'm doomed. It's all over. She cried a river. She had locked herself in her room upon realizing that another path had been added to her already terrible ending. She didn't want to see Lucian, but reality was cruel. He came to her house to find her. Because she had been feigning illness at home, Lusun came to visit. A feeling of suspense and anxiety. She thought, how can I face someone who might kill me at any moment? Lady Fania, are you all right? If you are, may I come in for a moment? I'm sorry, I'm not presentable right now. Then I will cover my eyes and enter. She became curious because his voice sounded so pitiful. Could he be standing outside the door looking like an abandoned puppy? I understand. You may come in. But the moment he approached her bed, she had no choice but to erase the thoughts that had just crossed her mind. A bouquet of purple flowers appeared before her. Lady Fania, it's been a while. Oh my God, he really covered his eyes to come in. You really covered your eyes to come in here? I promised I would. He offered her the bouquet. This is a get-well gift. Handsome and thoughtful, who could resist? She took the bouquet with delight, saying, getting a gift for faking an illness is a bit much. A smile appeared on his face. He said, feigning illness is still an illness. I was very worried. His words made her blush. She asked, right now, can you really not see me? Your movements are too natural. It's thanks to the senses I honed as a knight on the battlefield. At this moment, she thought, maybe I should just say everything I want to say to him. After all, I can't avoid Lu Swan forever. I'll say that I didn't know my place and interfered in your business. From now on, that will absolutely not happen again. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, he interrupted her. Is it because of what I said that day that you've been avoiding me? Perhaps I said something unnecessary. Remembering, he had said that day. I want to know so much more about you. I should have considered your position more before speaking. I apologize, Fan Nia. Anyone would dislike hearing me say something like that. How could that be? It was so cool. I told you that. In this world, there is no woman who dislikes a handsome man. And you, Keishin, are a handsome man. The same goes for when you said you wanted to know more about me. Lu Sun thought his very existence scared others. She didn't want him to think that she thought so too. He asked, then why have you been avoiding me? She hesitated. Then she said, after all, you, Keishin, are already engaged to me. So when I heard you say that, I was a little surprised. What reason is there to get to know each other better in our relationship? There is. Then what is that reason? Because this marriage was not by our choice, yours and mine. It's just a relationship between His Majesty and the Marquis Lilac. I want to build a more genuine relationship, not a formal one like this. To do that, I want to know more about you, my lady. His reaction was far from what she had predicted. She said, what good would it do for us to know each other better now? If we see a side of each other we don't like, it would only make us hate the idea of marriage more. Otherwise, if that happens, would you accept the risk of canceling the engagement? Of course. What is this? Hey, if I play this right, I might be able to survive. Lu Sun slowly removed his blindfold. He walked over to stand in front of her and said I can accept canceling the engagement. So I will ask again. Can you let me know more? About you. All right. And so, the two began their period of getting to know each other. What does Lady Fan Nia like? Anything beautiful and sparkly. Then what do you dislike? I dislike main and second male leads who are cruel to the villainous. This is already feeling unstable. She quickly covered her mouth when she saw his reaction and said, I tend to say nonsensical things from time to time. Don't mind me. I see. All right, time for payback. He jotted down in his notes, she likes to talk nonsense. Keishin, do you think you can get to know someone through questions like these? What do you think if we stop the interview here and do something? What do you mean by do something? She said she would take him to a place she likes. The place she took him to was a clothing store. Keishin blushed a little and asked, do you really like this? Yes, I really like it. The outfit she chose aged him by 20 years. She said, this is the trending outfit in high society this season. He said, didn't you say you like things that are beautiful and sparkly? Well, it is beautiful and sparkly. She laughed to tears, thinking, a black suit with a forbidden feel and that shy expression. How can I handle this? You really suit this black suit. You look like a gentleman. The blue shirt from before was also very nice. I also really liked the first outfit you wore. You look so happy. Looking at his face, you can tell how happy he is. He was happy for a moment, but now he's worried because the money he's saved for months will probably be gone this time. She told the staff to get all the outfits he had tried on. He stopped her. No, don't. Don't tell me you're planning to buy all these outfits for me. That's right. Otherwise, why would I have bothered you for several hours? I am very grateful for your kindness, my lady, but there's no reason for me to accept such a gift. Although she felt a bit of a pinch, it was worth it to change his perception of her. She said, I really enjoy giving clothes that match my taste to beautiful people. But Please, she said, looking at him with pleading eyes. He could only accept. Outside, he thanked her for buying him the gifts. She said, if you want to thank me, with a slightly shy expression, can you grant me one request? What is it? She turned away and said, then, every time you come to see me, please wear the clothes I gave you today. I want to see you in those clothes again. Without a moment's hesitation, he said, I understand. Wow, so cute. Look at his expression. What is Lady Fania thinking that makes her look so happy? It's nothing. I'm just happy thinking about the party that will be held in a few days. But aren't all of the Marquis's carriages broken? Will they all be fixed by that day? It might be a bit difficult. I was planning to find a carriage for rent. Please let me come and pick you up, my lady. Circation. Yes, consider it as my way of repaying you for the clothes you gave me. Everything is ready, my lady. He said, it's worthy. Perhaps I should buy a new necklace for you. From the dress to the gems, everything should be the latest trend. Our family's financial situation isn't great, so there's no need to be so extravagant. She said that to sound dignified, but in reality, she had spent all her savings on clothes for Lucian. Let's go, don't keep Sir Lusung waiting. Just then, she heard voices talking. She immediately felt a little uneasy. Could it be? She opened the door and sure enough, it was her father talking to Lu Swan. Since her father was naturally a very talkative person, she was a bit worried for Lu Sun. Why are you here, father? You went out early this morning. He explained that his work finished early, so he came back. I was talking to him because he looked bored. She turned to ask, are you all right? I'm fine. One look was enough to understand. He was trying to act fine, but deep down, he was drowning. I'm sorry, I took longer to get ready than I thought. If I had known, I would have been quicker. She didn't forget to give her father a loving, affectionate glare. He seemed emotional when he saw her outfit today. She said, although it looks a bit strange, I am a beauty, right? Yes. Who did you learn such a clever reply from? I didn't learn it from anyone, I just told the truth. Did I make a mistake? Outside, a carriage appeared before her. It was a gift from the emperor himself. It was truly magnificent and luxurious. Let's get in, Lady Fania. As soon as she got in the carriage, she could feel it. This was the smell of money. He asked, is something uncomfortable, my lady? Not at all. A carriage like this, I could ride in it for a whole year. We'll arrive soon, so please make yourself comfortable. Oh, come to think of it. Why aren't you wearing the clothes I bought for you? Didn't they look good when you tried them on? Not at all. After dropping you off, I have to go straight to the training grounds. So I couldn't wear them. If I trained in them, the clothes might get ruined. I don't want that, because this is a very precious gift. She blushed upon hearing such words. So that's why. Well then, I look forward to seeing you again after today's meeting. Soon, they arrived at the party venue. He said he would come to pick her up on time. Yes, well, I'll be going then. Wait a moment. He reached his hand towards her. He gently adjusted a misplaced hairpin for her. The close proximity made her heart race. She wondered why her heart was beating so fast over such a small gesture. He gave her a warm smile. Perhaps he felt that strange feeling too. As soon as she entered the party, she felt an unusual atmosphere. Prying eyes were scrutinizing her. She wondered, what is this? What's with this atmosphere? Immediately, someone spoke up. Oh my, isn't it Lady Fania? Why would someone who values a commoner saintess more than nobles like us come here? Come to think of it, last time at the engagement ceremony, she had declared the saintess was the best. That's right, she hadn't thought about this. I was wondering why the young lady had suddenly changed her behavior so much. But seeing your appearance today, I think I know the reason. The finances of Marquis Lilac have been very difficult lately. That must be the reason. That's right, now I understand. Because the saintess is someone who likes to help others, she'll probably help you. Those people. How can they be so hateful? Should I go and pull their hair? No, I have to endure it. She walked past them like a gust of wind. She thought that their personalities were set by the author, which is why they were like this. If it were the old fan Nia, she would always sit in the center. But that would lead to a fierce battle. She told herself, if I sit quietly like a dead mouse, they will also be quiet. But the tree wants to be still, and the wind won't stop. They mocked her for arriving in Lu Sun's carriage today, and for how affectionate the two looked. Even though she used to look down on Lu Sung for his background. And they said she was trying to please the saintess to get something. She was truly purple with rage. Poverty is indeed the most frightening thing. Even if she fawns over Lu Sung, she won't get anything. The only place he spends money is the saintess's charity organization. Even worse, they said Estelle had a talent for charming men, from His Majesty, the Crown Prince, Lucian, to almost all their brothers. They were all infatuated with her. Even at the engagement party, Lu Sun, who never spoke properly to others, couldn't defy the saintess. What a beautiful man. A person's patience has its limits. She slammed the table and stood up. Lady Erica, what's wrong with you? I've lost my appetite. Can't you just shut your mouth? Lady Fan Nia, it seems you still haven't grasped the situation. Right now, no one is on your side. I am very well aware of the situation right now. My lady, you're currently discussing an engagement with Marquis RXN, aren't you? If a rumor spreads that you got into a hair-pulling fight at a banquet hall, who would be in the more difficult position, me or you? Now, even if she had to grit her teeth, she had to accept the truth. Looking at the girl next to her, she immediately turned away to avoid Phonia's gaze. When you're bad-mouthing someone, you should look around. If you're an elegant, noble lady, that's a necessary virtue. At the end of the party, as she was leaving, Lu Sung was already waiting in front. He asked Lady Fan Nia, did something happen at the party? The faces of the young ladies coming out were all very pale. They looked like the faces of soldiers who had seen a monster on the battlefield. It's probably just their makeup smudging. It's best to pretend you didn't see anything. That's good manners. Ah, I see. As she was about to get on the carriage, she felt a sharp gaze on her from somewhere. It was Erica. It seemed she was plotting something. That gaze made her feel a little uneasy. She suddenly remembered something important. She asked Circassian, the royal family is holding a party in a month, right? Yes, the Crown Prince's birthday party will be held. So it's this. According to the original story, during that party, the incident of mocking the saintess, the noble ladies, including Phonia, teased the saintess for her shabby attire when she attended the party. At that time, Calix stood up to defend her, while Lucian was not present. Because he was avoiding Estelle, he was completely absent from the party. Looking at him, she thought, what a useless second male lead. As if understanding her thoughts, he said, Lady Fan Nia, did I do something wrong? She muttered, not yet, but you will later. No matter how she thought about it, it wouldn't work. He could only look confused, not knowing what she was talking about. At this moment, an idea came to her. To deal with noble ladies, you must use the methods of noble ladies. She said, Circassian, although we haven't known each other for long. I thought we had built a good, trustworthy relationship, right? Those words stirred the innocent heart of Lu Sun. She leaned towards him, making him as tense as a guitar string. She said, that's why. Can you lend me some money? She squeezed her eyes shut, thinking, what if he doesn't lend it to me? The only option left is to secretly take my father's hidden funds from his old fairy tale books. I understand. Just tell me the amount you need, and I will prepare it for you. Really? Yes. She immediately thought of the expenses, like money for shoes, clothes for Estelle, and makeup. Then he interrupted, Lady Fan Nia. How long are you going to stay like this? A man is about to suffocate from the tension. She immediately returned to her original position. I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I have absolutely no intention of swindling you, really. She immediately returned to her original position. With a somewhat pained expression, he asked, do you still have to borrow money like this? Not at all. This is the first time I've borrowed money from someone. If you ever need money urgently, just tell me anytime. But you absolutely must not borrow money from others in this way, okay? As if hypnotized, she just nodded repeatedly without saying anything else. Back at the mansion, he gave her 500 gold coins. She asked why he didn't ask what she would use it for. With a slightly downcast face, he said, "Don't you have a hobby of buying clothes for beautiful people?" "That's right. I'm so glad you remembered what I said." It seemed he thought she was borrowing money to go shopping with someone else, just like she did with him, so he was in a bad mood. Seeing him like that, she was afraid he would regret lending her the money. So she quickly grabbed the money and bolted. The problem was, how could she get Estelle to wear it? If she said she was giving it to her to wear to the party, she would surely refuse. She came up with a way to become close friends with Estelle. Then it would be easier to ask her to wear a beautiful dress. No sooner said than done. The next morning, she went to the medical center run by the charity organization Estelle founded. Even though she knew what to expect, the scene before her, of poor, sick people lying around like dead fish, was truly admirable of Estelle. When Estelle saw her arrive, she was very surprised. At this point, she boldly declared that she had come to register as a volunteer. Estelle was still suspicious and asked again, not donating money, but volunteering directly. She said, "I want to become a source of strength for the poor." Saying such words, her conscience probably didn't bother her, since she would quit after achieving her goal. She had a memorable day there, changing bed sheets when a patient vomited blood, cleaning the toilets, helping patients urinate, being called to run around constantly, from one task to another. There was no time to rest. There were times she wanted to give up. After all, what Estelle wore had nothing to do with her. But when she looked over at Estelle, despite the hardship, she was still full of energy. She told herself she would try for a few more days. The work is tiring, isn't it? Yes. If only I had enough power to heal everyone here, she thought. How could she do it? Is it because she's the saintess? Or because she's the female lead? How can she dedicate herself so much? Estelle turned and asked, "If you have something you want to say to me," but her sentence was cut short, because a man with an injured leg was carried in. Without hesitation, Estelle immediately ran over to check the situation. She said, "The condition is very serious. Move him to the operating room quickly." The man grabbed her hand. "Saintess, are you the saintess?" "Saintess, please heal me with the power of God. Please. If you leave it like this, I'll lose both my legs." Her face was sad. She said, "I'm sorry, the power of God cannot be used right now. I will do my best to treat you with the priests." He shouted rudely, "That power was given by God to heal people like me. Heal me or my family will starve to death." Seeing Estelle being put in a difficult position by the man, she thought, even though it's urgent, isn't this attitude a bit wrong? She stood up. "Sir, are you paying the saintess? It seems you're mistaken about something. The saintess healing your legs is not an obligation, but a voluntary act, not something she has to do. It's because of you that she's doing things she doesn't have to. If you can't graciously accept that goodwill, then shut your mouth." He said, "What did you say?" "I'm a patient." With a firm attitude, she said, "What are you all doing?" "He doesn't want treatment." "Then we should let him go." That got his attention. Hey, I want to be treated. I just have to wait, right?" "Of course, that's how it should be. You're the one who stands to lose here." With a resentful look, he said, "What kind of woman is this?" After the treatment, Estelle said that the man had to have one leg amputated, but the other leg would function normally after recovery. Seeing Estelle's gloomy face, she smiled brightly and said, "The saintess did her best. So don't make that face. You've worked hard." "Thank you so much, Fania. What you said just now gave me great strength." She smiled a bit shyly. She had thought Estelle would be disappointed in her for speaking to the patient that way. She said, "Caring for everyone is a beautiful sentiment. But if it becomes too much, it can make you sick at heart. Especially when people demand you do something because you're the saintess. If someone says something unreasonable, just kick them to the curb immediately. Whether it's a patient, a noble, a priest, or anyone else." Estelle was radiant upon hearing her words of encouragement and advice. Estelle said she wanted to become closer to her. a bit surprised, but this was exactly what she wanted. All right, then from today, let's be friends. Yes, great. Like two children, they smiled happily, their eyes crinkling. A week later, everyone at the center had grown fond of her. Even though she hated the senility of the elderly, she still cooperated and performed plays for them. Everyone really enjoyed her performance. After a week of work, the distance between her and Estelle had shortened, to the point where they would snack together, just the two of them. As she nibbled on bread, she asked Estelle about the Crown Prince's birthday party. Have you chosen a dress to wear for that day? I was planning to wear the dress I wore to Nia's engagement ceremony because it's not good for a saintess to wear a lavish dress. The reaction was as expected. At this point, she came up with a plan. She said, I see. I guess you can't wear a matching dress with me then. A matching dress? Yes, it's a popular trend among noble ladies. Close friends wear dresses of similar colors and styles. I really wanted to wear one with Estelle. I guess it's not possible? Don't worry about it. I don't mean to pressure you, Estelle. And this was her real face at that moment. Actually, I do want to pressure you, so please, take the bait. Well, an inexpensive dress should be fine, right? The fish had taken the bait. She was so happy she almost crushed the loaf of bread. Really? Yes, as you said, the dress I'm wearing now is too old. Wow, I'm so happy. She even threw the bread away. The next day, she wore a splendid gown to go out. And asked, my lady, aren't you going to the volunteer center anymore? Come to think of it, she had been there for a week, and her relationship with Estelle had become close. So there was no reason for her to go there anymore. But, thinking back to the way Estelle had welcomed her, she smiled to herself. She said, from now on, I'll go there whenever I have time. Why is that? And I know you're worried about me, but although there are people in this world who have never seen the way Estelle welcomes people, once you've seen it, you can't just quit. My lady, have you contacted Sir Cation yet? Shouldn't you spend some time meeting with Sir Cation? Judging by the fact that he sends a letter every 2 days, it seems he's very eager to see you. If you're not busy, can I come tomorrow? Although she wanted to see him, she didn't want him to know she was meeting Estelle. She said that she was currently engrossed in a very long novel, so Sir Cation would surely understand. Well, I'm off then. Just as she turned to leave, she bumped into something. Looking up, she saw. I heard my lady hasn't left her room because she's reading a very interesting book, but it seems you're not reading that book today. With an evasive look, she thought, he won't kill me just because I've been ignoring him for a few days, right? I have an appointment today, I was on my way out. But Sir Cation came all this way without notice. She whispered, are you afraid I'll run off with your money? Her question plunged them both into silence. She said, isn't that why you came here? Yes. Then why did you come here? Just then, her father opened the door and invited Cation in for tea. She whispered, so it's not me, but you came to see my father? What an unexpected reason. But talking to my father will be tiring. What do you mean? He looked a bit shy. Lady Fan Nia, I didn't come here to get my money back or to get acquainted with the Marquis. I came because I missed you. She couldn't believe her ears. She thought, what am I hearing right now? We've only been apart for a week. He said, it's been a whole week. Right now, he wanted to say, Fania, let's go out, but he didn't have the courage. Fania was very happy to hear that. She said, I see. Even so, spending time with you today probably won't be possible. I have to go out now. May I ask what the appointment is? I'm going to meet a friend and go shopping. I heard my lady doesn't have any friends. That was before. I just made a friend not long ago. We get along really well. It would be great if you could introduce me to that friend. What kind of person are they? As she was trying to find a way to refuse, her father appeared once again. Sir Cation, why don't you come inside? Perfect timing, she called out, Father, why don't you tell Sir Cation that story? Why wouldn't you tell such an important story to your future son-in-law? Sir Cation is about to marry my daughter, so he should probably hear that story at least once. Listening to someone else's love story is also a lesson. With a mischievous look, she thought, once father starts telling his love story, It'll kill a person in 48 hours. His face was now full of anxiety. Feeling a little guilty, she immediately slipped away in a flash. I'm sorry, Lusun, but I have to go. I'm sorry, something came up, so I'm a little late. Have you been waiting long? Not at all, but is Nia okay? It wasn't anything serious, was it? It was nothing, don't worry too much. Well, that's a relief. Oh my, you look so pretty. The two had a cheerful chat the whole way. Fan Nia asked Estelle about choosing fabric for her dress. Estelle said she knew absolutely nothing about dresses. Today was also the first time she had ever gone shopping for a dress. A 22-year-old girl buying a dress for the first time? If that's the case, how did you choose the dresses you've worn until now? The priest bought them for me. So those plain dresses were gifts from the priest. And one more thing. I've saved up money to come here. But it's not a large amount. I don't know if I can buy a decent dress with this much. Fan Nia took Estelle's hand. Don't worry. Follow me. I know a cheap shop. If you go to the right second-hand shop with good quality items, you can find a beautiful dress at a low price. Come in here. As soon as they entered, Estelle said, Aren't we in the wrong place? Is this a garbage dump? Seeing the mannequin with its stylish look, it must be the right place. But the designs here seem quite sophisticated. The designer here must be skilled. Really? I'm not very familiar with this. Welcome to Chanel's clothing store. I am the designer, Chanel. What kind of clothes are you looking for? We're looking for a high-quality dress, but at a cheap price. Excuse me, but may I ask what your budget is? 300 gold for 2 dresses. Finding a dress that meets your requirements with that amount is a bit of a stretch. I wonder if this is for the Crown Prince's birthday party? Yes, it is. Oh my, then you are esteemed guests. I see that you two don't have a sufficient budget. How about this? I will make them for you for free. For free. In exchange, there's a condition. You must leave the entire design to me. You two just have to wear the finished dresses and attend the party. So, what do you get out of it? Advertising for my store. There's no better situation than having 2 beautiful young ladies wear my dresses at a party where all the nobles are gathered. Fan Nia turned and whispered to Estelle, What do you think? This is a pretty good opportunity, isn't it? Even so, I don't feel comfortable accepting something that someone worked so hard on. Fania said, It's also a reward for advertising the store. Even so, seeing Estelle hesitate, she said, This designer's dresses are really my style. But what a pity. If Estelle feels pressured, we don't have to buy here. Pretending to leave, Estelle spoke up. No. I like them a lot too. Let's choose our dresses here. This is a very good opportunity to save money. A wise decision. You ladies will not regret it. Chanel will give you the most beautiful dresses. Yes, though I feel a bit shameless, will be in your care. The rundown building she and Estelle entered was Chanel's workshop. In reality, Chanel's main headquarters was located in the most expensive part of the capital. Because she thought Estelle would never want her help or accept an expensive dress, she used a different approach. Remembering, that day she had gone to the main headquarters to place an order. But because there were many orders from nobles and she wasn't a potential client, the woman had said, All the dresses are already booked. You're not even free to make a dress for the Saintess? Lady Fan Nia, you must be joking. The Saintess is famous for always wearing the same old dress to any party. And you want to order a dress for someone like that? Even if I tried my best, I doubt the Saintess would even wear it. I will make the Saintess wear your dress. How can I believe that? There's no reason not to believe it. I will bring the Saintess here and order the dress. All right, let's assume that's true. Then how do you plan to pay for the dress? I won't pay, because this is a transaction, not an order. Make them for us for free. In exchange, the design of the Saintess's dress will be entirely up to you. Very well, I will accept this transaction. At this moment, while sipping her tea, she thought everything was set up to seem random. So even if Estelle later finds out Chanel is a famous designer, it won't matter. Estelle had just finished her measurements. She said the designer was very meticulous, just as Nia had said. She was very talented. Then I'll go get measured too. Hey, are you crying? She was moved to tears by Estelle's beauty. Her reaction was a bit over the top, but she said, flawless, smooth white skin, a slender figure, and shimmering golden hair. Everything is so divine. My inspiration is overflowing. Kindness, elegance, lovely beauty, a design that can contain all these things. I must go out and make the dress right away. Fan Nia quickly pulled her back. Hey, you have to measure me too. I almost forgot. Getting a dress made by Chanel for only 300 gold. You're truly lucky, my lady. It's not luck, it's my sharp intuition. You must make my dress similar to the Saintess's dress. That's the key point of this strategy. But your dress will be of lower quality. You must consider that. It would be very awkward if you later get angry because the quality of the dresses is different. Of course, I know that very well. Just focus on making the dress for Estelle. I've finished measuring. I'll contact you when it's done. Then I'll leave it to you. On their way home, they passed by a famous cafe. She was wondering how to get Estelle to agree to go with her when she spoke up. Nia, thanks to you, I found a good shop and saved money. I'd like to invite you to a cafe for tea and dessert, if you'd like. In that case, let's go to a cafe that I like. As soon as they entered the cafe, she was drawn to a certain cake. Looking at it, she immediately thought of Lusun. Nia, which cake should we get for lunch? I'll choose the morning full of energy cake. Taking a bite, it was just as its name suggested, absolutely delicious. Estelle, would you like to try some? No, I don't like sweets. Please, help yourself. While enjoying the cake, she saw a book with the title, The Charismatic Crown Prince Calyx vs. The Beautiful Knight Cadion, Who Will Be the Best Groom? She wondered, who wrote such a massive title? At the table behind them, there were also two girls. One chose the Crown Prince. The other chose Caitian. Curious, she also asked, between the two, who do you think is the more outstanding groom? Let's see, I've never thought about it. Who do you think is the best groom, Nia? Without a moment's hesitation, she said, of course, it's Lu Sung. His handsome and gentle appearance, and he's the strongest knight in this empire. Compared to him, with His Highness the Crown Prince, the moment you marry him, the royal family becomes your in-laws. Is there anything more terrifying than that? Estelle was very amused to hear her say that. Calyx's biological mother was the late queen, who passed away long ago. The current one is one of the villains who bullies the female lead. In the original story, she threw Estelle out, who was being mocked by the nobles at the Crown Prince's birthday party. But the event of Estelle being thrown out won't happen, because she will appear at the party more beautiful than anyone else. The two had a very fun day together. Nia, let's hang out again next time we meet. Can we? By the time she got back to the mansion, it was already dark. At that moment, she felt a chill from behind her. Did you have a good time with your friend? Seeing him, she immediately thought, Lu Sun Caitian, has he awakened his dark side? Estelle isn't even close to the prince yet, so why? Should I run away now? I'll probably get caught right away anyway. What should I do? But looking closely, his eyebrows were furrowed, his cheeks were slightly puffed, and his mouth was set in a tight line. Could it be that he's sulking? I need to apologize properly and quickly to get him out of this sulking mode. I'm sorry. No matter how urgent it was, I shouldn't have abandoned my fiancé and disappeared. That was wrong of me. I'm truly a terrible fiancé, not even worthy of eating. Tonight, I will skip dinner and reflect on my actions. He was also stunned by her gushing apology. Don't say that. It's not your fault, my lady. Do you really think so? If you really think so, she took a box of cake out of her bag. Please accept this. What is this? I saw it at the bakery. I bought it because it was pretty. May I open it? Of course. It's very beautiful, isn't it? Yes, it's very beautiful. But why are you giving this to me? This cake, it's the same color as your eyes, Sir Caitian. Quite surprised. Thank you, my lady. He immediately brightened up after receiving the gift. He's so easy to appease. She said that she felt bad today, so she would personally escort him all the way to his mansion. After a short ride, he suggested, If it's all right, my lady, could you get out of the carriage and walk with me? I'd like to talk with you for a bit. After getting out of the carriage, she said, Circassian, I'm truly sorry. Actually, I didn't know you would be listening to my father's stories for so long. You could have found an opportune moment to leave. He spoke with such enthusiasm that it was a bit difficult to interrupt, but it was also very interesting. That was the first time I've heard someone tell a story in such detail. Sometimes he would forget what he was telling and go back to a story from when he was 5, so it was a little challenging. She felt extremely guilty. And how was your day, my lady? We went shopping and chatted at a cafe. Although I feel bad towards you, I had a lot of fun today. I'm curious, who on earth gets along so well with you, my lady? She is a beautiful, sparkling friend. A little hurt, he said. You said I was the one who sparkled. You gave clothes to that sparkling friend with my money, didn't you? I was going to, but I didn't. Instead, the money I borrowed from you was just enough for my dress. Is that so? Yes. The prince's birthday party is coming up soon. I've commissioned the best designer. It would be so beautiful to wear a meticulously crafted dress. You mean you had a dress made for the prince's party? What's wrong with him again? The smell of jealousy is so strong, but she still doesn't notice it, folks. She wondered, what made him so angry? At the crown prince's birthday party this time, I will escort you, my lady. What? But this is the party he didn't attend in the original story. But if he attends, he'll find out that my friend is Estelle. Are you all right, Lady Fania? Of course. Today is the day of the crown prince's birthday party. In reality, the party is nothing more than a search for a partner for the crown prince. All the dress shops in the capital have recorded their highest sales ever. The quality is as expected. You have to look closely to know it's mid-grade. And said, I know you're trying to save money, my lady, but this style of dress doesn't suit you. With a design like this, you can't wear heavy makeup either. Your signature charm is your uniquely bold eye makeup. Can you please change into something else? It's fine, and what she was worried about now was Lucian's reaction when he found out she was close with Estelle. Would he be able to endure seeing Estelle and Calix happy together? At this rate, isn't he going to awaken his dark side today? But what is this? Lady Fania, what do you think? Are you wearing the shirt I gave you? Smiling like a child, he said, Yes, I wore it today. Is it beautiful and sparkly? 10 out of 10. He looks absolutely adorable. Then, shall we depart? In the carriage, she wondered, why is he acting like this? He keeps looking at me as if he's flirting with me. Circassian, I have a truth I haven't told you. The truth is, seeing Fania's serious expression, his face also became serious. What is it? The friend I mentioned before, that person is Saintess Estelle. She held her breath, wondering what his reaction would be. She was afraid he would suspect her reasons for befriending Estelle. But contrary to her worries, his face showed no reaction. I see. What? What kind of reaction is that? Could it be that you already knew? Yes, I heard from Paul. Who's Paul? Oh, right, him. Come to think of it, it's true. We were walking down the street holding hands, so it's possible we were seen. Even though I'm close with the girl you have a one-sided love for, are you really okay with that? He said, but Lady Fania, you look different from usual today. You noticed? I changed my style a bit. I thought this would look better. Isn't it much better? His face turned cold. She asked, Is it not that pretty? He said with a headache, That's not it. She thought, even if I look bad today, that reaction is too harsh. Soon, the two arrived at the royal palace where the party was being held. His cool, handsome beauty attracted all eyes as soon as he appeared. The girls immediately came to greet him. Fania was like, Oh, hello. Can't you people see me? Looking at Cassian, she thought, typical. Their eyes light up when they see a handsome man. What is it? There's no way you came to celebrate my birthday. You heard the Saintess was coming, so you came, didn't you? The whole hall suddenly reeked of gunpowder. He said, No, I came here only to escort my fiancé. She wondered, what's with his gaze? Does he not believe I came because of her? He immediately stepped forward, blocking her view. He said, Your Highness, I've told you before. Do not look at her with such eyes. As the atmosphere grew tense, Estelle appeared. Frozen for 5 seconds. Today, you look like a princess, beautiful, pure, and resplendent amidst the party. Fan Nia chuckled when she saw Calix's expression. Since she was standing behind him, she couldn't know what his reaction was at that moment. Estelle ran up and took her hand. Smiling like a child, she said, I'm so glad I found you. I spotted Nia in an instant. Ahem, Estelle. Nia gestured to her that there were still 2 other people standing there. Estelle was startled, having not noticed them. It's a pleasure to meet Your Highness the Crown Prince. Look at his expression. Hello, Lu Sung. Nia, you look really beautiful today. That splendid dress suits you very well. It feels good to be praised. But what is this feeling behind me? Is it because Estelle only paid attention to her that he's giving me this death glare? The truth is, she didn't mean to. You look different today. It seems you've thrown away that rag-like dress. You've always been wary of getting close to royalty or nobility, but today you're with that noble lady. How ironic. Have you finally grasped reality? Bravo, you deserve to be single forever. Wow, nothing he says is pleasant to hear. A true natural talent. Estelle immediately gave him the cold shoulder. She just said yes and then turned to Fan Nia. Nia, I have something I want to tell you. So, let's go somewhere quiet. We'll be going now, Your Highness. At that moment, Lu Xuan also started to follow, but Estelle stopped him. Lu Sun, I said I have something to say to Nia. Don't you follow either. It was like being struck by lightning. Feeling abandoned, he looked so pitiful. One angry, one sad. Fan Nia at this moment was like, hello? Am I being dragged away here? In a secluded place. Estelle said, I'm sorry. I suddenly pulled you in here. You must have been very surprised, right? From her sleeve, Estelle took out something. She said, I was a bit embarrassed in a crowded place. I have a gift I want to give you. It was a very elegant butterfly-shaped hairpin. Fan Nia was frozen for 5 seconds, completely surprised. Well, do you like it? As happy as a child, it's exactly my style. But why am I suddenly getting a gift? I know everything. It's because of me that you wore the red dress, right? Because I wasn't observant, I didn't realize it first. I realized it when I saw Nia wearing the complete dress at the shop. The truth is, you unilaterally coordinated with a design that suited me. So I asked Chanel to find a hairpin that matches Nia's dress. Although it's too small compared to what Nia did for me, I wanted to repay you even just a little. As expected, it's really beautiful. In her life, she never expected a moment where she would be moved by the female lead. Thank you, I'll accept it. But don't feel guilty or grateful to me. I just wanted to see Estelle wear a dress that suits her best. Yes, I will do that. Thank you. Oh my, I heard a rustling sound and thought a mouse was hiding. It turns out it's you two. What now? Today is the first time I've known you two were close enough to wear matching friendship dresses. It makes sense, since the Marquise family is in decline. At this moment, she and Estelle held hands. Look, Estelle, it's so nice that we're wearing matching dresses. Everyone knows we're best friends. That's right. Seeing this, Lady Erica was furious enough to cause an earthquake. At the same time, the Queen arrived. She was even more troublesome than Erickson. In the original story, she was someone who disliked Estelle because she was a commoner. But she came and went from the palace as if it were her own home. And this scene is also similar to the original. Lucien and Calix are not here. There's no other way but to face it. It's an honor to meet the noble queen of the empire. I am Fan Nia of the House of Marquis Lilac. I am Saintess Estelle. After scrutinizing them with her eyes, she said, in a place meant to bless the crown prince, who is the hope of the empire, there is someone who doesn't belong here. According to the original story, she had told Estelle, even if you are the Saintess, isn't it too much to dress like that? Are you insulting the royal family now? Her face at this moment was thinking that scene wouldn't happen again, because this time she had prepared Estelle meticulously. But then she said, Fan Nia Lilac, seeing you is truly unpleasant. What? This was not in the script. I've heard that the Marquis's house is facing great difficulty, but isn't this a bit too much? Wearing an inappropriate dress to a party. Are you insulting the royal family now? She wondered, what about mine? Is she picking a fight with me? But why? She continued, that look on your face is truly fitting for a commoner. So, since they couldn't find any fault with Estelle, they decided to target her best friend, me. It's because Fan Nia is usually rude to everyone. Is that why it's come to this? Estelle speaks up. Your Highness, the Empress. You've spoken too harshly. Even for someone of your status, I don't think it's right to criticize an outfit someone sincerely prepared. It's not a righteous act. It's one surprise after another. Estelle actually said something like that. Fan Nia thinks, did I hear that right? Now, Your Highness, please admit your mistake and apologize to her. What? The Empress is trembling with rage. If you don't apologize to her, I will be very heartbroken. She's backed into a corner, sweating bullets. Estelle always humbled herself before others, showing an easygoing side. That's why everyone forgot the important truth that she is the Saintess. She is the Saintess. A noble existence. Able to wield the power of the Almighty God. And many priests, commoners, and congregations follow her. Making Estelle sad is like making all those people sad. Even the Empress felt a chill down her spine from those words. She says, hearing the Saintess say that, perhaps I was rude. If I hurt your feelings, please forgive me. What? She actually apologized. Being friends with the Saintess is truly amazing. Even if she was unwilling, she had to accept it for the sake of the situation. She turns to Fan Nien and says, I hope our next meeting will be more pleasant, Lady Fan Nien. After the Empress leaves, she lets out a sigh of relief. She takes Estelle's hand and says, because Estelle stood up for me, I was truly happy. At this moment, she could guess how jealous Lucien and Calyx must be of her. But now she's not afraid of them anymore, because she is Estelle's best friend. As the party ends, everyone says their goodbyes. At this moment, she suggests to Lucien, can we give Estelle a ride home with us? I don't know, Saintess Estelle doesn't like riding in carriages very much. Is that so? It seems Lucien doesn't agree to letting Estelle ride with them. Just then, Estelle waves and calls to her. She says she's going to see His Majesty the Emperor for a moment and tells her not to worry and to go home first. It's quite silent in the carriage, she says, Lucien, I really can't stand this silence. If you have something to say to me, just say it. I'll listen to whatever it is. He says in a sulky voice, you talked to Estelle throughout the entire party. I don't even know your nickname. You are my fiancé. I've known you longer than she has. You even said I was the first one who sparkled. She says with a shy face, that's right. Could it be that you're jealous of Estelle? He gets up and walks towards her. Even so, there's still one fortunate thing. He steps closer with his eyes only on her. What's fortunate? He says that the dress she wore today actually bothered him because he didn't know if she wore it to get the crown prince's attention. That's why he couldn't speak the truth. He reaches out to touch her face and says, today, you were also very beautiful. The first time we met and, leaning close to her ear, he whispers, you will always be beautiful in the future. The proximity makes her heart pound. And yet, after saying that, he fell right asleep. What a smooth operator. No matter how she called him, he remained in that position, sleeping soundly. He got drunk at the party today because he was bored from her being with Estelle the whole time. She thinks that since those were words spoken while drunk, she doesn't need to take them too seriously, right? In the following days, she and Estelle exchanged diaries. In her diary, Estelle wrote that it had been a long time since she'd been to the church. As soon as the priests and monks saw her, they struck up a conversation. They asked if the rumor that she appeared more splendid than a noble lady was true. After confirming it, they muttered, oh, dear God. Then they surrounded her and began to pray. At that moment, she felt like a fallen angel. It seemed they did those things so she would hear and reflect on herself. But they couldn't make her listen to their prayers forever, because she hadn't done anything wrong. so she just felt a little guilty. After reading, Fan Nia happily replied in the diary. Today I received a lot of gifts from Kakyen. The day before yesterday, he sent me 10 dresses. Yesterday, he sent me 20 pairs of shoes. And today it was jewelry sets. It seems that after the birthday party, he thinks of me as someone with no money. Since they were gifts from my fiancé, I happily accepted them. Another surprising thing is that I received a letter of apology from the Empress. And she invited me for tea to make amends. She said she's a little scared, wondering if the Empress has ulterior motives. After reading those diary entries, Estelle was extremely surprised and laughed heartily. She replied, "Oh my, Lu Sun sent you gifts again. He's a man who doesn't know how to spend money, so every year he usually donates a large sum to the church. For someone like that to spend money this way, it's really strange. As for the Empress's letter, there are no ulterior motives, so don't worry." Because Lucian spoke with His Majesty after that day. And after Lu Sun's input, the letter was sent, right? Do you know what that means? Lu Sun is a man of few words. He never says a word to others. What on earth did he say? I can't imagine what his face looked like. That definitely means Lu Sun really likes you. I'll always support your relationship. Fan Nia must have realized something after hearing what Estelle said. She walks over and picks up the letter Lu Sun sent her. In the letter, he said he was assigned to train the knights, and with the packed training schedule, it would probably be difficult to meet for a while. She thinks, could it be that he wants to avoid her because of what he said that day? But on second thought, drunk people don't say things they don't mean. If he didn't care, he wouldn't have sent so many gifts. Could it be Lucian? No way. Does he like me? She thinks it's the affection he has for his first friend. She helped him practice dancing, bought clothes for him. And now she has become the only friend of the female lead and the second male lead. As the villainess, she has achieved a great accomplishment. If he turns dark later, the chance of her being killed will be much lower. She can just hide behind Estelle. And now she goes to the window and says loudly, "There's nothing to be afraid of." Her smile instantly vanishes when she sees the appearance of an uninvited guest. What did I just see? She turns to and says, "Can you tell me who is outside the window?" With a surprised expression and says, "My goodness. That is His Highness, the Crown Prince." Why is he here? Very quickly, she was downstairs to greet the Crown Prince. He says that he came because he has something private to discuss with Fan Nia. Fan Nia is now thinking, I refuse. Maintaining his composure, he asks, "What did you do to become so close with the Saintess? Did you beg her or did you find her weakness? Why do you make an innocent person out to be guilty?" It seems she has been mesmerized by a powerful witch. She says that if that were the case, the first person she would mesmerize would be the Crown Prince. So that you wouldn't come here and speak so disrespectfully in the early morning. Estelle is someone who doesn't allow others to get close to her. What did you do to make her smile so brightly only with you? Don't you know? It's because I'm Estelle's type. When it comes to being a troll, if I'm number 2, no one is number 1. After that brazen smile, a suffocating silence follows. Type, her type? That's right. Estelle likes people who are honest and affectionate. My personality is much better than my looks. A bit skeptical, Calyx asks. Why would you say it's just for that reason? For a beauty, character is so important. I'm sure Your Highness wouldn't understand. What do you mean by that? To be honest, Your Highness's personality isn't very good. My personality isn't good? That's right, this is probably the first time Calyx has heard someone say this. Calyx holds his head and asks, where exactly? You ignore people's words every day, and the things you say are either self-praise or malicious. Any sensible girl would definitely not like a man like that. She says, those are the answers you wanted to hear. I'm a bit busy today, so I'll be taking my leave. Wait, what you said is quite interesting. I'm a bit annoyed, but I understand a little now. Perhaps my actions have been too reckless. I'm glad you realize that. So, you should try to change my bad personality. Unbelievable, the Crown Prince made such a proposal. But on second thought, changing him a little would be good. That way Estelle won't have to suffer. She says, since you've begged me like this, I have no other choice. Calyx jumps up and says, when did I beg you? She confidently puffs out her chest and says, I will sincerely help change the wicked personality of His Highness, the Crown Prince. First, if I say harsh things or am disrespectful during the process, you are not to charge me with any crime. Hearing this already makes him feel uneasy. He's sweating bullets. Second, you must follow my instructions without question. First of all, there are countless flaws in your Highness's personality, but among them, the first thing that must be changed is, when talking to others, you speak too bluntly. What you're saying is strange. I am the Crown Prince of this empire. Below one person and above tens of thousands, why should I care what they think? Even so, you must respect them. Your careless words have hurt Estelle so much. Did I speak carelessly to the Saintess? Second, you called her Saintess instead of by her name. And you said she was clumsy like a commoner, which would embarrass her. And the Crown Prince was also not happy when I criticized his personality. Calyx has never cared about others' feelings. Because from birth, he has only been surrounded by people who flatter him. So how should I speak from now on? Don't say anything. Just be quiet. Even if you are the Crown Prince, you must not treat others carelessly. Like the last time you grabbed her wrist and pulled her away during my engagement ceremony. Aren't girls usually attracted to wild boys? That's not being wild, that's being emotionally stunted. And this is the key point. Never hesitate to say positive things to others. For example, thank you or compliments, express them more positively. Don't you know that speaking like that will make you lose your dignity? Estelle said that your Highness is very handsome. If she said that, would you think she lost her dignity? It's just a phrase that makes others happy. So say it freely. While the Crown Prince was pondering her words, she remembered a shocking truth. The truth is, she's helping Calyx, Lucian's love rival. But now it's too late to take it back. We were talking so enthusiastically. Why did you suddenly go silent? Anyway, this is as much as I can do. If you follow what I've said, no one will criticize your personality anymore. So, please be careful on your way back. Is that it? Yes, that's right. Before leaving, Calyx smiled and said to Fan Nia, to say you've generously fixed me is a bit meaningless. Because fixing means to check and monitor. Until my behavior has changed. You mean we still have to meet? That's right. One side looks excited, while the other shows exhaustion. She says, I'm very busy, so I probably can't spend any more time with your Highness. I heard you haven't been attending parties recently, so what are you so busy with? Being a noble lady doesn't mean I only participate in high society activities. So please understand. After the Crown Prince left, she let out a sigh of relief. Only now did she have time to think of Lu Sunday. If he doesn't come, then she'll just go find him. At the training grounds, where Kak Yen trains the knights, Lu Sun has the solemn appearance of a commander. He looks even more charismatic. Seeing him from a distance, she thinks he has a completely different feel than when he's in formal wear, doesn't he? But what's more surprising is seeing the girls using binoculars to watch him. The girls say Kak Yen is brushing his hair back. Kak Yen is wiping the sweat from his forehead. They look like fans watching their idol. She tells herself she must bring binoculars next time. Coincidentally, she hears the girls talking about her. Kak Yen's fiancé, but it seems they don't even know her name. What they do know is, she is the daughter of a declining marquis family. Her appearance is quite beautiful, but her personality is terrible. If a commoner just stands near her, they'll get slapped and chased away immediately. Why would someone like Kak Yen be engaged to such a woman? They feel sorry for Kak Yen because it's an engagement forced by the emperor. She hears this and gets choked up with anger. But she can't argue with them right now. So she decides to find another spot to watch. As she walks, she thinks all those wicked things are in the past. Now she is an incredibly virtuous citizen. Even if she said that, it would probably just scare them. While lost in thought, she bumps into Calyx. He's looking at her with fierce eyes. He says, why did you just silently listen to those words? His voice is too loud. It scares the girls away. Seeing this, she also thinks, maybe I should run away too? The crown prince says he doesn't understand why she can speak so disrespectfully to him, but lets those commoners off the hook. I'm the one who doesn't understand why the crown prince is in a place like this. He says he came to observe the training and saw a familiar face. With a sly smile, he leans down and says to her, I thought you were very busy, Lady Fan Yu. Your Highness the Crown Prince, did you forget what I taught you just a few hours ago? I told you it's not good to say things that belittle others. I've seen what I needed to see, so I'll be going now. You were so excited to watch Kak Yen just a moment ago, and now you're leaving? Or are you trying to avoid me? Without hesitation, she says, that's right. I don't know what kind of rumors will spread if I'm seen happily chatting with the crown prince. So that's why he's looking at us like that. He's afraid we have something going on. Feeling like she's been caught, she whips her head around and finds that he is also looking in her direction. She thinks, is he surprised to see me here? Does it feel strange because we haven't seen each other in a while? Or will he just turn his face away and continue with his work? Seeing that reaction, the crown prince says, I don't think you need to worry. He doesn't seem to care at all about you talking to other men. He's not so childish as to misunderstand this scene. I hope you can step aside so I can leave. The sun here is too hot, I can't bear it. She turns and walks away, wondering if he is looking at her. Should she turn back to look? Remembering the scene from earlier, she purses her lips, narrowing her eyes, and thinks, he didn't have to be so cold to me. Back at the mansion, she's being pampered with a potato mask to soothe her face. At this moment, she asks N. And I have a question. It's about a lady I know. Her fiancé found her talking with another man. But he didn't care at all, he completely ignored it. What does that mean? And says that in such a case, there is only one conclusion. He hardly cares about his fiancé. Usually, noble marriages. The relationship is connected by political strategy. How could there be any special feelings? She feels a bit upset hearing and say that. Because she thought about it so much, she had a dream about it. While falling asleep with the mask on. In her dream, when he saw her standing with the prince, his eyes became hostile, full of killing intent. Then he immediately rushed towards her. Standing in front to shield her, he says, please don't touch my fiancé. I don't like it. The lady and I were having a good conversation. His eyes immediately light up. When the crown prince said they would still talk in the future, he swung his sword and cut through the prince. She could only scream in horror, Your Highness the Crown Prince. The crown prince just fell like that. With a cold look, he says, I told you not to touch her. Seeing the prince covered in blood, she wakes up. Sweating profusely, she sees her familiar room. She thinks, what a terrible dream. Closing her eyes, she thinks, even if it's an arranged marriage, I am still his fiancé. It's too much for him to ignore his fiancé like that. That's why I had such a terrible dream. Looking outside, it's already dark. Since she can't sleep, she decides to take a walk in the garden. At that moment, she spots a familiar figure. She can't help but be startled. M'lady, are you all right? Not at all. Why are you still here at this hour? I was just planning to quietly wait for someone to pass by and ask for a favor. I wanted to give this to you. It's a rolled-up letter with a pretty bow carefully tied on it. Opening it, she sees his message to Lady Fan Nia. Can you meet me for a moment? If you agree, please come to the back door of the mansion. I'll be waiting there. You came to see me? If so, why didn't you go through the front? The main door? My father would have gladly welcomed you. That's why I secretly sent the note to you. If I met the Marquis, I'd have to listen to his stories. If that happened, I wouldn't be able to see you until tomorrow morning. She's blushing and her heart is racing, but then she remembers she's supposed to be angry about what happened earlier. She tells herself to act indifferent. So, what did you come to find me for? With a shy face, he apologizes for the words he said that night. She looks at him and thinks, that was a long time ago, and that's not why I'm mad at him. She asks, were your words that night true? Of course, both when I said I was jealous of Estelle and when I said you were beautiful were all sincere. She's so moved she could cry. But she must stay angry, she has to. Then why did you ignore me? What do you mean? I mean earlier at the arena. When you saw me with the crown prince, you pretended not to see anything. Like a stranger who doesn't care about me. That was. He looks down and says, I was just a little flustered to suddenly see you. I didn't ignore you at all. She looks up at him and asks, Really? Really? Oh my God, he's blushing. So, did you mind seeing me with the crown prince? Even a little? Not just a little. Because I minded a lot, because you're my fiancé. Now how can she stay mad? With the misunderstanding cleared up, she says, I understand. I'll forgive you, for today and for that day, everything. Where else could you find someone with eyes like his? And so, hand in hand, the two of them take a walk. He then brings up the topic of when she and the crown prince became close. She says it was a one-sided acquaintance from the prince's side. Probably because the prince has no friends and was bored. After just a few sentences, the night had grown late. Before leaving, he asks her for a favor. He asks if he can call her by her nickname. After she agrees, he takes her hand, gently kisses it and says, Have a sweet dream, Nia. As a result, when she returned to her room, she kept thinking about it. She couldn't sleep. To stop thinking about it. The next morning she went to see Estelle. And as expected, she had a busy day, running back and forth all day. There was no time to think about trivial things anymore. Only now does she have a moment to rest. Then she discovers, Calyx, when did he get here? Why is your highness here? I had some business, so I stopped by. I've been here for a while. It's just that you and the saintess didn't notice. I don't know if it's because she was focused on work or pretending not to notice. So, she shows that expression to Patience. I am sorry, your highness, I just realized you were here. You don't need to worry, I didn't want to interrupt, so I intentionally came in quietly. It seems this method has worked. His way of speaking is no longer the same. The crown prince said he came because he heard that many commoners' lives were saved here. And now he has seen with his own eyes that this place is run quite well. Estelle was frozen for 5 seconds. Because she couldn't understand why the crown prince could say such words today. She smiles and says, Thanks to the excellent priests and wonderful volunteers. You don't need to give them all the credit. Because you're the one who created a medical center like this in the slums. He says he came to her today because he wants to support the center's budget. He wants to see and hear what's needed firsthand. Can you guide me? Finally, he gets to see Estelle's radiant smile. He's in love, he's in love. Is he subtly asking Estelle out on a date? Just as Estelle asks her to come along, she immediately receives a threatening look from the crown prince. The very next day, although she said she wouldn't go. How could she be absent from such a huge event? She sneaks around, follows, and observes to see how the crown prince will dress today. Seeing Calyx, she wonders, what on earth was he thinking dressing like that? It looks like it's 5 million light years away from the slums. Seeing her, Calyx hesitates. What do you think? Following her advice, he found some commoners' clothes from a servant to wear. A bit awkwardly, Estelle says, It's a little flashy, but very nice. Estelle led Calyx into the slum district. I knew the situation here was difficult, but I didn't expect it to be this bad. Estelle says, It's not just the shabby scenery, the more serious problems are disease and crime. Dozens of assaults and thefts happen every day. Calyx says he will gather forces to fix this place. If he's short on budget, he can't possibly find this place. He will use his personal assets to turn this place into a decent one. Plus 10 points for enthusiasm. At that moment, a group of young men approaches, saying, The atmosphere is pretty nice, isn't it? Calyx immediately steps in front of Estelle to shield her. What is it? A man with a scar steps forward and says, Who are you? You reek of money. Did you come to see how us bugs live? If so, you have to pay an entrance fee. Calyx says, I loathe dealing with cockroaches. Fanyu, standing on the outside, thinks he's truly the main character, speaking without any shame. Just as the young men are about to make a move, Estelle shows her face. Uber, Khan, Zhongbai. It's been a while since I've seen you all. How have you been? She thought there would be a hero saves the damsel scene, but the young men immediately return to a serious state in front of Estelle. She says, "Don't tell me you were planning to rob someone just now? You three promised to live honestly and not commit any more crimes." The three of them say they thought he was a bad nobleman, so they just wanted to scare him a little. I understand, I believe you. She takes out 3 candies from her pocket. Here, eat these, you guys like sweets. The 3 men are moved to tears that she remembers their preferences. After that, they happily say goodbye and leave. Calyx says, I'm surprised, you even know people like that? People like what? You can't say that. They are the residents of this place, people that your highness must care for. Your highness, you said you wanted to tidy up this place, right? You said you wanted it to be as clean as the city center. Dear highness, this place may be messy and ugly. But to someone, this is where they were born and raised, and where they will end their lives when they grow old. Tearing down old houses and replacing them with new ones is good, but what they really need is a piece of bread they can eat right away, or a doctor who can treat them when they're sick. If you could listen to these things, I would be very grateful. He says gently. I will remember that. Early the next morning, Calyx once again seeks out Phonia. What business do you have with me so early in the morning? First, please accept this. With a wave of his hand, countless gifts are brought in. This is a reward, because your guidance was truly effective. Helping you is my good fortune, so thank you for the gifts. I have one more thing to ask you. How do I make Estelle smile? Estelle always smiles. Calyx says, that's true, but those smiles look very formal. I want to see her genuine smile. Your Highness, I told you last time, I don't want to. I have nothing more to say to you. If you help me, I will give you anything you want. What about a gold mine? Thanks, but I don't want it. I will arrange for you to meet the actor free. I hear he's extremely popular with the nobles lately. The offer sounds good. But she says she knows someone who shines even brighter. Thank you for your offer, Your Highness. I don't need it. Understanding who Fan Ni is talking about. He smirks. Have you seen Kakyen as a child? I saw a portrait of Karai Dawn when he was young. That. Where on earth did you find it? I don't believe I have an obligation to answer that question. Now answer me. Will you accept my offer and help me? Your Highness, if you want to sway me with that. You are very confident. She's been caught, he achieved his goal. Calyx lets out a triumphant smile. Fan Nia says that making Estelle smile is very simple. You just need to be close to her. Fan Nien thinks that sweating together, doing volunteer work at the flower garden like she does, doesn't seem to suit Calyx. At that moment, she suddenly remembers that Estelle loves to chat, so she suggests it to the Crown Prince. Write Estelle a letter, I'll even deliver one for you as a bonus. The very next day, Calyx brought a letter and asked her to read it over once. Because this is the first time he's written a letter to someone, and he can't judge for himself whether he's written it correctly. Fan Nien thinks that's also why he's been single until now. But the content of the letter is truly terrifying. Calyx wrote, I will grant you the honor of exchanging letters with me. Seeing her reaction, he asks, is there something unusual? Do you know what unusual means? Did I write sentences that are too difficult for a commoner? I even revised the wording several times fearing she wouldn't understand. I'm at a loss for words. She yells, that's not the problem. From beginning to end, Your Highness only talks about how great you are. In the first letter, introducing yourself is good. So you could have written something more normal. At what age did the Crown Prince become a prodigy? How many teachers praised your talent? How perfectly your face is rated? Those are not things she's curious about. Honestly, after reading the letter, I only had one feeling. The Crown Prince is a total narcissist. Quite surprised by Phonia's reaction. But that's what Calyx was taught from a young age, to always be unconditionally noble and strong. So Calyx didn't realize where he went wrong when she criticized him. Perhaps that's why Calyx can't easily get close to Estelle. I know you don't want to waste any more effort on me, but I just want you to help me one time. Please help me write the letter. She thinks, that arrogant crown prince. How can she refuse when he asks with that expression? After 3721 revisions, the complete letter is finally done. The crown prince wonders if anyone would accept a letter with such trivial stories. You'll find out. At Estelle's place now. Fan Nia can't help but be surprised because the place looks so bright. Estelle says it's all thanks to the crown prince's help. He even said he would build a school. But she still hasn't had time to thank the prince. Fan Nia holds out the letter and says, "Here you go." It's a letter from the prince. He was afraid Estelle would feel pressured receiving a letter from a servant, so he asked me. "Thank you for delivering it for me, Nia." Phonia is happy that her mission here is over. But Estelle then asks if she can help deliver a reply to the crown prince. And of course, crown prince. This is Estelle's letter. Well then, I'll be taking my leave. She tries to slip away quickly, but wait. Lady Fan Nia, could you help me deliver the letter one more time? It seems she's accidentally become the messenger for these two. Thank you, Neen. Estelle looks very happy, but she worries. If Lu Sun finds out, will he turn dark and crush her? Just thinking about it makes her feel unsteady. Nia, like a man. Help me with this too. The only thing she can do now is to be extra nice to Lu Sun, so that when he finds out the truth later, he'll hate her a little less. No sooner said than done. She invited Kak Yen for a meal. Come in, Kak Yen. This is the first time I've invited you for a meal, so I'm a little nervous. It's so lavish that he can't believe his eyes. He says, it's truly wonderful. It's even more luxurious than the meal I had with the Emperor on the day of my victorious return. Is that so? To afford today's meal, she had eaten only bread for 2 weeks. But seeing his reaction, it was really worth it. She thinks, at this rate, even if he finds out she did something wrong later, he'll forgive her, right? He looks very happy at this moment. He says, all the dishes are delicious. I'm glad it suits your taste. Lady Fan Nia, did you do something wrong to me? She nearly spits out all her food. Why do you ask that? Lately, every time we meet, you've been very kind to me. Didn't you give me a gift recently? And today you're treating me to such a luxurious meal. So I thought, maybe you did something wrong to me. She says, what if something like that did happen? Kak Yen is surprised that she implicitly admitted it. She says, will you be angry? No way, I will absolutely not get angry. Because you're my fiancé. Even if I ate all the sweets that Kak Yen saved for himself? Yes. Even if I sold your beloved sword without permission? Yes. Even if I used your name to borrow money from the bank and ran away? Yes. Really? Of course. She immediately holds out her pinky finger, and he asks, is your finger hurt? Not that, let's make a pinky promise. A promise. He also holds out his hand. But he doesn't know what to do next. She asks, have you never made a promise like this before? It's embarrassing, but that's true. That shy way of answering, so cute. How can he be so clumsy and cute? Like this, hook pinkies. Sealing it with a thumb completes the promise. Yes, I promise, no matter what you do wrong to me, I will absolutely not get angry. It's a bit surprising, but his words make her feel much more at ease. Today, she's playing the role of a messenger again. She comes alone to meet the prince. This is Estelle's letter. After receiving the letter, the crown prince says, I'll send a reply in 3 days. Same time, same place. She says, what do you think about entrusting the letter exchange to a reliable servant? There's no escaping fate. The crown prince is surprised and says, you want me to give her letter to someone else? Absolutely not. I'm someone else too. You're different. You're her best friend. The crown prince says that to him. She at least has a closer relationship than a servant. So he wants her to always deliver the letters like she's doing now. Knowing she can't change his mind, she says, well, I'll be going then. Wait, I have a gift for you. What gift? It's what I promised. It will arrive at your mansion today, so please accept it. She's still wondering, what did he promise? After thinking for a moment, she seems to remember. Could it be? The thought makes her extremely delighted. Upon returning to the mansion, The gift is already in her hands. She has someone hang it in the most beautiful spot. Now, her eyes are only on that painting. The person who delivered the gift is helpless against her. I will relay the Crown Prince's message. The Crown Prince said that because the original was too small and heavily damaged, he requested a palace artist to repaint it. The portrait is painted on the finest canvas. Restored by the best artist, the value of the work will be even higher. I hope you will be pleased. That is all. I will take my leave now. And says that the portrait looks like an angel. What are you talking about? It's more beautiful than an angel. Looking at the portrait, she wonders, how did the Crown Prince get this portrait? She thinks that perhaps because of his power, the Crown Prince can do things that ordinary people can't. But what she's most curious about is how to make him smile so radiantly like this. Because since childhood, he has always been so guarded that he couldn't face people properly. A few days later, Estelle comes to her mansion. As soon as they meet, her father shows excessive hospitality, making Estelle sweat nervously. Without a wasted motion, Fonia pushes him inside and closes the door. Estelle says, "The Marquis always welcomes me so warmly every time I visit." Nia says, "My father, whenever he sees a famous person, he wants to get close to them, and I don't know what to do. Among the nobles, no one likes me this much. So I find it very interesting." Scene change, the two are now having tea. Nia gives Estelle the letter and says, "First, here's the letter from His Highness the Crown Prince." Estelle takes it and says, "Thank you, Nia. The best way to lie without blinking is to close your eyes when you speak." Nia says, "I said I liked doing it. When I think about helping my friends, it doesn't feel like a chore at all." Seeing Estelle look shy, Nia says, "Yesterday, I received a very large reward from His Highness." Estelle asks in surprise, "A reward?" Nia points to the wall and says, "Beautiful, isn't it?" Approaching the painting, she says, "Yes, it's truly beautiful. Since it was painted so long ago, I thought it was lost. His Highness managed to find this." Nia looks at Estelle curiously and asks, "You know this portrait too?" "Of course, I still remember it very clearly. That day, Lu Sun was the youngest to join the Knight Order. This is the portrait the Knight Order painted to commemorate it. So it was the portrait from back then. It's a short story that appeared in the novel. Lu Sun joined the Royal Knight Order at the age of 12. Many people sneered because it was such a young age, distrusting, ignoring, mocking, and worrying. Amidst countless unsettling words, Lu Sun passed the entrance exam with dignity. Of course, no matter how gifted he was, it still wasn't an easy task. However, there was only one reason he joined the Knight Order as a child. It was for Estelle. To protect her, she was so moved when she read that short story. She wonders, didn't I cry while cheering for his true love for Estelle back then? But it's so strange, I don't feel that way at all now. Why is that? You don't know how nervous Lu Sun was when he was suddenly asked to have this portrait painted. Even when the painter told him to smile, he just made the stiffest expression. At that time, I stood behind the painter making a funny face like this. I don't know if this look was funny, but he finally smiled then. Her face darkens. She thinks Lucian's smile was because of Estelle? Cheeks as pink as a peach, with lovely curved eyes. She places a hand on her chest. What is this? Why does my chest feel like this? An uncomfortable feeling. Nia, what's wrong? You don't look well. At this moment, she looks like a soulless person staring at the portrait. Nia, didn't I cry while cheering for his true love for Estelle? But it's so strange. I don't feel that way at all now. Why is that? You don't know how nervous Lu Sun was when he was suddenly asked to have this portrait painted. Even when the painter told him to smile, he just made the stiffest expression. At that time, I stood behind the painter making a funny face like this. I don't know if this look was funny, but he finally smiled then. Her face darkens. She thinks Lucian's smile was because of Estelle? Cheeks as pink as a peach, with lovely curved eyes. She places a hand on her chest. What is this? Why does my chest feel like this? An uncomfortable feeling. Nia, what's wrong? You don't look well. At this moment, She looks like a soulless person staring at her portrait. She thinks everything is about Estelle. Just then, her father calls out frantically, Phonia. Dad, how many times have I told you, entering your daughter's room without knocking is very rude. What rude? What the hell is going on? Why does His Majesty the Emperor want to see you? She also wonders, why would the Emperor suddenly want to see me? Now, in front of the Emperor's room. Welcome, Lady Fan Lilac. His Majesty's health is not good. Please forgive him for receiving guests in his bedroom. Also, His Majesty only summoned Lady Fan Lilac. The Saintess is not allowed to enter. She turns back to Estelle and says, It's okay, I'll go and be right back. At this moment, she's still wondering, why was I summoned? Inside, she greets His Majesty, the great Emperor of the Lifernia Empire, daughter of Marquis Lilac. All right, this is our first time meeting, isn't it? But surprisingly, the Emperor looks so young. She thinks, this is not the face of a man who has a grown son. He looks like he's in his middle ages. He says, First, I apologize for not being able to attend the engagement ceremony. Your body is not well, I understand. Thank you for saying that. I called you here to confirm something. There's a report that you and the Crown Prince have been meeting frequently in a secret, secluded place. Is that true? It's absolutely not what you think, Your Majesty. Is there any other reason for a young man and woman to meet privately in a deserted place? Well, Father, please forgive me for entering without permission. I thought this was an urgent matter, which is why I rushed in like this. You summoned Lady Fania because it concerns me, correct? So you know. Since you're here, you should answer. What exactly is your relationship with Lady Fanny? You're dating, aren't you? At that moment, they both say in unison, no, that sounds disgusting. Then they stare at each other, surprised by the coincidence. Then why were you two meeting in secret? I simply asked her to deliver my letters to Estelle. Your Majesty, I apologize for my impertinence in barging in. I am Estelle. Nia helped us exchange letters, Your Majesty. Is that true? That you two exchanged letters? Yes, Calyx takes Esther's hand and says, Father, Esther and I currently have special feelings for each other. It is love. Van Hyatt was also extremely surprised by those words. She thinks, he's just saying it out loud? You feel the same way, Estelle? Yes. At this moment, the Emperor says, that's a bit difficult. Is it because she's a commoner? If not, it's because she's the Saintess. No matter the reason, Father cannot separate me and Estelle. Who knows? If I were to oppose this relationship, it certainly wouldn't be because of Estelle. It might be because of my foolish son. The problem lies elsewhere. What is the problem? A few days ago, I received a notice from the Saplin Kingdom, allowing Estelle to enroll in their National Medical Academy. What are you talking about, Saplin's National Medical Academy? It's not a place foreigners can easily enter. Jim's letter of recommendation and Estelle's medical knowledge were recognized, so an exception was made. If she enrolls, she must stay there for at least 5 years. Thinking back, before, when he asked, your eyes are so dark. Did you stay up all night reading again? I want to learn more about medicine, to heal with my own power, not the power of a saintess. It wasn't just reading books, she was preparing for enrollment. At this moment, the Crown Prince asks Estelle, is that true, Estelle? Yes, so why didn't you tell me? I'm sorry, I didn't want to worry your highness and Nia needlessly. What do you mean needlessly? It concerns you. Son, how many times have I told you to fix your attitude? I'm sure Estelle had no intention of telling you. Because a few days ago, Estelle came to me and said she wanted to cancel her enrollment. I found it suspicious that she would give up something she had always longed for. But I didn't expect her to stay for my foolish son. Are you really going to give up just like that, Estelle? You'll never get another chance to study at the National Medical Academy of Saplin as you wished? Yes. It takes more than a month to get to the Saplin Kingdom, so it's not possible to travel back and forth frequently. That's why she made that choice. But is Calyx satisfied with that? At this moment, Calyx says, go to the Sablindi Kingdom. I've told you many times, don't endure anymore. Just do whatever you want. Don't worry about the people you're taking care of, I will look after them for you. By the time you return, there will be hospitals and schools for the poor. I will also write to you every day, so go and return safely. After hearing him say that, she agreed, I will do so. I will focus on medicine so I can treat all the sick people in this empire. You must wait for me, Your Highness Calyx. Of course, I will always wait for you. Estelle, so you will enroll as planned, right? Yes. I misunderstood for no reason. I almost made an innocent child suffer unjustly. Forgive me. That situation was easy to misunderstand. You are very generous, so different from the rumors. Lady Fannia, according to rumors, is an arrogant and rude noble. Something like that. I know why you like her. Lu-sun, it's all over. Show yourself now. At that moment, Lu-sun opens the door from inside and steps out. To everyone's astonishment, to explain this sudden appearance, the Emperor says, if you and Calyx have a serious relationship, the first person who should know is Lucian. I thought it would be best to hear the truth directly from his fiancée. After that, everyone left the Emperor's palace. On the carriage, she thinks, what, that cunning middle-aged uncle, how could he do that to me? In the carriage, the two are sitting opposite each other. No one says a word. A silent atmosphere passes by. She looks at him, thinking, please say something. As if understanding her thoughts, he says, I'm sorry, milady. Zico. Even if it was the Emperor's command, I shouldn't have eavesdropped on your conversation. That was an act of deceit towards you. So it's my fault. It's all right, I know knights must obey their master's orders absolutely. Even if you didn't want to, you had to. She says, are you angry because I secretly delivered the Crown Prince's letters to Estelle? But I couldn't not help Estelle, because she looked so happy exchanging letters with the Crown Prince. So, please give up on her completely now. Unrequited love will never be returned. After that sentence, silence fell again. He puts his hand to his forehead, and she sees his brow and eyes furrow. She thinks, oh crap, he's not going to do something to me, is he? He already promised that he'd forgive me no matter what I did wrong. At this moment he says, I didn't know you still cared about that. Yes. The truth is I did admire the Saintess. But that's all in the past. How many times have I shown that to you, and you haven't noticed at all? Then why are you angry? If you have no feelings for the Saintess, there's no reason to be angry with me. I know it was just to exchange letters, but just imagining you alone with another man, in a place I don't know, is enough. To make me angry, I feel extremely uncomfortable. Do you still not understand? Yes. The person in my heart is you, Fannia. After receiving his confession, she didn't answer and remained that way until she got home. A few days later, milady, Kak Yen sent gifts today. An LV handbag and a Chanel dress. Both the servant and her father are very happy. Kak Yen is so thoughtful, sending such big gifts every day. He's truly the best groom in this empire. Kak Yen has been very generous lately, sending gifts like this every day, so many that this old mansion can't handle it anymore. Don't worry, father, I will send all of these back to Kak Yen. He asks, do you really have to? Aren't these gifts sent with goodwill to a fiancé? She answers wearily, gifts are one thing, but this is too much. Then let's keep this diamond button. Fannia, if you hear the story about my diamond button, you won't be able to be so cold. When I was 17, she knew her father too well. She says, and closed the door. And asks curiously, but are you really going to return all the gifts? Before, you always accepted the gifts Kak Yen sent. She thinks, it's different now, these are gifts from the boy who just confessed he likes me. Did Kak Yen confess to you, milady? How did you know? Were you also spying on me like the Emperor? Of course not, it's because you've changed a lot after meeting the Emperor. Since that day, you always jump when you hear Kak Yen's name, and your face is always as red as an apple. It's the same right now. Actually, it's not surprising, because I knew that Kak Yen would confess to you soon. Anyone who sees Kak Yen with you can guess. When Kak Yen is with you, his mood completely changes. Really? Yes. Kak Yen is hard to read because he always behaves politely. But with you, he smiles brightly like a child. So it's impossible not to guess his feelings. I'm sure that to Kakyen, you're a special existence. Her face flushed red. She thinks, damn it, my heart is beating as fast as the day I got his confession. After that, she went to the mansion to see him. Welcome, Lady Fania. It's only been a short time, but your face looks so pitiful. I can't help it. Because every day I have to find and report to Lusun about the gifts that Lady Fania would like. So that's it, you've worked hard. That's why I'm always more tired than when I was on the battlefield. So, milady, please stop Lusunde. If this continues, I'll die from overwork. Don't worry, I came here to stop him. Really? Seeing how happy he is, she thinks, just how much has Lusun made him suffer. As soon as she entered the room, she was drawn to a masterpiece of art. A beautiful man, standing next to a beautiful painting. He looks even more perfect than the expensive paintings. She calls out softly, Kakyen. He turns to see her and is frozen for a few seconds. Lady Fania. What is it? I came here because I wanted to talk to you. But what is this? This is the Mona Lisa, isn't it? Is it real? Yes. The real one is completely different. I'm glad you like it. This is one of the works I was planning to send you. One of the works, could it be? She asks, aren't all the paintings in this room going to be sent to me? That's right. She immediately thinks, just the Mona Lisa alone is probably worth the price of the entire mansion. She says, Kakyen, I can't accept this gift. If all these paintings are hung on the walls, the mansion will surely collapse. I understand. Then I'll ask an architect I know. Because he's very skilled, your mansion will be made as sturdy as new. That's not the problem. I feel burdened receiving such a gift from you. So, please take back all the gifts you sent me. I came here to say that. He's like, I was reaching the peak, but then the brakes failed and I'm sliding downhill. Hey, you once said that no one would refuse if I confessed to them, right? Thinking back, she had said, that person would scream with joy by all means. Anyway, what I mean is, no one would feel uncomfortable if Kakyen confessed to them. He continues, if those words were sincere, then at least you don't hate my feelings, right? She didn't expect him to ask this question. It's not that I don't like them. In that case, can you accept the gifts? The gifts I give have nothing to do with my confession. I just want to give them to you. I want to give you all the beautiful and luxurious things in this world. From the sound to the sight, everything related to him right now makes her unable to control herself. Unconsciously, they both move closer to each other, as if they are about to do something. Then the servant announces, Sir Lusun, the Saintess has arrived. Well, he's definitely getting his salary docked today. At that moment, she also startles and steps back. She thinks, holy crap, what was I about to do? And yet he asks her if he should let Estelle in now. After she agrees, Estelle is invited in. I didn't know Nia was here too. Did you come to visit? I had something to discuss with Kakyen, so I stopped by for a moment. What about you, Estelle? I came to ask Lucian about the customs and culture to follow before studying abroad, as I thought it would be helpful. Lucian has worked with mercenaries in the kingdom, so he knows the culture there very well. So, I didn't know you two had a prior engagement. I'm sorry, I'll be going now. At this moment, she's afraid that after Estelle leaves, the previous scene will happen again. She quickly calls out, wait, Estelle, wait. And right after that, the three of them were sitting together again. Lusun says, the people in the Saplin kingdom extremely hate receiving help from others. Sensitive people will feel uncomfortable when they see others showing them sympathy, so you shouldn't easily say you'll help. What if an old woman is pulling a cart this big and sweating profusely? She'll know how to pull it herself. What if you see an injured person on the road? There are many medical stations everywhere, so they'll find their own way. But, in any case, don't help if you're not asked. Otherwise, you'll just hear useless curses. I understand, I'll remember that. Lusu says, seeing Estelle reminds me of you. It's very difficult to ask for help, isn't it? That was just something I said when I was tired, it wasn't what I really meant. This is truly digging my own grave. She thinks, it's just a small conversation, why is my heart beating so fast? Lucerne and Estelle continue their conversation. Now that the opportunity has come, she should be happy. I said it wasn't what I really meant. While the two of them chat and smile brightly. She just sits quietly on the side, not saying a word, only able to focus on the cake or the cup of tea until the conversation ends. Thanks, Lucian. Now when I go to the Saplin Kingdom, I'll make fewer mistakes. It's nothing. Only then does he turn to her and say, "Are you leaving too, milady?" "Yes, I'm going too. I hope you'll consider what I said earlier." "I understand." His face looks at her with regret. She tells herself not to be swayed by Lucian, turns to leave, and says, "Let's go, Estelle." Only then do the two of them talk to each other. "Estelle, are you preparing well for your study abroad?" "Yes, but I'm still worried because the priests are still not at ease. Not long ago, they came all the way to the flower house. They said the Saintess must protect the Empire and cannot leave this place." "They came all the way to the flower house? These old-fashioned people, how long are they going to keep Estelle here under the name of the Saintess?" "Because the Saintess cannot abandon the priests and the temple. No matter what, before I leave, I have to try to persuade them. If that doesn't work, then I'll just have to use the last resort, so don't worry." "The last resort? What is that?" "If Lu Sun speaks for me, the priests will understand." "Are the priests afraid of Kakyen?" "I made a mistake during an important event before. I had a conflict with the priests and was almost kicked out of the temple. I begged them to give me another chance. Lucian stood between me and the priests, although I couldn't see Lucian's face. But I can't forget how pale the priests' faces became, as if they had run into a fierce tiger at night. After that, the priests never got angry with me again. Since that day, whenever I have difficulties, I often receive help from Lu Sun. Lu Sun and I are like siblings." She thinks it's not just a simple emotion like that. The emotion Lucian holds is more earnest than she thought, making the reader feel heartbroken. The person who once loved Estelle so much now says he likes me. I can't blindly believe those words. Okay, that night, as I said, I will take back all the gifts. Lu Sun relays the message, "If you need anything, just tell him anytime." Her father looks at the gifts wistfully. "Does it have to be this way? Fan Nia, you're so cruel. They all suit you so well, what a pity." She thinks, but what can I do? This is just my own worthless pride. Estelle is leaving to study abroad in a week. I'll go and come back. Right after that, she turns and sees. "Long time no see, Lady Fan Hyatt." She quickly turns her face away. "That's right. Let's go then." In the carriage now, a silent atmosphere has prevailed throughout the journey. The two of them just sit opposite each other without saying a word. She thinks, this is so awkward. To break this awkward atmosphere, she says, "Yesterday I heard Estelle talking. The priests who were persistently against her studies came to say goodbye." "That's a relief." "I heard that after Lu Sun went to see the priests, they changed their minds." "How on earth did those preachy men change like that?" He pauses for 2 seconds, then replies, "It was we just made eye contact. For quite a long time." Hearing that, she thinks, those beautiful ruby-like eyes must look terrifying. If looks could kill, that scary gaze would have killed dozens of people. Just for Estelle. She feels a pang of sadness because Lu Sun once stood up for another girl. Suddenly he says, "Lady Fan Nia, we've arrived." It startles her out of her thoughts. Lucian gets out first, politely extending his hand. "Please be careful getting out of the carriage, milady." Fan Nien blushes shyly. Then she places her hand on his. They get out of the carriage together and go inside. While walking, their hands unconsciously touch. Lamphonia and Lucian both blush shyly. Inside, Calyx and Estelle are talking happily. Seeing the two of them, Estelle turns and calls out happily, "Nia, Lu Sun. We're not late, are we?" "Of course not. Thank you both for coming all this way." At this moment, Phonia also looks over at Calyx and speaks. "You managed to get an entry permit from a country that's so strict with foreigners?" Calyx replies with a haughty attitude, "I am the crown prince of the empire. Who dares to stand in my way?" Fania thinks to herself, still pretending to be so grand, but for Estelle, it's a good thing. Fan Hu holds a bouquet of fresh flowers and calls, "SL, have a safe trip." Estelle tears up. Then she reaches out to receive the flowers from Fonia. Lusun also says, "Be careful on your journey." The two of them stare at each other, making Fan Nia stand on the side, seething with discomfort. Suddenly, she takes Lusun's hand. It makes him startle, his face turning red. This act was like asserting her claim in front of SL. Her hand moved faster than her brain, and a second later, Fan Ni froze, staring at her own hand and thinking, "Damn it, what am I doing?" She says flustered, "Well, my hand is a bit cold." The words are out, but she feels something is wrong. "It's so hot. What kind of excuse is that?" Suddenly, Seo laughs loudly, breaking the atmosphere. "No matter how busy I am, I'll be back for your wedding. Let me know the good news soon." Calyx reminds her, now that the goodbyes are done, we'll get on the carriage. After that, the carriage departs. Only Lucian and Fernia remain, still holding hands. Fan Nia just wants to dig a hole and crawl into it. Getting jealous for no reason, and making a ridiculous excuse. How embarrassing. First, I have to let go of his hand. As her hand loosens, Lusun quickly grasps it again. His action makes her bewildered. This time it's his turn to speak. "My hand is a bit cold too. Can you hold my hand a little longer?" Fan Nin can't help but say, "Kakyen." Actually, what I said just now is a lie. It's not because my hand was cold, but because I hate the way you look at Estelle. He turns and replies, "Didn't I tell you on the day I confessed that you are the only one in my heart? I have no feelings for Estelle whatsoever." "I understand, but even after you said that, I don't know what I should do. Should I just easily accept it and say something like, 'I understand'?" She thinks to herself, "I'm just a supporting character, a villainess, not the female lead. I'm not as lovely as Estelle, nor do I have a perfect personality. I'm not the one who saved Lusun like SL did. That's why I pushed you away. If I could push you away once, I could do it a second time, a third time, and up to the 10th time. I pretended I couldn't win against you and tried to accept your feelings." She says, "It's too much for you to always act like that, like the confession never existed, and to draw a line. A man must have determination. I'm just being cautious because I don't want to do something you don't like. I would never hate it. So just do what you think I would hate." Suddenly he pulls her into an embrace. "I want to hug you like this." And say that. His hand slowly tightens around her waist, and he continues, "I really like you." "And also," she eagerly asks again, "and also what?" His face gets redder and he says, "Well, so?" Fan Nia impatiently waits for his words, but he can't get them out. Then she takes the initiative, pulls him closer, and kisses him. So frustrating, something like this, get it? Lusun catches on and holds her tighter, kissing her more deeply. Van Hyatt tears up and wonders, "Why am I trembling like this?" After a passionate kiss, they pull apart and say, "Let's start dating from today." A few days later, Anne looks at Fan Nia and praises, "Milady, you look beautiful today too, especially your makeup." Receiving the compliment, she says cheerfully, "Well, I'm off then." Just as she steps out, the Marquis calls, "Fonia, are you going to see Duke Kak-ie again today?" "Yes." He looks at her with a satisfied smile and says, "This is the best time, isn't it? Looking at you reminds me of when I was dating your mother. She always told me to go wherever I wanted, but if we went somewhere she didn't like, she would pout. That image was so adorable, but when we went to the weapons exhibition, it was a bit scary. She would make a childishly disgusted face when looking at interesting things like guns, swords, and cannons. In the end, she would yell at me, 'Why don't you pay attention to a lady's preferences?'" He rambles on for a while then stops, seeing her cheerful face. "Why are you so well behaved today? Normally, you would have ignored me and disappeared by now." "Oh my, why is that?" "Your stories are so interesting, father. Tell me a little more." The Marquis is shocked to his core, then urges her. "If you listen to more stories, you'll be late. You should go now." "Yes, I'm going now." After that, she went to the meeting point. As soon as she saw him, she called out cheerfully, "Lusunde." He hears her and smiles brightly, "Nia. Have you been waiting long?" "Not at all, I just arrived." Vernia takes his arm and they walk together. "Let's hurry inside." At her intimate gesture, his hand gradually turns red, and he replies, okay. Fanny looks at his ear and smiles with amusement. Look, his ear is all red, so cute. Today's performance is a work beloved by many in the capital, The Unrequited Love of Count Beatus. The secret to this work's popularity is the actor playing the male lead, Hui. With his handsome appearance, Hui is the most beloved actor among noble women recently. During the performance, Hui sings a love serenade, filled with longing for a woman's affection. The noble women are completely captivated. Why don't I feel anything? Is there something wrong with my eyesight that I don't know about? Suddenly he says, if I knew the content was like this, I definitely wouldn't have come to watch. She turns her head and whispers, so bright. He's so handsome he can't be compared to Prima. It's not a problem with my eyesight. In Nia's eyes, that actor is very cool, right? What's this? What's this? Is he jealous now? She replies, not at all. Compared to Lu Sun, that guy is just an ordinary person. As expected, in my eyes, my boyfriend is the best in the world. From that day on, we went on dates every day, always hand in hand. He even made a flower crown for her, holding hands and enjoying the beautiful moments together. One day, Fan Nien wakes up yawning, then sits in front of the mirror and wonders, I want to see Lu Sun. Why on earth do I have to attend this banquet? Seeing she's not happy and says, it's been a while since there was a party. This is a chance to teach a lesson to those who ignored you in the past. Should we wear the red dress designed by Chanel and accentuate it with the ruby necklace from Apple Rat? Or should we pair diamonds with an ivory dress to enhance your elegance? That's too plain, isn't it? You definitely suit a more vibrant style. Seeing Anne's excitement, she says, as long as I dress so I won't be humiliated, it's fine. It's not like I'm meeting Lu Sun, so whatever. At the engagement ceremony, after taking Estelle's side, I gradually became distant from other women of my age. And the incident at the Crown Prince's birthday party also made my relationship with the Empress Dowager more awkward. Since that day, I haven't attended any high society gatherings, obviously. Because I'm everyone's enemy, what can I do? I should just quietly stay in a corner and eat cake. Later at the tea party, Phonia appears and says, everyone will surely be solemn. Because this is the method most used by noble women to oppress others. As soon as she entered, she received glares from the ladies there. Fan Nia starts to get nervous. It's as quiet as I predicted. I absolutely must not react and just find a seat in the corner. Suddenly someone calls out, you're here, Lady Fan Nien. The ladies gathered around her. Oh my, it's been so long since we've seen you. I've missed you so much. What is this? Why has it suddenly become like this? I heard you tried on 20 dresses at the Chanel store. So you're wearing a Chanel dress, it's beautiful. The necklace and earrings are both Samuan emeralds, right? They really match your eye color. Lady Fan Nia is already beautiful, but today you're shining even brighter. You must be receiving a lot of love from your fiancé, right? I'm so jealous. Hearing this, she realizes why those girls have become so enthusiastic. It's because of Lu Sun, since they've been going on many dates recently. Remembering that time, bring all the products from the store to Phonia's mansion for me. I guess everyone knows that Lucian is infatuated with me. Perhaps their goal is to get closer, no matter the method, even if it means becoming a hanger-on. Even knowing that, this place is truly ruthless. The Empress Dowager and Erica. After those two whispered to each other, Erica comes over and calls, oh my, Lady Fan Nien, long time no see. She worries, what's her game? Whoever frowns here loses. She puts on a bright smile and replies, that's right. Lady Phonia and Duke Kakyen, I heard you two have been happily dating everywhere. It seems your relationship is going very well. She replies firmly, that's right. Duke Kakyen comes from the commoner class, while you, milady, are the daughter of a marquis family. Yet you two can understand each other. It's truly miraculous. Is your affection for each other that deep? Fan Nien hears this and feels disgusted. Is she belittling Lu Sun's background now? Suddenly, the two ladies from before step forward and say, if you talk to Duke Kakyen, you would never feel that he came from a lower class. Besides, What's wrong with coming from a lower class? Because of it, Duke Kakyen is respected even more. He reached this point with his own strength. Erika's face falls upon hearing this. Fan Nia smiles triumphantly. Now it's my turn. She says, then Lady Erika must also understand her fiancé very well. Your fiancé, Gaxin, comes from a family with a long and prestigious history. Of course, a noble would naturally understand another noble best. I see. So even the fact that Marquis Gaxin recently enjoyed a secret rendezvous with a maid, you must have forgiven him with your generous heart. Because a noble would naturally understand another noble best. Erika's face darkens upon hearing this. Then she quickly replies. Duke Kakyen is famous for his outstanding appearance, right? As his fiancée, Lady Fan Nia must know well about Duke Kakyen's beauty, correct? Of course I know. Even if he's handsome and cool, if you see him every day, you get used to it, so you don't feel much. But Lu Sun is not like that at all. Even though I see him every day, I'm surprised every time, because he's so handsome. That may be, but it's still a bit much to describe the Empire's most famous actor, Kui, as just an ordinary person. Fan Nia freezes at this, because she accidentally insulted the national husband of the sisterhood. We were happily talking about Lu Sun. Why did it switch to this? Not long ago, you and Duke Kakyen went to see Kui's performance, right? At that time, you said he was just an ordinary person. It wasn't just one or two people who heard you say that to Duke Kakyen. The people sitting nearby were all fans of Kui, so they were upset. Fan Nia thinks to herself, where on earth did these people hear that story, and why are they using it right now? From afar, the Empress is glaring at Fan Nia. A menacing aura radiates from her. Oh right, the Empress Dowager is also a fan of Kui. Should I deny that I ever said such things? Or should I say I misspoke, but my Lu Sun is the most handsome man in the world? Seeing Phonia hesitate, Erika bursts out laughing. It seems she has no explanation, so those words must be her true feelings. I can't refute it. Even if Duke Kakyen is a handsome man, that's still too much. Just as she said that, she stopped and squinted. Fan Nia sees this and is also confused. She curiously turns her head to see what's going on. From outside, Lu Sun walks in holding a small potted plant. The ladies are extremely surprised to see him. Lu Sun walks past everyone with the potted plant. He bows and says, Lu Sun Kakyen, it is a pleasure to meet the noble Empress Dowager. Have you been well? What business do you have here? Today's banquet is a gathering of noble women and royalty. Could it be that you came here for your fiancé? Are you afraid I'll make fun of her again? He gives a radiant smile and says, that's not it, because you don't know. I came here to see the Empress Dowager. Me? Yes, I heard you were very hurt by what happened a few days ago. I did this thinking of my fiancé, so I hope you will be generous and let it go. Her face blushes red after his words. Since you've put it that way, there's nothing else to be done. I will try to be more open-minded. It's not dignified to argue with Duke Kakyen. Thinking back, it seems I've never had a calm conversation with you. Since you're here, have a cup of tea. Is that all right? Isn't your existence so important that the Empire cannot do without you? Of course you have the right. In that case, may I call Fan Nia to sit with us? Her face darkens at the suggestion. Since the three of us have met like this, I want to resolve the misunderstanding between the Empress Dowager and us. Are you very uncomfortable? Suddenly she says loudly, of course it's fine. Why wouldn't it be? Lady Fan Hyatt, come here. Don't just stand there, sit down. Erika sees this and her face darkens in surprise. Fan Nia smiles triumphantly. Then she glides past her. After that, the three of them sit at the same table. He quietly asks her, did I do well? As if understanding, she gives him a thumbs up and a playful wink. Suddenly someone says, over there. A lady starts, hello, Duke Kakyen. I've wanted to meet you for a while. I wanted to greet you at the party before but didn't have the time. He smiles brightly and replies, hello. It makes the two ladies' hearts feel like they're about to jump out. Then the ladies rush over to surround him. I want to say hello too, me too. Erika sees this and gets even more annoyed. Fan Nia glances over and thinks, what's the point of attacking me? That's why you're called the eternal villain, Aes Cha. At the end of the party, well then, I'll be taking my leave. Duke Kakyen, I really enjoyed today. It seems I've misunderstood you all this time. We should arrange to meet again, shouldn't we? Duke Kakyen, you should occasionally attend banquets in the future. I'll send an invitation to Lady Fan Neen, so if you have time, please come with her. It's a promise. Later in the carriage, Fan Ni asks, what happened? I was so surprised when Lu Sun suddenly showed up. Was it helpful to you? Of course, you saw how kindly everyone treated me. His Majesty the Emperor also said that if you truly want to protect the girl you love, don't just try to act strong, but try to win them over to your side. That method is much more effective. But don't do that again next time. If many girls genuinely fall for you, it will be very awkward for me. Even if it were me, they would be jealous. I understand, milady. Back home, she lies on her bed. I'm so worried right now. This is the biggest worry I've had since becoming Phonia. Lu Sun's birthday is approaching. What should I get him? This time, I'll give him a proper gift, something he really likes. But I've been going on dates and spending money lavishly every day. She sits up abruptly. Money. I have no money. Even so, I can't borrow money from Lu Sun like before. Actually, even with money, it's not easy to choose a gift that would please him. Lu Sun is surprisingly a person with no material ambitions. If I had to find something he desires, it would be me. Thinking this, her face flushes red. What am I saying right now? So cheesy, but it's true. I've made up my mind. I have to give him the gift that will make him the happiest. On Lucian's birthday. After applying light pink eyeshadow, she accentuates it by extending the eyeliner upwards to make her eyes as lively as a cat's. Today's makeup is complete. And stands behind her, praising, "You are truly skilled, milady." It's really beautiful, milady. Kakyen will definitely be very happy. I guess so, right? Of course. Since N has supported me like this, I will go to Lucian's mansion. Please come in as planned. Sir Lu Sun is out right now. He will return to the mansion in the evening. Thank you for letting me know. Then Paul, you can go first. Since you insisted, I will go out no matter where. This is absolutely not unauthorized leave. You must tell Sir Lu Sun that. I know, I'll tell him. Paul said he absolutely couldn't leave, but I twisted his arm and chased him away, so hurry up and go. Well then, I'll be taking my leave. As soon as Paul leaves, she rejoices. Excellent, the obstacle has been removed. Immediately after, she starts preparing. First, I have to decorate the mansion. There has to be a birthday atmosphere. Lu Sun has probably never had a proper birthday party before, right? It seems he doesn't even know today is his own birthday. At this moment, she hears a noise. He's finally back. Lu Sun opens the door and calls Tun. But no one answers. How strange, where did he go? Phonia hides nearby, thinking, now's the time, Phonia. She brings out a cake and sings a lovely birthday song. Happy cute birthday. Happy birthday, Lu Sun. Happy birthday, Lu Sunday. Surprised? He is stunned and replies briefly, very, I guess. Well, there's a birthday gift for you too. A gift? While he is still bewildered, she gets closer and initiates a kiss. Lu Sun is surprised for 2 seconds, then responds. Then he sets her down on the chair, but this position, isn't it a bit dangerous? Is this okay? Is this novel for all ages? Let's just go with it, I've made up my mind. How would I know if it's for all ages or not? After a 2-second break, they go in for round 2. Both she and Lucian are adults. She can only count on and to explain to her father why she's coming home late. During the heat of the moment, just as they were about to take another step, they are startled apart by a loud noise at the door. Paul pounds on the door and shouts, Sir Lu Sun, are you in there? It's Paul. Even though Lady Fan Nia asked me to do it, I can't just do that. Taking leave without proper permission from my superior. I am deeply reflecting on my actions. Please forgive me, Sir Lu Sun. Phonia thinks to herself, it seems he will definitely not be forgiven. Please answer me, Sir Lu Sunday. I was truly wrong. Lu Sun's blood boils with rage then. California reaches out and soothes him. Today is your birthday, you can't kill an innocent person. I won't kill anyone. Really? Although I was provoked for about a second. Hearing that, she bursts out laughing. Then thinks to herself, Paul, I saved your life. Don't you forget this favor. The next day. Come in, Lucian. What's the matter so early in the morning? Let's go to the living room. He nods in agreement. Then they both sit down at the table. After a moment, Lucian speaks. Nia, I thought all night, and it seems I made a big mistake yesterday. We're not married yet. Just the thought of spending the night with you makes my heart flutter as if it's about to explode. I would probably be the happiest man in the world. But if someone found out about this, it would surely become your biggest weakness. Even so, I don't care. The ones who criticize that are the ones who are wrong. Perhaps so, because you are always so upright, but I don't like it. I just hope that you won't hear any bad things said about you, and that you'll marry me with everyone's full blessing. That's why I want to treat you carefully until we get married. I'm sorry, Nia. After that conversation, Fan Nia urgently seeks out the Marquis to question him. Father, when are you going to arrange your daughter's wedding? We've been engaged for 2 years already. Whining to me won't do any good. Why not? Because His Majesty the Emperor hasn't said anything. You know it too, Phonia. I heard that His Majesty the Emperor's illness has suddenly worsened. With a situation like this, how can we bring up the matter of marriage? Because the atmosphere is not good, even those who have set a wedding date are having to postpone it. So you should also wait patiently. She looks down and thinks, if things follow the original story, the Emperor will pass away before the upcoming winter ends, won't he? I don't know why I feel so bitter, I was just thinking about this a few days ago. After that, she is summoned by the Emperor. Greetings, Your Majesty, the great Emperor of the Empire. The Emperor lies on his bed and replies, long time no see, Fan Nien. His complexion is worse than before. But why would he suddenly want to see me? While she is wondering, the Emperor says, it's nothing special, just a letter from Estelle arrived, saying she's found a noble person in the Severan Kingdom. It turns out to be a famous physician from the Severan Kingdom. If so, perhaps he can cure my illness. Fan Niu is stunned. My God, what is this? This content wasn't in the original story. On reflection, after I became like this, the content of the original story has also changed a lot. Lucian likes me instead of Estelle. Estelle also has a love for Calyx without any obstacles. Even studying abroad was not in the original story. Perhaps the Emperor can also live. The Emperor sees her bright expression and asks, with that face, you must be happy that I will be cured. My mood isn't too bad either. She replies, Estelle's eyes are so sharp, she truly found and sent a very capable doctor. Thank you. First, the reason I called you here is not to receive encouragement, but to receive practical help. Fan Nia, please escort the new physician here to the palace for me. I'm entrusting that to you. She stares blankly for a moment then replies, yes. After hearing the news, Lucian asks, why do you have to take on that task? I'll tell His Majesty the Emperor not to make you do such useless things. Don't be like that. It's not His Majesty's order, I volunteered. As a lady? Fan Nia thinks, but a person's life depends on this. If His Majesty the Emperor recovers, he'll allow my wedding with Lucian to proceed, right? She says, Lucerne, please cheer me on so I can complete this task well. He nods reluctantly in agreement. Then he asks, do you want to know what kind of person the doctor you're escorting is? She replies, one of the famous physicians in the Severan Empire. Do you know him, Lucian? I've managed to find out a little information. He frowns and says, I only know some distorted information. It's definitely not a close relationship. Just an acquaintance from the battlefield. That person is a mercenary. A doctor who's also a mercenary? That person, I have a feeling. It's like he truly enjoys treating those on the brink of death. The more severely injured the patient, the more enthusiastically he treats them. In terms of medical skill, he's one of the few I know. If it's really him, perhaps he can treat His Majesty the Emperor. It seems there's hope. I'm so glad he could come here. Seeing her attitude, he froze, then smiled softly and let out a long sigh. You always put others first. She thought to herself that her intentions weren't so pure. Then she hugged him back. I just like doing good deeds. Is that so? Well, I like you. On the fateful day, the royal physician of the Severan Empire, Phonia, was tense. What kind of person is he really? Is he some perfect individual with fierce eyes? Or a scholar with profound knowledge? He's here. A carriage stopped in front of Vernia. The door opened. A tall, handsome young man stepped out. She thought to herself, this guy looks more suited to holding a microphone than a scalpel. She immediately imagined him as a singer. While she was lost in thought, Cohen had already approached her. She bowed in greeting. Welcome to the Empire. I am Phonia Lilac, Lord Cohen's escort. After bowing, she waited for a moment, but Cohen didn't react. Suddenly, he spoke. What is this? I heard Kak Yen's fiancé was some great woman. You're so ugly. Phonia felt like she'd been struck by lightning. What did he just say? Does he mean I'm so ugly I'm unremarkable? I can't let his words shake me here. The important thing is to please him and get him to the emperor. She immediately forced a polite smile. Shall we go? His Majesty the Emperor is waiting for us. Cohen stared at her, then said, even your smile is ugly. Phonia thought, maybe I should just kill him and get it over with. A while later in the carriage, Cohen said, this is completely different from what Estelle told me. Cohen spoke with disappointment. She said you were a great beauty. I was a fool to believe her. Beauty standards differ from country to country. Cohen glanced at Phonia again. This empire's taste is certainly unique. How's your relationship with Kak Yen? It's very good. Hearing this, Cohen burst out laughing. Stop lying. Even if you're his fiancé, you almost never see him. That's because he's terribly indifferent to everyone, and he completely isolates himself from women. Blood rushed to her head. Phonia forced a bright smile. Please, make yourself comfortable. Suddenly, Cohen turned to look out the window and said, her looks are average. I wonder if her personality is any good. Her personality is garbage too. And one more thing. She's not interesting at all. Phonia cursed silently. Whether you find me interesting or not is none of my business. Later at the royal palace, the nation had been named Quan Dai. Cohen checked his pulse and said, his condition isn't good. But it's not too late. I'll begin treatment today. Although I can't completely heal the damaged organs, he won't die. The emperor instructed, treat Lord Cohen with the utmost respect. As you command. A few days later at a party, Phonia appeared with Marquis Lilac. They had organized a party to Cohen's liking. It's incredible. Marquis Lilac looked around. Where is Cohen? Phonia sighed. I don't want to see him at all. The Marquis said excitedly, as a member of the Lilac family, you should at least recognize the faces of famous people. It would be even better if you could befriend him. Phonia narrowed her eyes and thought, he only brought me along because he wants to look like he knows Cohen. I guess I'll be a dutiful daughter today. Marquis Lilac searched around, calling out Cohen, Cohen. He suddenly stopped when he saw someone pass by. Could it be that man with the makeup? Just as I expected. Cohen appeared, surrounded by many young ladies. Hearing you were an outstanding doctor, I imagined a pot-bellied old man. I didn't know you were so young and handsome. They say medicine relies heavily on experience. How did you acquire such skills at your age? He smiled and flicked his hair. Because I'm a genius. Phonia froze when she heard him. What rotten luck. The other girls were just swooning over Cohen. He's so cool. I also heard you've participated in many battles, Lord Cohen. Is that true? You're so brave to go to such dangerous places yourself. Weren't you scared? Not at all. I'm a medic. A medic must be friends with death. I'm absolutely not afraid of dying. Marquis Lilac couldn't escape Cohen's charm either and ran over. The parties have been quite dull lately. Thanks to our esteemed guest, the atmosphere has brightened up. Lord Cohen, I heard you traveled across battlefields with Duke Kak Yen. Is that true? Yes, Duke Kak Yen traveled all over the battlefields. Duke Kak Yen is the #1 knight of this empire. He's also the hero who ended the long war after 3 years. However, he's a man of few words, so there are very few stories about him. Could you perhaps tell us about some of the anecdotes you experienced on the battlefield? Phonia was exasperated. Father, so that's why you came here? Kuin thought for a moment then said, I just remembered a story about that guy, Kakyen. When Phonia heard Lucian's name, she strained to listen, stunned. Although I've been through my fair share of battlefields, that was the first time I'd ever seen such a sight. I mean, the sight of a single man killing so many people. That's because Duke Kakyen is this empire's top knight. But the story doesn't end there. The surprise is yet to come. The bodies were scattered on the ground, and the heavily wounded soldiers were groaning. I ran to Kakyen first. I thought it was my chance to personally treat his wounds. But his body didn't have a single scratch, as if he hadn't fought all night. Kakyen is a monster. True to his name, he's a monster with transcendent power. Marquis Lilac was shocked. But the whispers started to spread. Phonia had to step in. Take back those words right now. Seeing Phonia's serious expression, Kuin smirked. He smiled and replied, Who is this? It's Kakyen's fiancé. Did you come to the party with that ugly face? She scowled. That's enough. Take back what you said. The part where you called Lucian a monster. Why should I? You're making him sound strange. Don't you think that's disrespectful? Not at all. People who are different are called monsters, and Lucian's abilities are very different, aren't they? So you think there's nothing wrong with that statement? Of course not. The Marquis intervened. Stop it, Phonia. Lord Kuin meant no harm. She clenched her teeth. How dare he call my beloved a monster? I absolutely can't forgive him. Taste the bitterness of my polite smile. She changed her attitude and smiled brightly. Lord Kuin. Kuin frowned. What? Hey, your eyeliner is uneven. Hearing her reminder paired with a fake smile, Kuin gritted his teeth. The day after the party, Marquis Lilac was worried. Our family is ruined now. A family that has been protected for 300 years is about to be ruined because of uneven eyeliner. Let's pack our bags and run away now. Father, stop crying. It can't be just because of what I said, right? Because of just one sentence from you, Lord Kuin turned pale and left the ballroom. Phonia remembered it. After Kuin left, everyone in the ballroom looked at Father and me with the same expression. It was like they were looking at condemned prisoners about to die. I insulted Kuin, the man who holds the Emperor's life in his hands. If Kuin says he'll no longer treat the Emperor, Father and I will become traitors. Father is guilty for not stopping me. Just then, Andy came in to announce, Marquis, someone from the royal palace is here to see you. He panicked. What? So soon? The person from the royal palace entered quickly. The Marquis rushed over, saying, There are laws and rules in this world. You can't just drag someone away because they said your eyeliner is uneven. You absolutely cannot touch my daughter, Lady Phonia Lilac. He wishes to have a formal conversation with Lady Phonia right now. Phonia was quickly led to the private palace. She thought, they said I'd be treated like a VIP guest, but is this really necessary? Please enter, my lady. Why have I been summoned? As soon as she entered the room, Kuin waved his hand. Come here, Phonia. The difference in his attitude shocked her. What is going on? Come, sit down. These are pastries prepared by the best pastry chef in this castle. They look delicious. What do you mean? If the cake is poisoned, I'll know after one bite. Kuin burst out laughing. You seem to have forgotten I'm a medic. I'm only interested in saving those who are about to die, not killing ordinary people. So rest assured and eat. Hearing this, Phonia started eating. So, why did you call me? Do you want an apology? If I say so, will you apologize? You should apologize to me first. Strange. You were so polite when we first met. Why are you so arrogant now? I was terrified back then. Why aren't you scared anymore? She forcefully stabbed her fork down, splitting the cake in two. You insulted my boyfriend. Lucian is not a monster. He just has a bit of special power. Kuin laughed. This has nothing to do with me. This is such a headache. I thought the Marquis pushed his ugly daughter into the position of fiancé, but that's not it. Even I, a doctor from another country, know how Kakyen is treated in the Empire. A genius knight, a hero of the Empire, but all of that is just superficial praise. They say they respect him, but they treat him no different from a common knight. The nobles of the empire absolutely refuse to acknowledge Kakyen. Even when someone suddenly insults him, he keeps his mouth shut. Kakyen is a monster. True to his name, he's a monster with transcendent power. Hearing these words, Phonia's face filled with sorrow. Whatever, it's not my business. Let's get to the main point. Suddenly, Kuin leaned in close and asked, "Is it uneven today too?" She was taken aback. Huh? I'm asking if my eyeliner is crooked today. Phonia observed for a moment, then her gaze shifted. Not understanding his intention, she said, "Oh my, it's uneven today too. Even though you're ugly, your makeup is still excellent. Did a maid do it for you?" "No, I do it myself." Hearing that, Kuen's eyes lit up and focused on her face. He immediately moved closer to her. "Teach me that makeup." A while later, after removing his makeup, Phonia asked, "Lord Kuen, who is this?" "Are you teasing me?" No, that's not it. You look so different before and after makeup." She muttered to herself, to put it positively, he's innocent. To put it bluntly, he's an idiot. All right, from now on I'll teach you how to do eye makeup. Close your eyes. Phonia began to apply makeup in 7749 steps. Fix the eyebrows like this and like this. 10 minutes later, she held a mirror in front of Kuen. "Now, look in the mirror." Kuen looked at his reflection and exclaimed, "Wow, I love it." She handed him some tools. "It will take time to find new products, so just use these until then. You seem to have a very difficult personality, but you're surprisingly kind." "That's just how I am, unlike you, Lord Kuen." "Well, I'll be going now." "You're leaving already?" "I want to repay you." "If you want to repay me, then grant my request." "What is it?" "If you see Lucian, you must apologize for what happened yesterday. If you do, I'll apologize to you as well." Kuen lowered his head and smiled faintly. "Even if it's nothing, I still have to ask." Then he looked up and replied, "I don't want to." Phonia quickly turned away, thinking, what rotten luck. Suddenly, Kuen called out, "Wait." He handed her a box. "Take this. It may not look like much, but it's quite expensive." "Expensive how? Why are you giving me this disgusting thing?" "I'm busy, so I'm leaving." The next day, she wore a youthful dress and thought as she walked, "Today's the day I meet Lucian. He'll be so surprised to know I came to pick him up. We'll meet after I get back from the royal palace." Just as she was getting excited, Kuen appeared out of nowhere and called out, "Hello." She turned away coldly. "Right, that person is also in the palace." He called after her, "Isn't it rude to see someone and pretend you didn't?" "Sorry, I'm a bit busy." "So busy you can't even say hello?" "Yes, so busy I don't even have time to look at you." "Have you checked the gift I gave you?" "Go check for yourself if that ugly thing can be considered a gift. It seems you don't know, but that herb is worth 20 of your dresses. What do you think now? Having second thoughts?" "Hey Kuen, why are you being so persistent?" "It's because I'm interested in you." Phonia's face darkened at his words. She quickly turned away. "Wait a minute." Kuen ran in front of her again. "What is it? Are you doing this because of what happened at the party? Why are you tormenting me like this? Do I look like I'm teasing you?" "I'm being sincere. I'm very interested in people who look interesting. And you look very interesting." "Hey, I have a boyfriend." "You mean Kakyen?" "I know that all too well. That's why your obsession is clearly annoying. I hope you'll stop. I hope we never see each other again." Suddenly, someone spoke up. "What are you two doing?" Lucian had finished his work and came out. Kuen spoke up, "Long time no see, Kakyen. Still annoyingly handsome, aren't you?" He quickly grabbed her hand and asked, "Are you okay, Nia?" "I'm fine." "You don't look fine at all. Did Kuen upset you?" "Why would you say I upset her?" "That's not it at all. I only said one thing. I'm interested in Phonia." Hearing this, Lucian's killing intent flared. "Phonia." Pernia grew anxious. "This is dangerous." "Stop, Lucian. Don't tell me you're about to draw your sword." Hearing Phonia's warning, he immediately froze. "Outside of the battlefield, I never kill people. It was just a knight's instinct to draw his sword when facing a dangerous situation." Kun interjected, sounds like a dog barking in my ear. If it weren't for phonia, you probably would have slit my throat on the spot. Well, almost dying isn't so bad. I mean, seeing your face like that. Before, you wouldn't have batted an eye whether our troops or the enemies died. She must be special to you, huh? See you later. Even though Kun had left, Lucian still stared intensely at his retreating figure. A while later, on the way back, he asked, "You said you didn't have a special relationship with Kun, but it certainly didn't look that way. He was just unilaterally causing trouble." Lucian let out a long sigh and asked Nia, "What exactly happened over the past few days?" "Actually, a few days ago, I taught him how to do makeup at his private palace." "Does that mean you and Kun were alone in a private room?" "It's true we were alone, but nothing happened. There was no interest or any other dark intentions. He was just curious because I'm Lucian's fiancé. So just ignore it. Don't worry about it." "How can I not worry? Even if you don't realize it. No matter how difficult his personality is, he's still a normal man. You two spoke privately. How could there not be special feelings? Eyes meet, hearts pound, and he'll fall for you." She asked, "Are you being serious?" "What if you are?" Phonia blushed, thought for a moment, and then said, "Kun can't have those feelings for me, but even if he did, it wouldn't matter." "What do you mean by that?" she said seriously. "Because I only like you, Lucian. That's why. So please don't be angry anymore." "I know. I tried to stop you earlier, but seeing my boyfriend get jealous over me, I really liked it. If that's the case, can I do it again?" "But you can't kill anyone." He smirked at her words. She hugged him tightly. "And also, I missed you. A lot." "I missed you too, very, very much." At the party, those who had shaken his hand, the girls gathered around Kun again. "I heard that thanks to you, Lord Kun, His Majesty the Emperor has recovered a lot. You truly have amazing abilities and your face is even more beautiful. Are you learning some special beauty techniques?" "Lady Phonia taught me how to do makeup." "What?" "Lady Phonia." Looking closely, Lady Phonia's makeup is similar. I must go find Lady Phonia. Lady Phonia's eye makeup is beautiful, isn't it? Yes, I've been curious about her makeup method for a long time. There's no need for this. Let's all go find Lady Phonia tomorrow. Great idea. The very next day at Phonia's house, many young ladies had arrived. She was busy giving makeup tutorials. "Now, please open your eyes and look in the mirror." The girl looked in the mirror and exclaimed, "Oh my. Oh my God, my eyes look twice as big. You're amazing, my lady. I should have come to you for makeup tips sooner." "That's right, it's just as Lord Kun said. What if we form a group for people who love bold makeup?" "It's my turn next." "Okay, I'm next." Just then, a servant reported, "My lady, Lord Kakyen has arrived." "I'm a bit busy right now. Could you ask him to wait for me in the drawing room for a bit?" Andy relayed the message, "So, you might have to wait for the lady for a little while." "Yes, I understand." Lucian waited for a very long time, calmly drinking cup after cup of tea. From broad daylight until dusk fell. On the other side, the girls were also leaving. "I had a great time today, Lady Phonia. I'll drop by sometimes. Please do my makeup again next time. Your makeup is beautiful." The door closed. Phonia's face immediately darkened. She got up and ran to find Lucian. She threw open the door and asked, "He didn't go home, did he?" Then she saw Lucian still sitting there peacefully. With a guilty look, she asked, "You've been waiting a long time, haven't you?" "I'm sorry." Lucian turned and smiled. "It's okay. Shall we take an evening stroll?" "That sounds nice." The two of them went out for a walk together. After a while, she said, "I'm planning to host a party next time. Because so many people want to learn how to do makeup." "You seem very happy." "Well, that's true. Everyone praised my skills and said it was amazing. That really put me in a good mood. I don't know if I can achieve good results, but I'll do my best." "What do you mean?" "Honestly, I really want to try. I also want to research different makeup styles. Just you wait. Because I'm also going to become an amazing person who will astonish the world." "You're already more amazing than anyone else." "That's only true for you, Lucian." Isn't that enough? She replied, which made him unable to join in. Seeing his crestfallen expression, she said, "No, it's nothing. I will always support you." "Thank you, Lucerne." A few days later, at the palace, the emperor summoned Lucian. "Come here. Your health has improved a lot." "It has improved a lot. Lucian, the reason I called you here is, I want you to go to the disputed territory again." His eyes immediately narrowed, but he still agreed. "Yes, Your Majesty." At that moment, over at Phonia's, "I'm so sick of this. What's with that guy's gentle baroness? Also, I want my eyes to look big and bright. Since I was a child, I've preferred witches over princesses. This is my preference. I'm so lucky to have a friend like Lady Phonia. Please establish this place." Jean saw Mo, a gathering place for those who love bold makeup. And that's how Jean saw Mo was founded. And I decided to officially try my hand at the beauty business. During that time, Estelle and Phonia still exchanged letters frequently. "Nia, are you doing well?" "I'm fine, but there's one thing that's worrying me a lot. I heard His Highness Calyx won't be returning to the Empire next month. My heart is pounding, wondering if public opinion will worsen due to the Crown Prince's prolonged absence." Estelle felt anxious because His Highness couldn't return. How should I reply to her letter? As soon as His Majesty the Emperor recovered his health, he became very busy with state affairs. No one is concerned about the Crown Prince, so please don't worry too much, Estelle. Well, Estelle, I've decided to open a beauty shop. Because everyone wants me to do their makeup, do you know how many people have flocked to me? When you return to the Empire, Estelle, I'll show you an amazing shop. From today, I will be President Vernia. Just then, someone called, "My lady, it's time to go. The Marquis is already in the carriage." "I know." As she got into the carriage, the Marquis called out, "Phonia, when you were born, the prophet pointed at you and said you were the one to save the Empire. I believe those words. If you can save the whole Empire, how can you not save the Lilac family? You are the one who will save the Empire. You will surely achieve great success." She reassured herself, maybe things will go well. "All right, since it's the first time, don't be nervous." When she arrived, the other girls were already waiting. "Why are you so late, my lady?" "Lady Phonia. Have you all been waiting long?" "The shop is really beautiful and luxurious. In my heart, I'm already a regular customer. I'll do everyone's makeup in order." The inside of the shop was decorated lavishly and magnificently. The girl who walked in was wide-eyed with surprise. One girl said, "But I don't see Lord Kakyen." "Lord Lucian has gone to the palace under His Majesty's orders." "I see." She thought to herself, "Because I'm Lucian's fiancé, many people approach me." Another girl said, "So what if we can't meet Lord Kakyen? Today's main character is Lady Phonia, right?" "Is that so?" "Today's main character is my daughter. Today, we will be giving away rose lipstick to everyone who makes a reservation." "Of course, I have to make a reservation first." "Me too." Back in the royal palace, the emperor said, "Lucian, the reason I summoned you here is, I need you to go to the disputed territory once more. The war there has ended. The enemy has acknowledged their defeat, and the Empire's soldiers have not occupied it. However, the atmosphere isn't very good. Moreover, I hear that the people living around that area and the defeated remnants are not cooperating with the Imperial Army. I assume it's because the battlefield commander, Kakyen, has disappeared, isn't that right?" Lucian remained silent. The emperor continued, "Therefore, I desperately need you. Your mere presence there will be enough. Just that alone will make them obediently listen to the Imperial Army. After you resolve the chaos there and return, I will bestow upon you the status and title that I couldn't give you at that time." The only thing that made Lucian hesitate at that moment was, "But I'll have to be away from her for too long." He knelt and said, "Please give me a little more time." "Why? If Phonia tells you not to go, are you planning not to?" The emperor sighed. "This guy, that guy, once they fall for a woman. All right, go talk to Phonia. If you wish, you two can go together." On the way back, Lucian thought to himself, "I feel ashamed before His Majesty the Emperor, but if she doesn't want me to, I won't go." He went to Phonia's shop with a bouquet in his hands. He went to Phonia's shop with a bouquet in his hands. From the outside, he could see Phonia happily chatting with her friends and relatives. Seeing her radiant smile, he felt an even heavier weight in his heart. All eyes turned towards him. Lord Lucian. I'm a little late. Oh my. Hello, Lord Kakyen. We'll be back tomorrow. Since you're regular customers, I'll see you out personally. You're so kind. Nia, congratulations on opening your shop. She accepted the bouquet. Thank you, Lucian. I thought you couldn't make it today. The shop is fully booked for a month. Isn't that amazing? If I make a lot of money, I'll buy you many nice gifts, Lucian. Yes, I'm looking forward to it. Yes. He still couldn't bring himself to speak when he saw her happy mood. He hesitated for a moment, then finally decided to speak. But Yen. Hearing his name, he replied eagerly, yes. It seems I'll have to go to the disputed territory. It's an order from His Majesty the Emperor. Her face immediately changed color. She asked, how long will you be gone? I'm not sure. Even if it ends quickly, it will take at least a month. Is the work dangerous? Not at all. It's a very simple job that just requires me to be there. Hearing that, she breathed a sigh of relief. He thought, even though it's His Majesty's order, if she tells me not to go, I won't. She said, thank goodness. Please be careful. He was a bit surprised and asked again, what? I heard it was His Majesty's order. You don't need to worry about me, because I can wait. Lucian's expression immediately changed. Pernia saw this and asked, what's wrong? Lucian, you look so pale. Are you hurt somewhere? Or is there something you want to tell me? Nia, actually. Yes, the Emperor said if you want, you can come with me. I want you to come with me. That's a bit difficult, Lucian. I just opened the shop today, so I have a lot of work to do. I have to attend to pre-booked customers and handle many other things. I'm sorry. Don't apologize, Nia. I'm the one who should be sorry for making an unreasonable request. This was never something we needed to apologize to each other for in the first place. Lucian has his work, and so do I. Even if we're apart, we'll grow even stronger. I'm sure of it. Hearing this, he looked as if he was enlightened, his face radiant. The next day at Phonia's shop. As soon as morning came, her shop was bustling with customers. Everyone expressed their satisfaction and approval of her makeup skills. I really like it, Lady Phonia. I'm very satisfied. I'll definitely use your services again. Receiving the praise, she smiled until her eyes crinkled. It's wonderful to be able to do what I love and earn money. Phew, business is over for today. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. She wondered, I've already put up the closed sign. She went to the door and asked, Lucian? Is that you? Hearing the voice, she became even more curious. Who is it? The voice from outside said, Athanusio Ale Sydney A. Saffrance. Wait a minute, that sounds familiar. She racked her brain to remember, and then she jumped in surprise when she realized who it was. That's the Emperor's name. By then, the Emperor was already inside, observing. After looking around, he said, it's not large, but it's beautifully decorated. Noble women will like this place. You're too kind, Your Majesty. A question popped into her head. Why is he here? Could he be here for a tyrant-style makeover? You must be surprised by my sudden visit. Actually, I came to talk about Lucian. Yes, 2 days ago, a rebellion broke out in the disputed territory. The rebels are relentlessly killing soldiers and citizens of the Empire. That place has become a terrible hell. Then the army must depart immediately. That's right, we must go immediately, and the person who knows the disputed area best is. Lucian said he wants to renounce his knighthood. What? Why would that happen? It seems you know nothing at all. It's because of you, Phonia. Lucian said he can't be away from you, not even for a moment. Therefore, Phonia, please convince Lucian. After saying those things, the Emperor left. Afterwards, Lucian also arrived with a cake in his hands. Nia, you said you wanted to eat syrup's strawberry cake, right? I also bought tea that was recommended to go well with strawberry cake. Just as he was taking out the cake, she asked, the situation in the disputed territory is very serious. Where did you hear that? That's not important. What I want to know is what Lucian is thinking. My thoughts. She thought to herself, maybe he doesn't want to go to a dangerous place anymore. If that's the case, even if the Emperor asks, I won't convince him. He lowered his head in thought, then said, for the past 3 years, while fighting, I truly hoped for stability to return. Hearing that the rebellion has broken out again pains me. Thinking of the people dying every minute, I feel anguish. So you want to go there? I don't know. Going would be a hassle. But they're over there. You're not there, Nia. At that moment, Phonia thought of the Emperor's words. Convince Lucian to go, Phonia. If you don't, Lucian will lose everything. He'll lose the trust of me, who once cherished him, and he'll be mocked by the nobles who dislike him. Lucian and you will both be in trouble. I will assign your father the city renovation project. Go with Lucerne. Phonia clutched her dress and said, Lucian. If the reason you're not going is because of me, let's go together. What? Let's go to the disputed territory together. But you said this place is very important to you. I've changed my mind. He took her hand and said, all right. Let's go together, Nia. The next day, father, I'm going with Lucian to the disputed territory. What did you say? Why are you going to that dangerous place full of savages? Absolutely not. Don't worry, I'm going with Lucian, so nothing dangerous will happen. The Emperor will send a proper escort with me. Even so, a battlefield is a battlefield. If you insist on going, I'll go with you. The Emperor has assigned me the city renovation project. Zico. So, father, do your job well and make the families that once looked down on us bow their heads. Hearing that, he lowered his head and reluctantly agreed. After that, she went and stood in front of the shop. After hanging the close sign, she looked at it and said, I'll be back soon. A voice said, are you following Kakyen? She turned to see Kuan standing behind her. Kuan asked, did the Emperor pressure you? How did you know? Is there a rumor? No, I just guessed. That's good then. Aren't you angry? About what? Aren't you angry? You can't be voluntarily following Kakyen. The Emperor pressured you, and Kakyen didn't refuse. Ian will want to control you more and more. There will come a time when you can't handle him. Phonia wavered slightly, but couldn't retort. Then she said, could you stop overthinking things? My love is stronger than you think. Kuan smiled brightly. Then he turned and left. So confident. Just you wait. Because I don't want to see your face, I'm getting out of here. Either leave now or... The Emperor shouted, proud warriors of the Empire, it's time to show your majesty. Pernia, sitting in the carriage, was amazed. Wow, so many soldiers. But then, she looked out and saw Kuan waving at her. Why is he here? Kuan said, the Emperor is almost recovered, so I don't need to be by his side anymore. A healthy patient is no longer interesting. Is that why you joined the army? I am the Emperor's benefactor. This is nothing. Phonia looked at Kuan with confusion, a man willing to risk his life for fun. As we approached the battlefield, I felt more and more nervous. The moment I'm in danger is when the Imperial Army loses, but Lucian said that would never happen. He looked through the glass and said to her, Nia, we'll be departing soon. After a long journey, the Legion arrived for a battle. The team has arrived at a castle where 2 people were waiting. Greetings. Welcome, Lord Kakyen. Although it's not for a good reason, I'm very happy to see you again. What's the situation? The person stammered, the situation is in the past. The rebels have advanced to the Coral Mountains behind the castle. They're waiting for an opportunity to attack. We will deploy our troops along the mountain range to prevent the rebels from advancing. This place will not be drawn into the battle, so rest assured. If Kakyen says so, it must be true. Oh, thank you for arriving in time. You've worked hard, Lady Phonia. We have prepared a room for you. Please follow me. Phonia was led to a room. As she entered, she was incredibly surprised. She could see several pictures of herself. Are you satisfied with this room? Yes, it's wonderful. I'm so glad. And during your stay here, we will. I've prepared books and art supplies so you won't get bored. Although you've brought your own clothes, we've also prepared a few more outfits. If you're not satisfied with the design or size, please let us know and we'll fix it immediately. Purnia thought to herself, everyone's kindness is precious, but I feel a bit embarrassed. The rebels are everywhere and I'm being pampered like this. In the following days, Lady Phonia, you're so humorous. How can you be so witty? Everything you say makes me laugh until I cry. You're eloquent, graceful, and strong. The ladies in the capital are truly different. Oh, Mia felt helpless. What is this ability to immediately win over the women here? I'm not that great. You do your own makeup, don't you? Asked this, Phonia replied radiantly, yes. It's beautiful. Is this the popular makeup style in the capital? It's quite unique, but some people really like it. Wow, may I ask what kind of cosmetics you use? I want to watch you do your makeup. Would you like me to do your makeup for you? At Lucerne's barracks, he was checking the soldier's wounds. He's quite badly injured. The unfamiliar terrain led to a surprise attack by the rebels. When this soldier recovers, move him to the rear line. Otherwise, his wound will worsen. Looking at Lucian, he thought, a humane commander who cares for even the lowest-ranking soldiers. How can one not respect him? All right, I've checked all the barracks. I'll return to the castle now. The meeting will proceed as planned. Yes, Lou. Just as he was about to leave, someone said, wow, you're going again today? Anyone would think there's something fascinating there. But you look very happy. Isn't it great that Phonia followed you here? What are you talking about? You were so sad in the capital. Phonia didn't even pay attention to you. But now she has left her shop to follow you here. This is an unfamiliar place for her. She can only rely on you. Do you like that? That's not it, it can't be. That's good because Phonia came here not for you, but for the Emperor. Lucian was stunned. The Emperor. The Emperor pressured her. If Kakyen doesn't go to battle, then what? In the future, you will lose everything. How could Phonia not come? Why that expression? You knew this all along. Or perhaps you wanted to pretend you didn't know? After hearing these words, Lucian hastily mounted his horse and galloped back to the castle. On the way, Kuin's words echoed in his ears. This is an unfamiliar place for her. She can only rely on you. Do you like that? No. I'll always support you. What I desire is your happiness. As long as you're happy, I'll be content. But why does my heart feel so full? This isn't the time. She's waiting for me. I must return quickly. The Baron's castle. Lucian stood before Phonia's door and said, Nia. I'm back. May I come in? Yes, of course. He pushed the door open. He was surprised when he saw Phonia engrossed in doing her makeup. You seem busy. Yes, I'm doing makeup for Baroness Alicia. Makeup. The lady said, I think I know why Lord Kakyen is so infatuated with Lady Phonia. He smiled. You seem to have more free time today. Yes, there probably won't be any emergencies today. I was planning to have dinner with Nia. It's been a while. She suddenly remembered something. Actually, I was planning to have dinner with my sister Alicia today. It's rare for Lucian to stay for dinner. He sounded a little disappointed. Since we already made plans, it's hard to cancel. I'll ask my sister Alicia if Lucian can join us for dinner. Is that okay? He said no. What? Oh, I misspoke. Of course, it's okay. Hearing that, Phonia beamed. My sister. Alicia will surely love it. They are huge fans of Lucian. It seems you've gotten close to everyone in just one day. Yesterday, you were still in your room all alone. I thought everyone here would be conservative, but that's not the case. Thanks to these kids, I quickly became close to them. They're very interested in the makeup styles trending in the capital. Are you planning to open another shop? Nothing is impossible. If I do, it would be a great opportunity. His face darkened as he thought, I don't like things like that. Don't bother with those things, just wait for me. But he still said, I'll support you. Done. One day, Baron Alicia returned home and heard a dear voice call out, Father's home. He turned around and was startled. He saw his wife and 2 children with completely different faces. Welcome home, my love. The Baron panicked and ran away. He and his 2 children were confused. Why is father acting like that? He probably thinks we're too beautiful, so he's shy. That must be it. Phonia witnessed the scene with satisfaction. She liked it. Good, just a few more tweaks and the bold makeup look will be perfect. A few days later, Phonia was applying makeup and asked, "Where? Is there anywhere that sells cosmetics around here? Since this is the countryside, there aren't any." "Are you out of cosmetics?" "Yes, I'm about to run out." "How about making your own cosmetics?" Phonia asked, puzzled. "How do you do that?" Even though it's the countryside, people still wear makeup. They usually gather flowers or herbs from the forest to make necessary cosmetics. Phonia was excited. "Oh, that's a great idea. Where's the forest people go to for cosmetics?" "It's a short walk behind the castle, but it's dangerous to go alone. The terrain is complex, so you could get lost, and there are many dangerous plants. Come to think of it, that person said he's going into the forest tomorrow. You could go with him." The next day, Phonia's face fell when she saw that the person mentioned was Kuin. Kuin crossed his arms and asked, "What's with that expression? Why are you here?" "I came to gather herbs for the soldiers and to guide the noble lady." "Oh, right, you're a military doctor." "I should hurry and follow him. This forest is dangerous, so we have to be back before sunset." She resolved, "I have to make the most of today." Inside, she wondered, this forest looks normal. Don't be fooled by appearances. The plants here can kill people. A moment later, as Phonia was skipping and singing, Kuin seemed to see something. He bent down, picked up a stone, and threw it. Her actions made him freeze. It turned out that behind Phonia, a man-eating flower had appeared, drooling as it eyed her. Its sharp teeth were about to attack Phonia. But Kuin threw a stone at it, and it immediately snapped its mouth shut. Phonia asked in alarm, "What was that just now?" "What was that? You saw it and you're still asking?" "It's eating something." "Who would eat something so scary?" "I told you before we came in here. This is a dangerous forest. There are creatures that use vines to strangle and eat their victims. There are those that use thorns to kill instantly. So don't just touch things because you think they're pretty." Phonia remembered the lady's words. "Be careful, Lady Phonia." "Hey, Baroness Alicia, you didn't say this place was this dangerous." "Well, since I'm already here, I can't go back empty-handed. I'll just pick the flowers I'm sure about. That way, I won't become a meal for those monsters." Later, in a colorful flower garden. "Oh, it's so beautiful." "Oh, so charming." "Oh, I love it." Seeing her excitement, Kuin asked, "Do you like flowers that much? You think it's easy to find wildflowers this beautiful?" Suddenly, he let out a chuckle. Then he said, "But hey." "Yes? What do you like about Kakyen?" "He's handsome. Liking him just for that is a bit too risky." While Phonia was still confused, Kuin said, "He's cursed by a demon. He was just born with red eyes. You know it's not that simple. Am I wrong? You've been through battles with Lucian, so you know him better than anyone. He's gentler and warmer than anyone else. What if he's not like that anymore?" She froze when she heard him speak. "If Kakyen is no longer gentle, will you stop liking him?" "That, I've never thought about it." While Phonia was still tense, Kuin said, "In that case, let's date." No. Just then, she saw something. "Kuin, what is that over there?" "What is it?" Kuin turned around to see a dark red mass, a red moss covering the entire lawn. Kuin's expression changed. "Damn it, could it be?" Kuin held out his hand and said, "Give me the basket." Kuin took a flower. What's wrong? What's going on?" "That red thing is hunter's moss. This purple rose is its favorite food." "Then just throw it away. Now that you know, hurry up and throw that rose far away. It would be great if it were that simple. It reacts to smell, not sight. Even if you throw the rose away, it will still follow you. The scent of the rose has already clung to you. Follow me?" "That's right." "It will gradually expand, tracking its prey, then inflict pain with its deadly poison. The poison can be fatal if it touches the skin, depending on the person. So, what should we do?" "What else?" "Run." As he spoke, Kuin took the flower petals and rubbed them vigorously on his hand. "What are you doing?" "I told you it's very sensitive to smell. If there's more than one prey, It will choose the one with the stronger scent. Hearing this, Phonia froze. Kuin said seriously, "What, are you moved?" "No way, I just think you're crazy." "Really, you never admit to anything." "I have an immunity to its poison. It's okay if I get a little on me. So, stop overthinking and run." Phonia closed her eyes and ran forward as fast as she could. The red moss had clung to Kuin's arm. He shouted, "Run. Don't look back, just run." After running headlong, I finally shook it off. It's okay now. Its growth has limits, so it stopped. But for it to follow us this far is terrifying. Phonia looked at Kuin's arm and asked, "Kuin, are you okay?" "Not at all. I left my bag behind while running." "You said you had resistance, so it's fine. Poison is still poison." "How can skin be okay after being exposed to poison?" "Let me see. I'll remove it for you." Kuin immediately hit his arm. "Don't touch it." "I tried my best." "What if you mess it up?" "Don't come near. If you get moss on you, it'll be troublesome. But if you're moved, don't worry. Instead, go on a date with me once. That's what I want." Hearing this, Phonia glared at Kuin with disgust. Then Kuin instructed, "Go straight this way to the castle. Just in case you don't know, I'm telling you beforehand. When you get back to the castle, ask Lady Alicia for Maddie Curson medicine. It works immediately as an antidote. Keep your distance so you don't get the red moss on you." After following the path Kuin indicated, she was overjoyed to see the castle. "Finally, we've reached the castle." At that moment, Kuin started to sway. Then he collapsed to the ground unconscious. Afterwards, Kuin was taken to a room. The doctor examined him and said, "His body is not sensitive to the poison. Thanks to the timely use of the antidote, he's much better now. He'll have a fever for a day or two, but it's not serious. Don't worry." Phonia sighed in relief. That night, she stayed to take care of Kuin. When Kuin woke up, he saw Phonia placing a cloth on his forehead and spoke. "Wow, you're taking care of me now? I'm not so heartless as to abandon the person who saved me." "That's right. It's embarrassing that things I didn't do still turned out well. Thank you so much for today. Thanks to you, I wasn't hurt at all. I have no intention of dating you, but I will repay you in another way." Just then, the door to the room burst open. Lucian stood in the doorway, radiating killing intent. Before Phonia could even call his name, he grabbed her arm. He pulled her closer. Phonia cried out, "It hurts." "Lucian, you're hurting me." Lucian shouted, "Why are you two together like this?" "Lucian, you're misunderstanding something. Nothing happened." She lay on the bed, exhausted, listening to Phonia explain to Lucian. "I needed a guide into the forest behind the castle, so I met Kuin. A dangerous plant appeared, and Kuin saved me. That's all." Lucian's eyes were bloodshot. "Regardless, Kuin was alone with you. I can't forgive that." With that, he turned his head to look at Kuin. "I have to kill him." Phonia was worried. What did Lucian just say? He grabbed her hand. "Let's leave this castle." Phonia asked again, "What do you mean?" "I thought that when we came here, you would only look at me. But that's not the case. You still talk to other people, and you're even with another man. I don't like that. From now on, stay with me. Don't leave my side for even a second." Phonia grew more anxious and started to feel scared. "This man, what is he saying?" She asked, "Did you bring me here just for that thought?" "What?" "Not to suppress the rebels, but because you wanted me to only see you, so you made this decision. I followed you here because I was worried you would lose everything you've worked so hard for. You've endured so much, so I followed you here. If I had known it was for this selfish reason, I wouldn't have come." "That's not it, Nia. I'm just doing this because I love you. We should spend some time apart for a while." "I don't want to. Being together like this only hurts each other." With that, she turned and walked away, leaving him to call after her, "Nia." Phonia left, thinking, "My mind is a mess. I need time to sort out my feelings." His words kept echoing in her ear, "I don't want that. From now on, stay by my side. Don't leave me for even a minute, a second. There's no way Lucian would be like that. It's best for me to return to the capital." 3 days later, Phonia bid farewell to Lady Alicia, who asked with curiosity, "The war is about to end. Why are you leaving in such a hurry? Was our service not good enough? We will take better care of you. Please rest assured. You have taken very good care of me, my lady. I'm returning for another reason, so please, may I borrow a carriage?" "I'm very sorry, we cannot fulfill that request." "Did Lucian tell you not to lend me a carriage?" Lady Alicia remained silent. She thought, if I keep insisting, I'll only make things difficult for her. I need to find someone unrelated to Lucian, someone who can find a carriage to the capital. That's right, it's him. I'll ask Kun for help. That night, Phonia crawled out through a doggy door. Finally, I'm out. The Alicia sisters had helped her. "Why is Mom so against you going out for a bit? Go this way, this is the escape route." She told herself, "I have to get to my meeting with Kun quickly." As she was running, Kun called out to her. "There you are. Long time no see." "Yeah, that's right. How have you been?" "I'm all right. But I thought you were locked up in the castle. Because of that, I wanted to meet you to ask for a favor. First, take this." "What is this?" "It's a top-grade gemstone, worth several villas." "Wow, did you call me here just to give me this? If you're trying to seduce me with gemstones, you've succeeded. Stop talking nonsense. Please use this gemstone to find a carriage to the capital. You can keep the remaining money as your fee." Hearing this, Kun frowned. "Are you ordering me to run an errand for you now?" "Oh my, how could that be? I'm relying on you, a very sincere request." She took the bag of gems. "All right, I'll help you. It's best to stay away from Kakyen as soon as possible. He's a lunatic. You can't talk about Lucian like that. You're still taking his side even after all this? What do you mean by all this?" She repeated, "He dragged you to a battlefield, and now he won't let you go home. Do you think that's normal? No matter what you say, we will be together happily. Don't worry about things that don't concern you and just do what I asked. I have to go now. Let me take you back. Won't this get back to Lucian?" With that, she turned and left, while Kun stood behind her, waving goodbye enthusiastically. "Bye." She told herself, "We're just fighting because we're in love. I'm just a little angry about his selfishness. With time, everything will be resolved, so it's fine." She was lost in thought, unaware that someone was following her from behind. Suddenly, they covered her mouth. The knockout drug made her groggy. What is this? My consciousness." Then she passed out. Someone said, "Is she really Kakyen's woman?" The purple hair and overall appearance matched the information we received. It was worth hiding just to capture one woman. This is our chance to take down Kakyen. They took her to their base. Later, Phonia woke up. Seeing the unfamiliar faces in front of her, she wondered, "Why am I here? Are they the rebels?" One of the gentler-looking men said, "Captain, she's awake." The captain looked at Phonia and said, "You're even more beautiful with your eyes open. As expected of Kakyen's woman." She sneered internally, gross. What is he talking about? The bald man gestured with his eyes. A man immediately drew his sword and walked towards Phonia. She grew anxious. Are they going to kill me now? Didn't they kidnap me to use as a hostage? A sword slash passed by Phonia. She fainted for 2 seconds and then wondered, I'm still alive? At that moment, the man from before held a lock of her hair and said, I've cut it. Just my hair. The bald man looked at Phonia's lock of hair and said, she's the woman he loves, so he should be able to recognize her just by her hair. Send this to Kakyen. If he wants to save her, he must withdraw his troops immediately. Yes, I'll go right away. I have a question for you. What is Kakyen's weakness? Phonia asked back, what? The man continued, after they withdraw, we'll demand that he come here alone. I want to confirm whether the rumor that he can heal himself is true. I wonder if pulling out his fingernails would hurt, or maybe pulling out his hand. Actually, I think gouging out those red eyes would be the most fun. Phonia snapped her head up and shouted, Hey! Are you crazy? You bastard, you damn piece of trash. You guys are going to be crushed by Lucian. You know why? Your face alone is already a losing battle against Lucian, you bastard with a face like a rotten pumpkin. The bald man said angrily, I thought a noble lady would be elegant, but she has a filthy mouth. Want to hear some more filthy words? Your head could be used for mountain climbing, you bald freak. His bald head in the eyes of his subordinate after hearing Phonia's description. The subordinate couldn't help but chuckle. Humiliated, he gritted his teeth. Make her shut up. If not, I might just kill her before Kakyen arrives. The subordinate immediately sat down and gagged Phonia. The gag was drugged, and Phonia fell asleep again. Then she had a dream from before she was transported here. In the dream, I was reading Saintess Estelle. The most interesting part of the novel was when the second male lead, Lucian, turned dark. Lucian had confessed his feelings too late. I'm sorry, Lucerne, but it's eucalyptus. Even so, Estelle chose him. That's right, even so. When he heard Estelle's words, Lucian fell to his knees. Estelle was someone he could never reach. He could only pray for her happiness. But why do I have to do that? Love must be taken. Only those who desire can obtain. In that case, I just need to kill the crown prince. Reading that part made my heart pound. It was so captivating. I was so naive back then. After a long sleep, Phonia woke up, still feeling the warmth from the nearby fireplace. Then she snapped awake when she remembered, I've been kidnapped. She sat up abruptly. Where is this? She was feeling a headache. Then a voice came from outside. You should rest a bit more. Your body hasn't fully recovered yet. Phonia saw Lucian and was bewildered. Lucian, is this still a dream? Did I mess up so badly that I've already gone to heaven? I was kidnapped. What happened? Don't say such scary things, Nia. This is. He leaned close to Vernia's face. It's not a dream, and you're certainly not dead. It's me, your Lucian. Lucian hugged her tightly to comfort her. You were so scared, weren't you? I'm sorry I was late, Nia. Lucian, you saved me? Yes. Are you hurt anywhere? No, I'm not hurt at all. Thank goodness. That pervert said some strange things that made me very worried. Did they do anything to you? I'm so glad you're okay. He hugged her again and said, I'm so glad. I'm sorry, Lucian. I said some harsh things that must have made you very sad, right? It's okay. I don't hate you at all, Lucian. I just thought it was necessary to maintain our relationship better. Yes, it's okay. But where is this? This is my room. She wondered, what about Baron Alicia's castle? Lucian informed her, it's my private room in my territory. This is your first time here, isn't it? Lucian's territory? In the far north. Why are we here? To rest comfortably. Mia just went through a huge ordeal. What about the war in the disputed territory? The war is over. What? Lucian bowed his head and gently kissed Phonia's hand. Because I killed them all. Mia, from now on, just stay by my side. Don't look at anyone else. Don't think about anyone else. Just stay with me. Phonia was stunned. The Lucian I knew is gone. Lucian has turned dark. Lucian remembered. Maybe it's better if we stay apart for a while. If you respect my wishes, then don't follow me. Lucian wanted to say at that time. Nia, why are you saying that? You love me and I love you. So it's natural to want to always be together. But Lucian couldn't say a word for fear of being hated by Phonia. From then on, fierce battles took place every day. Some said Lucian was enraged by the stubborn rebels, others said he was determined to end the war. But neither answer was correct. He simply couldn't bear it if he didn't cut down something. He thought that if he just endured for a while, everything would be fine. His blazing heart, he thought it would return to how it was before. The blood-soaked days passed by, until his heart was in such turmoil that he no longer knew what he wanted. At that moment, Paul brought a box. Lord Lucian. The rebels sent this. When Lucian opened it, he was surprised. In the accompanying letter, they said that if he wanted to ensure Phonia's safety, he must immediately withdraw his troops. Immediately, Lucian jumped on his horse. Once again, Lucian jumped on his horse. He charged into the enemy's den alone. He dismounted, leaving them stunned. Hey, isn't that Kakyen? Is he crazy? Did he come here alone? This is our chance to capture him alive. Gather all the soldiers now. Lucian stood alone before the enemy army. His face darkened as he said, "This place is too dangerous because she's here. I have to take her back to my territory. So, return her to me." Back in the present, Phonia wondered, how many days has it been? I don't know how far I am from the disputed territory, because I've been in Lucian's room this whole time. She looked around the room, dejected. Every day, Lucian would prepare food and drinks for her. "Mia, today I prepared warm citrus tea for you. What kind of tea should I prepare tomorrow? At night, can't you sleep? Shall I read a book to you? That will help you sleep better." "Nia, because I love you. I don't feel happy at all in this situation. None of this is what I wanted. I want to get out of here." "Nia, you're awake? Today I've prepared your favorite dish. It's cheese fondue and pancakes, delicious, right? Hurry up and eat, Nia." Phonia calculated in her head, we can't live like this forever. But if I provoke him? She thought of the scene from the original story. Just kill the crown prince. Just like in the original story, he might kill innocent people. How can I escape this castle? Is there a way to leave here without provoking him? She called Lucian. Yes. Then she nervously suggested, how about we have a wedding? A wedding? The war is over, so it's time to get married, right? She prayed, it's sure to work. Lucian smiled widely and replied, "You're right. Why didn't I think of something so important? Let's have the wedding tomorrow." "Wait, there's something we have to do first." "What is it?" "The wedding dress. The rings. The wedding flowers. We have to ask for permission from the emperor and my father first." Hearing this, Lucian's eyes blazed red. "This is our wedding. Why do we need permission from others?" "Because I want to have a proper wedding. This is the only wedding in my life. I don't want to have a rushed wedding as if we're committing a crime and doing it secretly. Please, I'm begging you, please agree." He thought for a moment with a grim face, then said, "All right, if that's what you want, then let's do it. So we'll go to the capital together, right? There's no need for such a troublesome method. Then I will summon the emperor and the marquis here. But this place is too far from the capital. You can't summon the emperor for this." "No, he will come, because you want him to. So don't worry and just rest comfortably, Nia." Phonia heard him and cursed silently, "Damn it. It's a shame I can't leave here right away. But it's fine. As long as someone comes, I can ask them for help. As long as someone tells Estelle about my situation." In the original story, the only person who could control Lucian after he turned dark was Saintess Estelle. So, if Estelle knows about this, she will somehow help me. While she was deep in thought, Lucian spoke. "What are you thinking about so intently?" She jumped. "It's nothing. What's wrong?" "The emperor and the marquis have arrived. It's only been a few days since the letter was sent, and they're already here? Let's go meet them." His expression suddenly darkened. "I will meet them. You, Nia, should stay in your room. You don't need to suffer. If I say I want to see my father." She feared that if she said that, Marquis Lilac would be killed. She immediately changed her mood. I want to show them how happily we're living. You know, I love to show off. Lucian, don't you want to show off our relationship to everyone? Please." "All right, then we'll go together." Outside, the emperor and the marquis were waiting. At that moment, Phonia and Lucian appeared. The marquis, seeing his daughter, stood up excitedly and called out, "Phonia, are you safe? After Knight Kakyen took you, there was no news. Do you know how worried your father was? I asked around everywhere but couldn't find any trace of you. I sent a letter to Knight Kakyen but got no reply. But now you're here, safe." Tears of joy welled up at seeing his beloved daughter again, but the marquis immediately froze when he saw Lucian's expression. "Marquis, I understand you're happy to see her after so long, but please calm down." What? The only one who can touch her is me." Marquis Lilac heard this and his head throbbed. What kind of nonsense did I just hear? The emperor reminded him, "Marquis Lilac, please sit down first." "But this bastard." The emperor emphasized again, "Sit down." After a moment of tense silence, the four of them sat down properly. The emperor began. "Lucian, I've received reports and know you've changed a lot. Before, just hearing Phonia's name would make you blush." Lucian said irritably, Don't mention her name so casually. The Marquis is related to her by blood, so I can tolerate it, but not you, your majesty. It bothers me when another man says her name. Hearing this, Phonia also wanted to be speechless. She could only sit silently beside him. The emperor calmly set down his teacup. All right. I'll be careful. So, you want to ask for permission to marry her? Yes, she wants to receive official permission from both of you before the wedding. A lovely wish, isn't it? It's not difficult at all. Your marriage is something I also look forward to. The Marquis stood up to object. I don't think so, Your Majesty. The Lucian I agreed to the engagement with was the one from before, not a madman who won't let anyone touch my daughter. I can't let my daughter marry a kidnapper. The Emperor ignored the Marquis's words and asked, so, after receiving our consent, you two will have a wedding? Yes, we'll have a private wedding. Just a private ceremony. With the two of you here. The Emperor sighed. All right. The Marquis shouted again, Your Majesty, but was once again completely ignored by the Emperor, who asked, Do you want any wedding gifts? I'll send them as a congratulatory gesture. We don't need anything. I was asking your fiancé. The bride might need something you're not aware of. Phonia understood the Emperor's meaning. This is my chance. She said, Lucian, I want a gift. What is it? The blessing of Lady Estelle. They say receiving the Saintess's blessing will dispel darkness and bring happiness. She has the divine power of God, more sacred than anyone. It would be the most wonderful gift for a bride. Please. The Emperor looked at Phonia and replied, All right. Lucian quickly interrupted, That's not possible. Why not? I don't want anyone else interfering with our wedding. But I'll give you a gift more precious than Lady Estelle's blessing. So please, try to let go of that wish, Mia. Then Lucian kissed Phonia's forehead. The Emperor and the Marquis sitting next to them were speechless. You two have given your permission, so our business here is done. Please have a safe journey back. The Marquis said, No matter how I think about it. This isn't right. Give me back my daughter. Lucian's eyes blazed with fire when he heard the Marquis speak. Phonia grew worried. No. If this continues, Father will be in danger. Phonia quickly stood up and said, Father, I really like this person. I'm very happy. What are you saying, Phonia? I'm very happy, so please don't worry and go back. As soon as she finished speaking, the Marquis lowered his head sadly. A terrifying silence filled the room. Later, back in her room. Watching the convoy leave, she said silently, Father, I'm sorry. Lucian was happy again. As you said, showing others our love isn't so bad after all. You said you really like me. When you said we were happy, I felt wonderful. Phonia looked into Lucian's eyes and thought, it's clear the Lucian now is not normal at all. But anyway, from today, we'll both be quite busy. Why is that? We have to prepare for the wedding. Very quickly after, I am very honored to be making your wedding dress. I will do my best to create a dress that will please you. How did you get here? Did Lucian agree? I'm sorry, my lady. He instructed me not to share anything beyond what is necessary. After taking all the measurements, she bowed her head and said, I have taken all the measurements. I will complete the dress as soon as possible. Then someone brought jewelry. A person in charge of decorations. A person to prepare the shoes. At the end of a busy day, she had just sat down with a sigh of relief when Lucian asked, Have you chosen what you like? We have selected the best items for you to see, she replied, Yes. If I say no, the lives of the people who came here today will be in danger. That's a relief. Nia, I have something I want to show you. Would you like to come with me for a moment? Lucian led her to a place with an ice statue of a goddess. Phonia was utterly amazed when she saw it. What do you think? Isn't it sparkling and beautiful? When did you make this? I did a little outdoor work because I wanted to show Nia. Actually, I've been preparing this for a long time. I wanted to show you from the moment you arrived. One day, I dreamed I was here with you. At that time, I just thought it was a dream. I can't believe I'm actually marrying you. You look so radiant and beautiful. But it's not a dream anymore. You're here. I love you, Mia. We'll live happily together here. You. I don't like that. She said loudly, "How can we live just looking at each other? I have a family and friends. You're very important, but you're not everything to me." At that moment, she startled and froze. What am I saying? Seeing him standing motionless, she wondered. No reaction? I hope he won't kill me like in the original story. Suddenly he said, "Then, if your family and friends disappear, will I be the only one you have left? Answer me, Nia." Lucian has gone mad. He's no longer the Lucian that Phonia knew. She tried to hold back her tears and smiled desperately. Thinking that, she laughed like a child. "Oh, I was just kidding. I only have Lucian." Lucian was completely unaware of Nia's true thoughts. No, he didn't want to realize it. Right now, Lucian only heard what he wanted to hear. He hugged her. "You're the only one I have too, Nia." That night, lying in bed, his earlier words echoed in her ears. "If your family and friends disappear, then I'm the only one you'll have, right? Someone, please come and save me." A few days later, in the morning. "Nia, the designer has arrived. I wonder how beautiful you'll look in your wedding dress." She thought sadly, "I feel like I've become Lucian's paper doll." When she heard Lucian call, "Nia," she flinched. We'll call Nia. Let's go." When she went outside, she saw many people waiting. In front of her was a splendid wedding dress. Lucian said, "Although it looks beautiful, I don't know much about wedding dresses. What do you think, Nia? If I criticize it, Lucian won't let these people go." "I like it too. It's really beautiful." The other girl heard this and seemed to have a weight lifted from her, looking cheerful. "Then let's try it on. It might need some adjustments to fit your needs." Suddenly, the designer looked at Lucian. He asked, "Should I go outside?" Yes, she needs to change her undergarments as well. He was a bit impatient, but still left. "I'm sure I'll never forget. It should be done quickly, right?" "Of course." The door closed. Phonia was incredibly surprised to see Estelle hiding among the group of tailors. Estelle quickly gestured for Phonia to keep quiet. Estelle whispered, "I was worried about being discovered because of the disguise, but it was successful." "What happened?" "I heard from His Majesty, then I made a plan to get in here. Neither Lucian nor Nia recognized me. It was worth changing my hairstyle." "Have you been waiting long?" "Nia, I'm sorry I'm late. After hearing the news, I wanted to come right away, but I couldn't. Lucian's security is too tight, so it wasn't easy to get in. Now that I'm here, don't worry anymore." A moment later, the people from the church are ready. "You may enter." Phonia appeared, wearing the wedding dress with a devastated expression. Lucian's eyes widened when he saw Phonia. "You're truly beautiful, Nia." "Really? My heart feels like it's about to stop." Suddenly someone said, "Sir, looking at the bride's attire, I feel the design is a bit lacking. I think adding decorations to the train of the dress would be more fitting. I'll go back and make the adjustments." "All right." "Yes, then I'll see you tomorrow." Phonia quietly watched Estelle pass by. She remembered Estelle's earlier words. "When I leave the castle today, I will create a barrier to block Lucian's power. I need to choose a place to set the barrier now. Is there a place in the castle that I can enter and exit and also bring Lucian to?" "There's an ice statue of the goddess in the garden. Would that place work?" "Excellent. Then I'll be back tomorrow at noon. Mia, you bring Lucian to the goddess statue too." Phonia rejoiced silently. Lucian, luckily, he was so focused on me that he didn't recognize Estelle. The next day, Phonia sat on her bed with dark circles under her eyes, looking dazed. She hadn't slept at all. Just then, Lucian came in and asked, Are you all right, Nia? You don't look well." "I didn't sleep well. I want to go for a walk. Do you want to come with me?" "Of course." Later, outside, there was a picture of a man. Lucian draped a cloak over her. "Even during the day, this place is chilly." "Thank you." They both arrived at the goddess statue. Mia looked at Lucian with sad eyes. "It feels like we're the only two people left in the world." Once I asked Lucian that, "Are we the only ones in this castle?" He said, "In my heart, I wish it were so, but in reality, it's not possible. I can't do anything that would make you uncomfortable. So I hired a few people, just to manage the castle and cook." You've never met any of them. That's right, their most important rule is to never be seen by you. She lowered her head. Well, he's not completely crazy. It's a good thing he allows others into the castle. That's why Estelle was able to come here. By now, Estelle has probably entered the castle. It's not visible to the naked eye, but Estelle's barrier has been created here. I hope everything goes according to plan. As someone who has read the original work, I know very well. The Sanus's barrier has the powerful ability to suppress the power of demons. The stronger the power, the more it is suppressed. Lucian's demonic power is currently at its peak, needless to say. Seeing her dazed, Lucian asked, "What are you thinking about, Nia?" Phonia observed her surroundings. Estelle isn't here yet. I need to buy some time. Lucian. What is it, Lucian? Don't you want to go back to how things were before? Before. You had so many people who respected and loved you, and you were recognized by His Majesty. Don't you want to go back to that time? Never, Nia. Since I was born, I have been abandoned. Everyone mocked, humiliated, and beat me. The only one who saved me was Estelle. Lucian, you are not a cursed child. You have a gentle and warm heart. When people realize your true self, they will love you. So I tried, leading the way in dangerous tasks. Over time, people looked at me with respect, just as Estelle said. The only reason I endured all that time was because Estelle taught me that hatred and anger bring no benefits. So I always forced myself to suppress my true feelings. The truth is, I wanted to kill all those hateful people. Just then, Estelle appeared and said, I didn't know you thought that way, Lucian. Estelle, how are you here? This is a place only Nia can come to. Nia agreed to it, didn't she? Answer me, Lucerne. I knew that when you appeared, you would only ask such pointless questions, so I hoped you wouldn't come here. Estelle stepped forward, and Lucian shouted loudly. Don't come any closer. If you take one more step, I'll tear that arrogant mouth of yours to shreds. I've warned you. Estelle activated the barrier. Speaking such filth, you will be punished, Lucian. A circle of golden light appeared around Lucian. He collapsed, groaning in pain. Phonia worried, Are you okay? Lucian looked like a trapped animal. He let out a blood-curdling scream. Phonia couldn't help but reach out her hand and call out to Lucian. Estelle reminded her, Nia. Don't worry, this barrier is only to suppress demonic power. It won't harm Lucian's body, it will just be very uncomfortable for him. This is a barrier created by divine power. With his current demonic power, the pain will be so intense it will be hard to breathe. Suddenly, Lucian's eyes widened as he replied, It's just a small matter. Then he collapsed, groaning. The more you struggle, the more painful it will be, so just stay still. When I find a way to remove the demonic power, I will come back and free you. Let's go now, Nia. No, don't go. No, Nia. You can't. Don't go. I'll kill them all. The Saintess, the Marquis, and everyone else in this world. Then there will be no reason to leave, right? Estelle saw Phonia hesitate and reached out her hand. Nia. Nia took Estelle's hand and they left. Lucian immediately roared, Nia, no, Nia. Don't leave me. Afterwards, Phonia opened her eyes to find herself in her own room. Seeing the Marquis sitting beside her crying, she called out, Father. I came to see if my daughter was sleeping well. I'd worry if you shed a tear while sleeping. I'm hungry. All right, it's good that you look healthy. I've prepared breakfast, so hurry down and eat. Today's breakfast is fluffy pancakes, do you remember? When she was 3 years old, Phonia interrupted. I'll get ready and come down. My daughter has really returned. Though her reaction was a bit indifferent. She recalled Lucian's earlier plea, don't say anything. Go on. She felt a little heartbroken. 3 days later, my daughter had finally returned to being herself. 3 days of rest is enough. Estelle appeared and asked, How are you feeling, Mia? After resting, I'm back to normal. That's fortunate. Phonia looked at Estelle and asked, Your hair color, huh? Calyx objected so much that I dyed my hair with a washout shampoo. Though I can't do anything about its length. Phonia chuckled to herself. So it's not the Crown Prince, just Calyx, huh? Where's the Crown Prince? I thought he'd be following Estelle, but I don't see him anywhere. Actually, I had an argument with him. An argument? When I said I would go to Lucian's castle alone to save Nia, Calyx got angry, saying he couldn't let me go to such a dangerous place alone. In the end, I went alone, and he's still not over it. Vernia silently cursed. What an idiot. The so-called pride of the male lead is so annoying. Estelle, the reason I called you here is... Right now, I want to know more about Lucian's condition. Estelle hesitated for a moment, then agreed to speak. The information about Lucian turning dark has not been officially announced. Paul and the soldiers who witnessed Lucian's dark transformation and the horrific massacre have kept silent about him. You didn't see anything. If anyone dares to speak about what they saw today, they will be dealt with according to military law. But there's no secret that can last forever in this world, especially when it's the story of a great knight of the Empire single-handedly annihilating the entire enemy army. Rumors about Lucian spread with increasingly terrifying content. Some say Lucian Kakyen is the devil incarnate, here to destroy this land. This might be one of the rumors about Lucian. No one spoke up to defend Lucian. He only killed enemy soldiers and never touched our own. If we know how to utilize that power, the Empire will completely conquer the world. Hearing this, Phonia shot up from her seat. What do they think Lucian is? He's not a pawn on a chessboard. But conversely, many people were terrified of Lucian's power. Kill the demon. To protect our families and our land, we must destroy the demon. The knights and priests who do not accept the existence of demons have gathered to destroy Lucian. Phonia was worried. What if Lucian kills them all? This time, Lucian will have nothing left to do. Lucian will become the object of the world's fear and wrath. He'll truly become a demon. I can't let that happen. What is Estelle thinking right now? In the original story, she stood on the opposite side of Lucian. Just because of love, Lucian killed so many people without hesitation. In the end, she stood against him. In the end, the one who plunged the sword into Lucian's heart was Estelle. I'm sorry, Lucian. Those were the last words Lucian heard from the girl he loved. If Estelle has the same thoughts as in the original story, for example. Estelle took Phonia's hand in encouragement. That's why we have to act faster than them. There must be a way to bring Lucian back to how he was before. Phonia held back tears. This Estelle is not like the Estelle in the novel. Thank you, Estelle. How do we free Lucian from his dark state? I suddenly remembered the content of the original work. The first place Lucian targeted after turning dark was his own hometown. The small village was quickly and mercilessly crushed by him. Don't do anything. Reading the novel, I once thought that Lucian was simply taking revenge on those who had mistreated him. Later, Phonia suggested to Estelle. Let's try going to Lucian's hometown. We might find some clues there. All right. Actually, there's something I want to verify as well. At the city gate, where I had arranged to meet Estelle the next day. Calyx, have you still not made up? Calyx was firm with Estelle. Last time, I let you enter the city alone, but not this time. No matter what you say, I'm going with you. But if not, I'll be angry. Not just a little angry, but angry for a long time, at least a month. I can't believe he's getting more childish. Phonia approached and said, I don't mind if you accompany us. Long time no see. Calyx held out his hand. Pernia looked startled for a moment, then smiled brightly. She also extended her hand to shake Calyx's. You've changed so much, haven't you? You even know how to sulk now. It's all thanks to someone who taught me not to hide my true feelings. It's a good thing you won't be sulking for a whole month. The carriage then started moving. Phonia looked outside and said, This is one of our villages. This is a normal village. Everyone looks very hardworking, but this place is also very poor. This village was founded long ago by devout followers. They may not have many possessions, but they are simple people, always grateful for what they are given. That's what makes it even more cruel. Cruel? Saintess. Then, someone asked Phonia, What brings you here? I'm just stopping by for some personal business. Oh my, what a beautiful lady. It's been 10 years since I left this place. Time flies, yet you still remember me, Susan. The Saintess remembers me? Of course. But who are the people with you? Well, one is the man I'm in love with. And the other is my most important friend and Lucian's fiancé. As Nia said hello, she noticed the fear on Susan's face. Susan, I'm actually here to see the village chief about Lucian. I see. Could you take me to him? Susan thought for a moment. Then she led everyone to the village chief's house. As soon as the chief saw her, he was overjoyed. Oh, Saintess, it's the Saintess. It's been a long time, Chief. I knew you would come. You're here to find the object that can destroy that demon, aren't you? You knew I was coming? Of course, I heard from a priest that he had become a demon. I wasn't surprised at all. I've long known that he had a demon inside him. Even when he was recognized as the greatest knight and the villagers forgot his past, I never changed my mind. He is a demon. One day, he would reveal his true self. Look, that day has finally come. Hearing this, Nia became angry. Calyx quickly stopped her. Don't get so worked up. Are you trying to ruin things? She thought to herself, that's right, maybe that old man knows how to bring Lucian back. Calm down. I have kept that item all this time for this very day. I will give it to the Saintess, hoping you will use it to rid the world of that demon. After that conversation, everyone left together. Outside, Nia asked, what exactly is that thing? This is. Before I explain, I want you to come somewhere with me. Where? Soon after, they arrived at a dilapidated house. This is where Lucian lived as a child. Calyx asked, Cardian grew up in a place like this? Not here. I found Lucian over there. It's this place. The basement. The three of them went down to the basement together. As you can see, this place looks like a prison. When I first met Lucian, he was locked up in here. He was bound tightly, his freedom taken away. This is the collar Lucian was wearing at the time. 10 years ago, when I was only 12, I came here on a missionary trip. Because this village rarely received blessings from priests, everyone welcomed me warmly. It is a great honor to meet the Saintess. We hope you will bless poor people like us. I'm Susan. While the Saintess is here, I'll be your guide. Please take care of us. I was healing the sick and praying for those who sought divine blessings. Then I discovered a small house on the outskirts of the village. At that time, Estelle asked, does someone live there too? Saintess, you don't need to worry about that place. Something was suspicious, so Estelle ran to that house. There were footprints in the basement, and it smelled like blood. When she went down, Estelle was shocked to see a man. She saw young Lucian lying on the ground, covered in blood. Estelle ran to Lucian. Oh my God, who would do something so horrible? The collar. The edge of his clothes looked like it was cut with a sharp knife, as if someone had used a blade on the child's body. But there were no wounds. Did someone with powers like mine heal him? Or did he heal on his own? Susan approached and called out, Saintess, please get out of here. Even if you are the Saintess, you could be cursed. He is a demon, born with red eyes. Afterward, Estelle went back to confront the village chief. I saw a child locked in a basement. The belief that someone with red eyes is a demon is just an old superstition. Please release that boy immediately. No, he cannot be released. Because he killed someone when he was only 7 years old, 3 years ago. It was my son. The collar I put on him is a holy relic that can purify demonic power. It's a relic that has been passed down in our village for generations, so don't touch it carelessly. We can't let a demon roam free in this world. At that time, I didn't fully believe the chief's words. I thought it was just an exaggerated story. So I requested powerful priests to intervene and free Lucian, and that's how he was able to leave this place. So what happened? Did that collar really work? According to the village chief, when Lucian killed someone, his immense power erupted. But after putting on this collar, that power vanished. I think this collar is probably a holy relic that purifies demonic power. Estelle, is it true that Lucian killed someone as a child? Everything I heard from the villagers was consistent. They said Lucian brutally murdered the village chief's son when he was only 7. While Nia was lost in thought, Calyx spoke. Sitting here and moping won't do any good. We need to find a way to bring Cardian back quickly. Anyway, after this is over, I'll throw a party and invite Cardian too. So pull yourself together. Phonia thought, that's right, I'll always have good friends by my side. Let's hurry and save Lucian. At Susan's house, the children asked, Mom, who are they? Are they a princess and a prince? Estelle said, it's getting dark, so we have to impose for one night. Please make yourselves comfortable. The two children were curious again. But why are there two princesses? Is the prince a playboy? Calyx replied, I'm not a playboy. The children are so cute, Susan. Cute? They're like stubborn little ponies that won't listen. Calyx was busy arguing with the two kids. And neither of them are princesses. Suddenly, Phonia turned to look at Susan. And noticed her evasive gaze. Phonia wondered, does she hate me because I'm Lucian's fiancé? But instead of fear or hatred, it felt like she was feeling guilty, as if she had done something wrong. That night, she felt uneasy. Suddenly Susan came and called, it's Susan. You said you're Lucian's fiancé, right? I have something to tell you. To me? It's about the boy, Lucian, when he caused that incident at the age of 7. I've heard a brief version of that story. No, this story is a bit different from what you know. So, please listen to what I have to say. A baby with red eyes was born in the village. No one knew who the father was, and his mother died shortly after giving birth. She only left him with the name Lucian. Fearing a curse if they abandoned the red-eyed child, the villagers took care of the boy. Among them, the person who took care of Lucian the most was the village chief's son, John. But John didn't visit Lucian's house out of kindness. It was partly due to his father's orders and partly because he heals his own wounds? That's right, that kid is truly a demon. No matter how serious the wound, it heals completely overnight. Every time John visited, a look of fear would appear on Lucian's face. Back then, Susan wondered, is this boy really a demon? He just looks like a normal child. John said, look here. Yesterday, I deliberately cut the back of his hand with a piece of glass. But today, there's not even a scar. It's thanks to this ability that he has survived. I've tried pouring hot water on him and even carving patterns into his skin with a nail. Normally, someone would scream in that much pain, right? But this kid doesn't react at all. Is it because he's a demon? What do you think, Susan? Susan thought to herself at that moment that John the First once knew. Was he always such a cruel child? Out of fear, Susan said, I really don't know. The answer didn't matter. John just needed an audience for his actions. A role that was timid, quiet, and obedient to him, and that role was me. After that day, John would often drag me to that little house. I hated going there, but I was afraid of his violent nature, so I couldn't refuse. The only thing I could do was sit there and watch him torture Lucian. On that day, Susan witnessed his cruelty. John tortured Lucian in a brutal way. He thought, what do I have to do to make this kid cry? He saw Lucian clutching a doll. John thought, no one came in here to leave this doll, so the woman who gave birth to him must have left it. This kid treasures that doll like a precious jewel. If that's the case, John came up with a despicable idea. He snatched Lucian's doll. Holding it with disgust, he said, it stinks. You're really holding onto this piece of trash. Give it back. That was the first time Lucian reacted, and John was thrilled. He reacts as soon as I touch this thing. Is this piece of garbage that important? A demon like you knows how to cherish a doll? John pushed Lucian away. He went and picked up a shard of glass. He decisively sliced the doll in two. Susan was terrified by this act. Go on, beg some more. You demon. Reaching his limit, Lucian grabbed the shard and lunged. He pushed John to the ground. Lucian's eyes blazed red, and a murderous aura erupted around him. John only had time to say, hey, wait. And then there was no after. At that moment, Susan rushed to the village chief's house. After hearing my story, the village chief hurried to the house. But when he arrived, John had already been horrifically killed. Lucian was unbelievably strong for a 7-year-old, so dozens of villagers worked together to bind him. Then, they placed the silver collar, passed down through generations in the village, around his neck. Luckily, the collar worked and Lucian collapsed. The villagers and the chief, fearing the demon's curse, locked Lucian in the basement from then on. And 3 years later, Lady Estelle found him. But Lucian didn't do it without a reason. Even if Lucian is a demon, what John did was too cruel. Why are you only telling me this now? If you had told me sooner, maybe Lucian wouldn't have had to go through such horrible things. Back then, I couldn't say anything. The village chief told me to keep quiet, not to insult the dead like John. Who said that? The village chief. He told me not to tarnish John's reputation. But when I had children, I kept thinking about Lucian. Lucian must have had a mother too. Even though he was born with red eyes, he still received love. Those are my thoughts. Just then, Susan's 2 children ran in, calling Mom. Why are you crying? Did the princess bully you, Mom? Don't cry. Nia left, thinking I need to go somewhere to calm down. How have I been looking at Lucian all this time? I knew he had an unhappy past, but I never thought deeply about what that unhappiness was. I only saw how beautiful his gentle smile was. I loved the image of him in love, and I was afraid of losing that image. I was only worried about him turning dark. Do I have the right to look down on Susan? I'm the same. I'm no different from them. I couldn't accept Lucian for who he really is. The conversation we once had. Lucian, I spoke with the noble ladies at the banquet today. They asked if I loved the man by my side. So, what did you say? Of course I said yes. My Lucian is handsome, strong, and loves me more than anyone. Lucian, why do you like me? Simply because you are you. What kind of answer is that? There must be a reason, right? Like I'm beautiful, have a good personality, I'm charming or cute. All of that is true. But I like you just for being you, Nia. At this, her tears fell. He simply loves me unconditionally. For any reason, so purely. I'm sorry, Lucian. Just then, Estelle came to comfort Nia. Nia confessed, Estelle, I think I made a huge mistake with Lucian. No matter how scary he was, I shouldn't have left him all alone like that. Nia grabbed Estelle's hand and said, I don't know. I want to see Lucian right now. Estelle smiled. Go on, Nia. Later, at a small house surrounded by white snow, a man was seen. Seeing Nia looking tired. Estelle worried, you look so tired. Nia, you've been pushing yourself without rest for the past few days. But I need to see Lucian as soon as possible. With this little bit of holy power, it's just enough to keep me from collapsing. This is enough. According to Estelle, the barrier created for Lucian not only suppressed his demonic power, but also contained healing abilities. As long as Lucian was inside the barrier, he wouldn't feel hunger or cold, so I didn't have to worry. Anyway, I was only thinking about getting away from Lucian. I'm sorry, Lucian. I should have asked her to create the barrier in his room and left some snacks for him on the bed so he wouldn't suffer. As she was sadly thinking, Nia was distracted by Estelle's conversation with Calyx. Estelle, I'm cold too. Oh, would you like me to warm you up with my holy power? I told you I don't want you to use your holy power. I don't want you to get tired at all. With that, Calyx pulled Estelle into his arms. This is enough. Nia silently cursed, well done, just wonderful. I'm worried about my lover and I have to watch this. Just then, Estelle remembered Nia and pushed Calyx away. Nia is here. Nia said, Your Highness. Calyx replied curtly, What? Let me ask you something. Even if you're lovers, if you were tied up and abandoned, would you be angry? She remembered Lucian's earlier words. You can't, Nia, don't leave me. What are you thinking to ask something like that? Nia silently cried, This jerk. This reaction is understandable. What's wrong with treating him coldly because he was too obsessive? Even if Lucian wants to kill me, I won't run away from him anymore. 3 days later, they arrived at the castle. Hello everyone. Let's go in. The castle was quiet. After trapping Lucian in the barrier, everyone was evacuated. Recently, only we have entered the castle. Suddenly Nia was startled when she saw Lucian collapsed on the snowy ground. She started to run. She ran into the barrier, calling Lucian. Lucian, Lucian. Hearing her call, he slowly opened his eyes. Seeing her cry, he called out, Nia. Yes, it's me. I didn't know if Lucian would be angry, resentful, or burst into tears. But he smiled brightly and said, I missed you so much, Nia. Don't cry, Nia. When you cry, my heart aches. How foolish. To be honest, I'm still scared of you. But I want to try. Try to love you sincerely. Hearing this, Lucian sat up abruptly. Will you give me that chance? I don't understand what you're saying anymore. I like you. I really like you a lot. I will be by your side forever. Then Estelle asked Nia, are you sure? Lucian is not in his right mind right now. It's fine. When there's no one else around, he's the safest person for me to be with. But Estelle took out the collar and gave it to Nia. At least keep this. If Lucian goes dark again, it will help you, Nia. Nia looked at the necklace and then shook her head, refusing. Estelle was surprised by her action, but he eventually agreed, saying, all right, if that's the path you choose, Nia. May God bless the friend I love. All right then, Estelle, Calyx, be careful. Suddenly Nia called out, Calyx. Please handle the matters I asked you about. How clever of you to order around the crown prince of the empire. That's what friendship is for. Soon, Lucian and I will return to the kingdom. My plan is this, I won't deny the person Lucian is now. Instead, I'll change him little by little. In other words, this is a plan to train a fallen supporting male lead. Is it possible? I'm betting it is. Why? Because in my old world, there was a famous saying. There are no bad beasts. No matter how ferocious the species, with patient training, we can tame it. They can live in harmony with humans. Lucian is no exception. And Lucian will definitely succeed. As they were about to leave Lucian's hometown, Calyx had someone bring an item from the Lilac Villa. It was the book with pictures of me as a child. It was a wise decision to bring it. While Lucian was distracted, I said goodbye to Estelle and Calyx. According to the book by the wildlife expert, first find what the animal likes. Dogs like meat. Raccoons like meat. Pandas like bamboo. Lucian probably likes Nia. Just then she called out, Lucian, are you still looking at my picture? Yes. You're so adorable. When the animal has let its guard down, begin the training naturally. She went and sat next to him. Lucian. Yes. Do you like being with me? Of course. We can't be together with just the two of us forever. Because I have a family and friends too. Lucian glared and replied, I don't like it. Don't tell me you'll kill them all just because you don't like it. If you say that again, I won't be able to talk. I won't even look at you for a whole week. If the animal shows its teeth, apply appropriate disciplinary measures. Don't be like that. I'm sorry, so please don't say those words anymore. Nia was thrilled inside. Wow, this actually works. Then she said, I hope you'll try a little harder. Please understand that I need time with my father or to chat with my friends. All right, I will. Just talking to this extent is already a big step forward. So, what I want to say is, starting today, let's try a little training. Training? Yes, it's training to get you used to me being around other people. That kind of training, why should I? If you succeed, there will be a reward. A reward? I'll kiss your cheeks, both cheeks, smooch smooch. As she said it, she worried, will this even work? As expected, it worked. Lucian replied, all right, let's try. Hooray! And so, Lucian's rehabilitation process began. We'll start gently. Like this. Now, do you feel uncomfortable? Do you want to harm this little plant? Not at all. Good, plants are no problem. What about a beetle? Do you want to hurt this little insect? No. Although I don't really like it, it's fine. All right, then the next step. What about this animal? The dog in Nia's hands trembled in fear. Under Lucian's gaze. Nia, get that dog off your lap right now. I can't stand seeing this. It's just a puppy. It's not a person, and it can't talk to me. The only thing it knows how to do is be cute. That's exactly what I can't stand. You're doting on it, and I hate anything that receives affection from you. It makes me feel extremely uncomfortable. Oh my god, this insanely jealous man. Who gets jealous of a dog? But you still have to endure it. Only with this situation can we move on to the next stage. Just try to endure it for 30 minutes. A kiss on the cheek, smooch smooch. 30 minutes later. The dog was released. Lucian also let out a sigh of relief. Nia immediately came over to hug and praise him. You did a great job, Lucian. But Lucian wasn't satisfied with this consolation, looking at the men. Seeing Lucian's angry eyes, Nia immediately understood the problem. She kissed his right cheek, then his left, and said, I love you, Lucian. After Lucian passed the test, some new servants were hired for the castle. One of them suggested the castle should get a guard dog, and so the puppy Bong Bong became a new member of the castle. So cute, our little Bong Bong. Lucian's eyes filled with killing intent when he saw Nia happily playing with Bong Bong, but he still tried to endure it. So cute. The second week of Lucian's training. Stop hugging it. On the first day, just me holding Bong Bong already made him uncomfortable. On the second day, he endured me petting Bong Bong, and now I can kiss Bong Bong right in front of him. Of course, this was only possible thanks to the appropriate reward. Lucian, you're doing great. My Lucian, you're so amazing. The best ever. I love you. Lucian also responded with a sweet kiss on the lips. Really comfortable, but Nia quickly pushed him away. Stop. No, Lucian, stop right now. We said it would just be a quick kiss. Lucian. Stop arguing, it was just a moment. Not even a minute. It's been over 10 minutes. Look at how swollen my lips are. Seeing him dejected, she thought, it seems he's getting used to animals. In that case, let's move on to the next stage. What's the next stage? Humans. No, I hate it when other people look at you. I also hate it when you look at anyone else. As he was talking, he saw Nia's gaze. Unable to resist, he agreed. But I'll try. Nia, if that's what you want. Hearing this, Nia was moved to tears. Father, Estelle, and everyone in this land, do you see? Our Lucian is changing. However, despite Lucian's determination, bringing in another person for training was not easy. Because they would have to endure the terror of Lucian's cold gaze for a long time. Something most people would run away from immediately. Furthermore, if, and it's just an if, Lucian couldn't control his anger, we had to consider the risk that would entail. Estelle is the most suitable person, but I don't want her to do something so dangerous. Is there anyone who would dare to take on this job, despite all the dangers? She remembered someone. Huh? There is someone. Then Kun appeared and said, why me again? Because no one is more suitable than you. Don't pretend, you're obviously a huge fan of Lucian. Didn't you ask Estelle about Lucian's whereabouts several times? But hey, what? Do we have to go this far? It suits you. You look exactly like a ghost. That arrogant face of yours is gone. Then Kun was brought before Lucian. He thought to himself, it's like talking to a curtain. Okay. After a moment, Lucian's trembling voice spoke. Nia, I can't take it anymore. I want to kill him right now. You can't, Lucian, you have to be patient. Kun, sweating, asked, can I run away? Nia immediately turned and shouted, no. Seeing Lucian start to show killing intent, his face contorted in discomfort, she came closer and took his hand to calm him down. After looking at the clock, she said, so. It's done. Thank you, Kun. You can go outside now. Kun turned his back and replied, wow, you people are really exasperating. The door had just closed. Nia hugged Lucian to encourage him. You did a good job, Lucian. Today's reward will be a kiss. Not me kissing him, but him kissing me. I'm so nervous. First a kiss on the forehead, then sliding down to the lips and even the neck. Don't, no more. Lucian, stop there. All right, but Nia, you have to keep your promise too. Every time I endure Kun, you'll increase the number of kisses, right? She was stunned, thinking, right, I'm the one who offered that reward. But I didn't expect him to kiss my body like this. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Anyway, it's not like I hate it. A few days later, today Kun will remove the curtain and reveal himself. Lucian was so nervous that his whole body was shaking. As always, Nia sat next to him to encourage him. You can do it. Come in. The door opened and they looked out with surprised faces. The gorgeous Kun appeared like a chameleon. Nia pointed and asked, "What? Why do you look like that?" Kun replied, "I thought my real appearance would be too much for him. Don't I look amazing? I'm sure a woman would be more suitable for Guardian." Nia glanced at Lucian, wondering, is he okay? Nia lowered her eyes and thought, well, I'll try to talk to Kun for just 5 minutes. She turned to praise him. You look amazing in this woman's dress. Kun said confidently, it's because I'm beautiful. Don't you feel embarrassed saying something like that about yourself? But it's the truth. Nia felt helpless. This guy is really annoying. Suddenly Kun laughed loudly. So, I guess the rumor about you being controlled by Guardian is false. Who made up such a terrible rumor? Kun mentioned the rumor that was spreading. The Saintess managed to save you from Guardian and bring you to the capital. But you went back to him, so there are a lot of rumors about you. Some people believe that Guardian controlled you with his magic. Others think you were seduced by that power. There's even a rumor that you willingly went back to him because you love him. Nia laughed with amusement. Oh my, at least one of those rumors is true. I thought the last rumor was the least likely. It seems you have more guts than I thought. Why don't you call it love instead of courage? Yeah, okay. Suddenly Kun's face darkened. How can you love someone like him? Huh. Immediately, Lucian moved to attack Kun. Nia shouted his name loudly. She stood stunned inside the protective circle. If it weren't for the white necklace the prince gave me, I could have died. Cracks appeared on the ground. Lucian continued to launch an attack towards Kun. Kun screamed, "Stop this madman!" Nia rushed to hug Lucian. "Lucian, stop. Let go of me, Nia. I want to kill this man." "You can't do that." "Why not? He dared to look at you." "Wait, I anticipated this. If you do this, I won't be happy. I'll hate you." Seizing the opportunity, Kun fled for his life. Lucian grumbled dejectedly. Seeing the worried look on his face, she hugged him and encouraged him. "It's okay, I asked too much of you. I'm sorry, and thank you for trying." As night fell, Kun was drunk. Then footsteps approached. Lucian entered the room and closed the door. He called out in a stern voice, "Wake up, Kun." Kun was startled, his eyes nearly popping out. Kun cowered in fear. "You saw, didn't you? You can't hurt me no matter what you do." "I know I'm annoying, but you still can't kill me." Kun worried. "I'm not sure if this is enough to protect me from Guardian's power." Damn it. Lucian said calmly, "I won't harm you, even though I feel like killing you." Kun exclaimed, "Wow, thanks a lot for saying that. So why did you come to see me in the middle of the night?" Lucian was silent for a moment, then spoke. "The soldiers on the battlefield, the ones who took your medicine, became miraculously calm." Kun agreed, "Yes, that's true. So you must be able to create a medicine that can suppress my emotions." "I'm surprised you're asking that. You look pretty happy right now." Lucian shot a glance at Kun. Kun understood. Guardian wants to do what Nia wants. He desires it so much that he's willing to ask me for help, the person he hates with a passion. The medicine those soldiers used is a type of sedative. It relaxes the entire body and calms agitation. Lucian asked, "Do you think it would work on me too?" Kun replied uncertainly, "Maybe. I think there's a high probability it will work, but I'll have to make it much stronger for you. But such a strong medicine could cause side effects even for someone like you. If your body can't adapt, it could damage your internal organs. Do you still want to try it?" Kun assessed silently. Yeah, I guess he's not the type to be scared of such things. Kun asked, "Why do you have to do this? If you just wanted to have Nia all to yourself, you've already achieved that." He remained silent. He remembered the times Nia had hugged and encouraged him. "I want to make her happy. I want to make her love me even more." Thinking this, he said to Kun, "I want to make her happy." Kun thought, well, this is probably none of my business, and making a new medicine is a chance to gain experience. All right, I'll do it, but it won't be for free. Of course I'll pay you. Good, then it's a deal. But your medicine better work. Otherwise, I'll have no reason to keep you alive. Kuin laughed. All right, don't worry about that. Elsewhere, Fo Nia was pacing and calculating. I think we can try again today, but thinking about what happened, she shivered. What if we push Lucian too hard and he kills Kuin? She flopped down. Maybe I should postpone going to the capital for a while. I miss my family and friends, but... Just then, Lucian and Kuin pushed the door open and entered. Seeing the two of them walking side by side, she screamed internally. Lucian and Kuin, why are they together? Kuin informed her, Guardian suggested we visit you together. She asked, really? Fo Nia sat up straight and observed Lucian. He smiled and nodded in confirmation. Her eyes welled up with tears. Good morning, Kuin. What are you talking about? It's afternoon. Fo Nia looked at Kuin and said, your eyeliner is smudged. I thought I taught you properly. What a disappointment. What, really? Yes, it's a little off to the left. Damn it, is it because I switched the makeup I'm using? She smiled and replied. Maybe. Then she looked over at Lucian. He was still standing there, looking at her intently. Fo Nia hesitated, thinking, wow, I don't know if I could do that. As she thought, she reached her hand towards Kuin's face. Let me see. Immediately, Lucian grabbed her hand. He stopped her with a hushed voice. That's enough. With a pleading look, he said, that's enough, Nia. She was secretly happy inside. Instead of getting angry, Lucian asked me gently. She turned and asked, how is this possible? I just tried harder. Did you two practice in secret? Something like that. Kuin put on a reluctant expression. Fo Nia clapped her hands happily. I knew it. She rushed over to hug Lucian. You're so good. My Lucian. You're the best. Then let's try talking to the servants for a bit. That should be fine, right? He worried the servants. But Nia. Yes. He moved closer to demand his reward, despite Kuin's protest. Wait, he whined. I worked really hard, so I deserve a reward. All right, fine then. Kuin ran to open the door. You two are going to be lovey-dovey again, aren't you? I'm not interested in watching, so do it after I leave. The door slammed shut. Fo Nia commented, I like that he knows his place, knows when to get out. The next second, Lucian pulled her close. Fo Nia asked playfully, so Lucian, how many kisses do you want? Lucian replied, as many as I want. Fo Nia cried out, he's so greedy. No way, if I agree you won't stop. Yes, that would be too much for me so. He caressed her lips and said, You kiss me only until you've had enough. Oh my god, he's so sexy. The following days. Kuin said to Valley, you've used me enough. You can see how much Guardian has improved, so I'm leaving now. Why are you all wrapped up? Because I'm cold. I think I'm catching a cold. Oh, I see. Kuin asked, so what are you going to do now that Lucian can perfectly control his emotions? We're going back to the capital. The winter party has started. Countless nobles gathered in the banquet hall. But contrary to their splendid appearance, a strangely gloomy atmosphere prevailed. It was because Lucian had been invited to the party. The rumor about Lucian turning into a demon. It was enough to make the nobility tremble, worried that he might harm them at any moment. The emperor asked, so Lucian and Pernia are really attending this party? Calyx replied, yes. His eyes immediately fell, full of worry. Estelle approached and bowed her head. Your Majesty, Lucian and Pernia will be returning to the capital soon. Therefore, I would like to make a request. Could you invite them to the winter party? The emperor was silent, thinking, I can't refuse Estelle, but... The way Lucian looked at me the last time we met. That chilling gaze. He turned to Calyx and said, if Lucian causes trouble, we'll be in a terrible situation. There's no need to worry. Estelle has assured us that everything will be fine, right? He remained silent, thinking. Even if Lucian seems normal, some nobles will try to prove that he has been cursed by a demon. I'm not sure if we can get through this event safely. Calyx noticed the emperor's concern. He said, there's nothing to worry about because... He thought to himself, I'm already prepared. Just then, a trumpet announced, the king and the prince have arrived. The two entered, waving with a serious expression. All the nobles bowed in reverence. Arriving at his throne, he said, "Everyone may raise their heads. I am delighted to see all of you on the last day of the year. So much has happened this year. First, I was cured of my chronic illness. And the conflict that lasted for years has finally been resolved. Thanks to that, our empire has been able to take another step forward." Someone frowned and spoke up. "By the way, I would like to ask you a question." "Your Majesty, what is it?" "It's about Sir Lucian." The emperor listened intently. "There's a rumor circulating that the one who eliminated the last rebels in the conflict zone was not our army, but Lucian alone. It's true that Sir Lucian is an outstanding knight, but that would be impossible without borrowing the power of a demon. The appearance of a demon is no small matter. This could endanger the safety of our entire empire. So we need an immediate answer. Has Sir Lucian become a demon?" The entire hall fell silent. The emperor tapped his fingers, thinking, "If Lucian reveals his demonic nature, their faith in me will vanish. What should I do?" Just then, the door opened and Lucian and Phonia appeared. Seeing them, the nobles looked horrified. His voice rang out amidst the fear of a few people. "I pay my respects to your Majesty." Phonia walked alongside him with a smile on her face. Lucian entered and bowed. "I am Lucian Cardian, your loyal knight, returned after a long period of recuperation. Have you been well, your Majesty?" Seeing his composure, the emperor smiled with satisfaction. Phonia playfully said, "Lady Phonia of House Lilac has also returned." "I'm so glad you both have returned. Lucian, are you feeling better?" "Yes, I'm feeling much better." "Thank heavens. You've worked hard, Purnia. I'm sure Lucian's recovery is thanks to your dedicated care. I want to express my gratitude for your efforts." "Oh my, what's happening?" "We thank your Majesty for your concern." The emperor turned to call Calyx. "Yes, your highness. According to tradition, you should be the one to start the dance, but since this is a special occasion, why don't you give the honor to Lucian and Purnia?" Calyx smiled in agreement. "Yes, of course." In the center of the party, Lucian took Phonia's hand. Phonia asked with concern, "Are you ready?" "I'm a little nervous, but I can handle it." Phonia giggled. "This reminds me of the day we got engaged. That day, we were also the center of everyone's attention. That day you also wore a purple dress. Weren't you incredibly beautiful that day?" "Yes, and today too, you look absolutely beautiful." His words made her blush shyly. The two continued their dance without saying a word. Suddenly Lucian's feet stumbled, missing a beat. Realizing it, they looked at each other without breaking eye contact. Lucian's face also turned red like a ripe tomato. Phonia thought to herself, he still looks cute even when he has trouble dancing. It's adorable how he pretends he didn't miss a thing. And I'm sure I'm not the only one who thinks so. People's fear of Lucian will lessen when they see us dancing together. She silently praised him. "Well done, Lucian." The dance ended and Estelle approached, calling, "Nia, Lucian, I've missed you all so much." Phonia also happily called out to Estelle. Lucian said in a low voice, "It's been a long time, Lady Estelle." "Yes, it's been a long time, Lucian. But listen, I'm afraid I can't bring Marquis Lilac here today." She repeated what the Marquis had said in his letter. "Who are you talking about?" "I think you sent this letter to the wrong person. My daughter would never choose a man against her father's wishes." Phonia told herself, "I'll try to appease him. If it doesn't work, then so be it." Suddenly, someone called, "Phonia." The call snapped her out of her thoughts. It was the members of the HMC, the Heavy Makeup Club. "Hey everyone, it's been too long. How have you all been?" "We're doing great. We were very worried since you weren't here, Lady Purnia. It seems those scary rumors were just fabrications. You and Sir Lucian look perfectly healthy." Suddenly someone said, "What are you ladies talking about?" Erica and her father approached with ill intent. He pointed and said, "You can't be fooled by this man. Have you all forgotten? He may use his angelic smile to charm us, but he is still a demon." Seeing Erica's smug smile, Phonia thought, "Yes, I knew this would happen. So I came prepared." Phonia answered bluntly, "That's true. Lucian was cursed by a demon. This stunned everyone. She clasped her hands together, but that's all in the past now. Lucian's curse has been broken. He exclaimed, "What?" Nia continued, "God heard my sincere prayers and saved Lucian's soul." She thought to herself, "It's all a lie, of course." He objected, "No way, that's impossible." The party atmosphere fell silent again. He told himself, the nobles aren't fools. There's no way they'd believe such a childish lie. Suddenly a girl spoke up, "I knew it. I thought so too." "Me too. Me too." He couldn't help but be confused. What's going on? What a beautiful love story. It's like a fairy tale. There was a novel that came out a few months ago, which was extremely popular among the ladies of the capital. The Cursed Knight and His Lady. That novel was written by a new author named Eric. And it immediately became an overnight sensation. The male lead in the story, also a knight, turned into a demon after being cursed. The part where he kidnaps the female lead was so shocking. I couldn't believe it when he imprisoned the noble lady in his castle. But the best part was the final scene. When she witnessed the male lead sacrificing his life to save her, she finally realized her feelings for him. "I love you even if you're a demon. Don't die. Please. I love you." The knight opened his eyes after their kiss and saw the woman crying. He looked into her tear-filled eyes and said, "I love you too, my lady." When he first confessed his feelings, the terrible demon's curse on him was finally broken. The ladies began to whisper again. "This is definitely the greatest romance novel in history. After I finished it, I cried all day." He stepped forward and said, "Do you really think his curse was broken just because of a novel?" The ladies looked back at him with unfriendly eyes. "You're so cruel, Marquis." Sir Lucian returned to normal thanks to the earnest prayers of his beloved. How can you accuse him like that? But it's all lies. The Saintess, who hates demons, is now on his side. Has his curse really been broken? Damn it. A demon is still a demon. He'll never change. You'll see. I'll expose his true face. With that, they left. He's finally gone. He was so rude to Lucian. There will be more people like Marquis Garcia trying to cause trouble. We must protect Sir Lucian. Me too. The ladies waved goodbye. See you later, Lady Pernia. When no one was left, Lucian called out with a serious face, "Nia. Can I kill that man with the mustache?" She immediately replied, "No." Just then, someone walked towards the two of them. Calyx approached and said, "You managed to hide your venomous claws and keep your composure. Do you really know who you have to thank for that?" The novel that the ladies were excitedly discussing earlier, I was the one who wrote it. I wrote it to gain public support for your return. Nia replied, "Please handle the matter we discussed." I can't believe you're making the prince of this empire work for you." Nia thought to herself in amazement. I only asked for his help. I didn't expect him to write it himself. He's so talented. I'm just trying to help a friend, so you don't have to thank me so much. Lucian was annoyed. You dare call my Pernia a friend? Lucian, calm down. Seeing Lucian trying to restrain himself, Calyx taunted, "Look at you, you've really become an obedient dog." From behind, Estelle called, "Come here, Calyx." Calyx immediately turned around like a puppy. Okay. Nia was speechless at the sight. Night fell. In a carriage, Lucian whined, "Did I do well?" "Yes, you did very well." "Then give me my reward." "Thank you for your hard work, Lucian." Just as their lips were about to meet, Nia said, "Wait, Lucian. We'll continue this later." He quickly refused. "No. I need to go see my father. Thinking about how worried he must be makes me feel bad. I feel very sad. You don't want that, do you?" After sulking for a moment, he hugged her and agreed. "All right." Lucian is so kind. A little while later at the mansion, Marquis Lilac asked in alarm, "Who are you?" Nia replied calmly, "Your daughter and your son-in-law." He sulked. "I don't have a disobedient daughter like you, much less a crazy son-in-law like him." "I see. So, what should we do with all this?" "I brought a lot of gifts for my father, whom I haven't seen in a long time. Those are diamonds from the Cardian territory. I heard each one costs at least 5,000 gold coins. I, Jody Lilac, will not stoop to such trivial material things. Phonia was thrilled. Perfect, I've got him hooked. Lucian rummaged through his pockets. Then he took out a letter. The Marquis immediately snatched it and asked, "What's this now? A blank check? Or a land transfer deed?" I, Jody Lilac, will not stoop to such trivial material things. As soon as he finished speaking, he froze, staring at the paper. His eyes spun around when he realized what it was. Lucian spoke up. "That's the address of Lady Monson." Hearing that, Lilac stammered, "How do you know about Lady Monson?" He replied cheerfully, "You told me about her, father. Don't you remember?" Lilac had said, "There were many women in my life before I got married, but she was the one I could never forget." Hearing that, he was stunned and exclaimed, "You remember that?" Lucian smiled and nodded gently. Hearing that, Lilac was moved to tears. "I can't believe you remember my story." Seeing this, Phonia silently said to herself, "Father, I was the one who told Lucian to do this. Lucian doesn't care if you remember Lady Monson or not." Lilac reminisced, "We met at a book club when I was 16. She was 18 at the time. I fell in love at first sight. When he saw Lady Monson, they exchanged a look full of deep affection." He continued his story. "We secretly met whenever we had the chance. But then, tragedy struck. Her family arranged a marriage for her with a foreign man. At that time, Lilac was heartbroken and desperate. He recounted, I told her, cancel this engagement. I'll marry you as soon as I'm old enough. But she just shook her head. My family will be ruined if I don't get married. I'm sorry. Lilac. Then, she left me." Hearing that, Phonia thought, "It's a sad story, but I've heard it so many times I'm numb to it." At that moment, he tightly grasped Lucian's hand. Then he said emotionally, "I didn't expect you to care so much about my painful first love. You truly are the perfect son-in-law." Lucian slowly pulled his hands away from Lilac's. His brow furrowed slightly, his eyes filled with pity. Then he spoke softly. "Lady Monson is currently single. Her husband passed away a long time ago. Every time she receives a marriage proposal, she says she's waiting for someone. I bet she has cried herself to sleep every night, longing for you." Hearing this, Lilac's face showed both pity and astonishment. Then he shouted, "Butler, prepare the carriage." The other person replied in surprise, "Right now, my lord?" Lilac replied, "Yes, right now." In the carriage, Lilac was impatient, constantly urging them on. "Can't you go any faster? I can't let her be lonely for another second." The carriage hurried away. Behind them, Phonia and Lucian watched in silence. Then, Lucian turned and smiled brightly. "Now it's just the two of us. Can I get my reward from earlier?" Hearing this, she blushed in embarrassment. Phonia thought to herself, "So this is why he sent my father away. I love it. He planned all this just for me." Suddenly, Phonia felt the ground shake for a moment. At that moment, Lucian swiftly picked her up and held her in his arms. He smiled warmly, his eyes full of love for her. Phonia also blushed because of this, nervously looking at him intently. Then Lucian's voice spoke. "Let's go to your room." In the dark room, the moonlight shone through the window, adding to the ambiguous atmosphere. Lucian's gentle voice whispered, "Nia." On the bed, he gently took Phonia's hand and said, "I really don't think 100 kisses is enough. Just kissing your fingers already took 10. Hearing that, she smiled and said, "But having limits makes us appreciate them more." Lucian replied, "Not for me, Nia. I want all of you. Just the thought of missing any small part of you makes me sad. That's why I was able to endure everything today. I wanted to see what you're like when you interact with others. The way you laugh, when you shout, when you're flustered, and when you joke around, all those versions of you are different from when you're with me. I was jealous, but at the same time, I enjoyed seeing those other sides of you." Hearing that, Phonia was a little surprised but continued to listen intently. Lucian continued to kiss her hand. He said, "I'm sorry, Nia. I think I've gotten worse." Phonia was shy. In her heart, she thought, Lucian is changing too. And I don't hate his possessiveness as much as I used to. This kind of cute jealousy doesn't bother me. I actually like it." With that thought, she shyly turned her face away to avoid his gaze. In her heart, I turned away because I felt too ashamed of my thoughts to face Lucian. The next morning, warm sunlight gradually illuminated every corner of the mansion, and the birds chirped cheerfully. And entered with food and said, "I've brought your meal." At this time, on the bed, Lucian was still holding Phonia tightly, and smiled and said, before the Marquis left, he asked Sir Lucian to take care of the mansion, including the staff and you, my lady. A separate room has also been prepared for Sir Lucian. So don't worry, I'm the only one who knows you spent the night together. Hearing this, Phonia exclaimed with joy, "You deserve a month's vacation. You're the best," and hearing this, the obedient and replied, "Thank you, my lady." However, in contrast to the happy atmosphere, Lucian was a little displeased. He pulled her closer, which confused her slightly. Lucian moved his face closer and said disapprovingly, "Don't do that, Nia." Nia explained, "But I was just thanking her. And I always joke around like this." He held her hand tightly and said, "I don't like it." Nia was a little confused, but still listened attentively. Lucian said seriously, "This isn't the time for you to work or socialize with your family. So please, just focus on me." Then he moved his face closer to hers. His words and actions made her shy. But then Nia glanced over at him. She thought, "Are we making it uncomfortable?" Realizing this, she quickly spoke up. "Please don't mind me, my lady. I saw the Marquis's reaction after visiting Sir Lucian's mansion, so I anticipated something like this." Hearing this, she asked curiously, "What did my father say?" And recounted Lilac's words. "I hate couples, they should all die." That's what he said. Nia thought helplessly, good heavens, how can a father talk about his own daughter like that? While eating breakfast, Nia sighed and said, "I'll be a little busy today. I need to prepare for the reopening of the shop. I need to clean the shop and the sign, and I also need to order more cosmetics. I have a lot to do." Lucian said worriedly, "But do you need to be in such a hurry?" Nia showed him a piece of paper with a lot of content, saying, "I received this reservation list at the party last night. A lot of people have made reservations even though my shop has been closed for a while. I need to reopen it as soon as possible. I hope you understand, Lucian." Though she said that, she was a little worried inside. He's going to say no. How am I going to convince him? Suddenly Lucian's voice spoke, "All right." Hearing that, Nia happily thought, "I didn't expect this." Lucian said gently, "Since your shop is so popular, you'll need another employee, right?" Hearing that, Nia was stunned for a few seconds, not understanding. Not long after, the street became more lively. The elegant Lucian spoke, "Welcome to Pernia's cosmetic shop. The owner is currently busy applying makeup for another customer. I will inform the lady when it is her turn. Please wait here." The young ladies couldn't help but be flustered by Lucian's beauty and demeanor. Then he went to pour tea. Every gesture of his was very cold. Lucian placed the entire tea tray on the table and said, "Ladies, please have some tea while you wait." The ladies blushed with excitement and replied, "Thank you, sir." From a distance, Nia silently observed everything. She thought, "Lucian, you are truly a fearsome man. Even when he acts rudely, the ladies are still captivated." Meanwhile, Lucy sipped her tea and said shyly, "I never thought I would be served by Sir Lucian like this." The girl next to her added, "That's right, he always tries his best to avoid others." Another girl said, "Don't you think there's something different about him?" Lucy replied, "Definitely. He used to be warm and kind, but not anymore. His eyes are cold and his lips curve in a way that makes him look so arrogant." Suddenly, she paused for a few beats. Immediately, the thought "an ice prince" appeared in the three girls' minds. Seeing this, Nia felt it was unbelievable and also very helpless. She thought, anyway, the reopening was a huge success thanks to Lucian. Evening came. Nia was closing the shop after a busy day. Nia walked to the carriage. Lucian was already standing there and took her hand. He said, "Good job, Nia. Let's go home." In the carriage, Lucian continuously massaged Fernia's arm. He said worriedly, "It's hard to watch you work so hard with those delicate hands. Should I learn makeup to help you?" Hearing that, Fernia burst out laughing. She smiled and said, "How can the best knight in the Empire switch careers to become a makeup artist? That would be too much." A moment later, Fernia was lost in thought. I was so shocked when the Emperor stopped by earlier. A few hours ago, Cardian had visited Fernia's shop. He said, "This is quite a sight." Seeing him, she immediately bowed respectfully and said, "Your Majesty, what brings you to our humble establishment?" Cardian said, "I need to see Lucian." "Lucian, are you willing to return to the Knight Order?" He replied without hesitation. "I'm working at Fernia's shop." Cardian said coldly, "I understand. I've treated your resignation letter as a leave of absence. So let me know whenever you're ready to come back." Hearing that, Lucian frowned in displeasure. Seeing this, he said, "You're so stubborn." That sentence made Fernia, who was standing beside him, terrified. The ladies next to them were also too scared to speak. Suddenly, Cardian smiled faintly and sighed helplessly. Then he said, "One day you'll come back to me." Back in the present, Fernia was staring out the window, deep in thought, which made Lucian beside her. Then, she turned to talk about the conversation with His Majesty earlier. "Lucian." "Yes." Fernia said, "You can freely return to your work at any time." Hearing that, he replied, "You don't like having me around?" Fernia said, "Of course I do, but I know how hard you worked to get the title of knight. I just don't want you to give it up like this. But I'm just being greedy. What I want most is for you to do what you love, Lucian." Seeing Fernia's radiant smile, his face turned slightly red. Then, Lucian spoke seriously, "Like me." Looking at Fernia, Lucian smiled happily, his eyes gentle and full of love. Lucian said, "I've never been happier." A flower garden, the sky a deep blue with clouds drifting peacefully. Estelle was walking with a pile of blankets and pillows. Suddenly, a voice stopped her. "Estelle." The person ran over and took the pile of blankets and pillows from her hands. Calyx said shyly, "I told you to let me do it. I'm worried you'll hurt your fingers." She walked to another patient's bed, but from behind, Calyx called again. "Estelle, you're as beautiful as ever today. Even your heart is beautiful. How could I not love a woman like you?" The next day at the palace, an angry voice boomed, "What?" At this moment, Mary was shouting angrily, "Who dares to spread such absurd rumors? How can the noble crown prince date a commoner? I must see this with my own eyes. Prepare for my departure immediately." The person kneeling on the ground replied, "Yes, ma'am." A moment later, a magnificent white carriage arrived in front of the flower garden house. Mary entered, pushing the door open angrily. The sound of her high heels clicking on the tile floor was jarring. Mary stood before Estelle and began to loudly criticize her. "Is it true that you're dating the crown prince?" She smiled politely, bowed her head, and replied, "Yes, that's right." Hearing this, the fire of anger in her eyes flared up even more. Then, she shouted loudly and raised her hand to slap Estelle. "You despicable little brat." Seeing this, she was scared and quickly bowed her head, closing her eyes tightly. But a moment later, everything was still normal. Estelle opened her eyes in astonishment. Calyx had stepped forward and grabbed Mary's hand, stopping the slap. He said coldly, "What are you doing, grandmother?" Seeing Calyx, she angrily pulled her hand back. Then she shouted, "Calyx Valchina Frank, come to your senses. You are the crown prince of this empire, carrying the noblest bloodline. I haven't arranged a marriage for you only because I want to find the most suitable woman for you. How can you date a commoner? Are you planning to ruin the royal family's reputation?" Calyx replied without hesitation, "Yes." Hearing this, Mary was stunned as if she couldn't believe her ears. "What?" Calyx continued, "I know you won't listen no matter what I say. So you can think whatever you want. But don't interfere in our relationship." At the Lilac Mansion, Fernia was surprised to hear the news. She asked again, "The Queen Mother has fallen ill?" Estelle replied, "Yes, according to His Highness Calyx." She refuses to eat and won't let the doctors examine her. She won't even leave her room. She is elderly, so His Majesty and everyone in the palace are worried. After hearing this, Fo Nia thought, that old woman. She's so stubborn and arrogant. After thinking, she spoke to reassure her. Don't worry. The Queen Mother's anger will soon fade. In her heart, I will make sure of it. Warm sunshine is often more effective than strong winds when trying to change someone's mind. Just like when Lucian brought an olive tree to improve the Queen Mother's impression of me. The Queen Mother couldn't help but become a fan of Lucian after that, but her feelings for him have now cooled. Or rather, perhaps it should be said that she completely hates him now. It's all because Lucian was cursed by a demon. If Lucian appeared before her, she would only hate him more. The carriage stopped. Lucian said, Nia, we're here. Fo Nia replied, let's go. So, instead of Lucian, I found someone else. William appeared with a radiant smile and said, welcome. I'm delighted to meet the most famous people in the capital. Seeing him, Lucian became annoyed. He whispered, I don't like him. Fo Nia whispered back, be patient, Lucian. In my eyes, you're always the most handsome man. A moment later, she sat on a chair and said with a smile, thank you for letting us visit. You must be the busiest person in the capital. William replied, not at all. You wrote to me that you needed a favor. What is it? At this moment, Fo Nia's expression was a little awkward. She stammered, well, could you visit the Queen Mother for me? In her heart, she thought, after all, the Queen Mother is William's biggest fan. Hearing this, the smile on his face instantly vanished. Seeing this, Fo Nia felt anxious. There's no way the most famous actor in the Empire would accept a personal request like this. I brought some money, but will it be enough? If not, I'll have to sweet-talk him as much as possible to convince him. Suddenly William's voice cut through her thoughts. All right, since you're asking, I'll do it. Hearing this, Fo Nia was surprised and asked again, what? He continued, but of course I won't do it for free. William spoke slowly with a gentle voice. He gently placed the teacup he was drinking on the table. Then, blushing, he bravely said loudly, I want to ask for Sir Lucian's autograph. Hearing this, both Fo Nia and Lucian were stunned and couldn't believe it. William began to recount, I've been a huge fan since you first became famous as a knight. I stood at the front of the crowd to wave at you every time you went into battle. I prayed for your safe return and even tied a ribbon on the palace gate. Hearing this, Fo Nia realized that William was Lucian's biggest fan. He continued shyly, I'm so honored to meet you in person. I never thought I would meet you like this. If you give me your autograph, it would be the greatest gift of my life. So will you? After he finished speaking, a moment of silence fell between the three of them. Then, Lucian's concise reply suddenly rang out. Sure. Hearing this, William was overjoyed and immediately took out a pen and paper, bowing his head sincerely and saying, thank you so much. Seeing this, Fo Nia was a little surprised. He had prepared everything in advance. He didn't even try. Is that okay? A neat and beautiful signature quickly appeared on the paper. Lucian asked, is this enough? Holding the paper, Pai couldn't hold back his tears and sobbed, getting your autograph is the greatest honor of my life. Sir Lucian, now I can die in peace. Hearing this, he said, it would be quite troublesome if you died now. At least wait until you've fulfilled Nia's request. Hearing this, William happily agreed. Oh, right, of course. Lucian continued with displeasure. And, please don't look at her anymore. It annoys me. He replied without hesitation. Of course. At this point, Fo Nia was so confused she froze. Then, Lucian reminded him, don't talk to her more than necessary. I don't like seeing you and Nia talking to each other. William nodded without hesitation and replied, sure. Fo Nia wondered, is Lucian training this beautiful man or seducing him? Anyway, everything was resolved easily thanks to Lucian. This is my plan. In the palace where Mary lives. William said gently, Your Majesty, you must be very worried about the Crown Prince. William will visit the Queen Mother who is lying on her sickbed. Mary said gently, William, you are the only one who understands me. Nia's narration. I think her anger will dissipate if her favorite actor comes to comfort her during her difficult time. She thought, I thought so, but at this moment Nia asked in shock, she threw you out? William cried, covering his face. As soon as I mentioned the Saintess, she flew into a rage. She couldn't hide her anger. She asked, so you just left? He replied, I'm sorry, I was just too scared. Nia felt a little dissatisfied, thinking, how could he just run away like that? Seeing this, William said dejectedly, I'll try to visit her again tomorrow. Nia firmly refused, forget it. She pondered, William is more useless than I thought, and the Queen Mother's love for him isn't as great as I had hoped. What should I do now? Suddenly Lucian's voice rang out, why are you trying so hard? You're always trying to do everything by yourself. It's not like Saintess Estelle asked for your help. What do you get out of this? Hearing this, Nia held her chin and thought for a moment. Suddenly, she smiled happily and said, joy. Seeing Nia like that, Lucian said nothing more, just blushed and looked at her lovingly. Then Nia asked, I'm like an angel, aren't I? He replied without hesitation, yes, definitely. She was a little surprised to hear his answer. Nia was curious, you're not angry? Lucian smiled and replied, there's something hot boiling inside me, but it's okay. I like this side of you too. His words made her even more flustered, her face as red as a tomato. Then Nia smiled gently and said, I was very happy to hear that Lucian's love for me is greater than his jealousy. If a handsome man doesn't work, what about this? You gave me a mandrake root before. My father worked hard to grow it, and now it has 3 roots. Nia thought, old people like healthy and rare foods, so I'm sure the Queen Mother will accept it. I'll send it to the palace tomorrow. The next day, at the Lilac Mansion, a voice announced, the Queen Mother has arrived at the Flower Garden House. Estelle replied, yes. She told me to forget what she said before. Nia asked curiously, so she has accepted you, Estelle? She smiled and nodded once. That's right. Nia joyfully took Estelle's hand and smiled, saying, thank goodness. She replied, indeed, thank you for worrying about me, Nia. I have to go now. Nia stood up and said, oh, Estelle, wait. Take this too. She thought, the situation with the Queen Mother has been resolved, so I'll give this to Estelle. Looking at the box, Estelle asked curiously, what is this? Nia explained, it's a type of healthy herb. Give it to the patients at the Flower Garden House who need it, or better yet, you should eat it, Estelle. Hearing this, she took it and said, thank you, Nia. All right, I'm leaving now. See you later. Nia waved goodbye as she left. Then, she was gone. She turned to call Lucian, who was standing beside her. What did you do to the Queen Mother? He asked back, why do you assume I did something? Nia replied, because the Queen Mother suddenly accepted Estelle right after you went out yesterday. Hearing that, Lucian answered honestly, you're right, I went to see the Queen Mother. At this, her face showed a little panic. Nia immediately asked, what did you do when you visited the Queen Mother? She wondered, did you threaten her? Seeing her worry, Lucian replied, don't worry. I followed your original plan. Nia was curious, my original plan? Yesterday at the Queen Mother's palace. At this moment, Mary was lying in bed. Suddenly a small noise woke her up. She thought, who dares to visit me without an announcement? I've refused all visitors. When she turned, she saw Lucian standing there. Immediately Mary was stunned and shouted, how did you get in here without my permission? Don't you know that entering the Queen Mother's room without permission is a serious crime? The person standing beside her explained in confusion, Your Majesty, please calm down. This is an order from His Majesty. He has given Sir Lucian permission to go anywhere in the palace. That's why I brought him here. Hearing this, Mary was shocked and shouted, what? I will not tolerate such rudeness in my palace. Take him away immediately. At this moment, Lucian moved closer to her, his eyes sharp and cold, and smiled, saying, it's been a long time, Your Majesty. I apologize for disturbing you by coming here unannounced. Seeing this, she sat down and asked, "All right, so what are you here for?" Lucian said bluntly, "Personally, I don't care if you torment Lady Estelle or the Crown Prince." She was shocked. "What?" Lucian said in a low voice, "But it bothers Nia. She is bothered by what you are doing. It's terrible to know that the person you love is thinking about someone else other than you. It's a horrible feeling. So please, don't upset her anymore. I need you to be quiet, okay?" At this, she angrily clenched her dress and said firmly, "Leave here immediately. I won't let you persuade me like last time." Hearing this, Lucian's lips curved into a terrifying smile. Then he stepped lightly forward and said, "I think you're mistaken. I didn't come here to persuade or threaten you." Then he gently lifted her chin. Mary's eyes widened in fear, a chill running down her spine. Lucian smiled gently again and said, "Do you understand now why I came here?" A terrifying pressure bore down on Mary's head. She trembled, unable to speak. After a moment, Mary replied fearfully and helplessly, "Oh, all right. I will do as you ask, so please leave, Sir Lucian." The memory ended. Lucian smiled and said, "Aren't you proud of me, Nia?" At this moment, Nia bowed her head without answering, her whole body shaking. Seeing her expression, Lucian called out worriedly, "Nia." Suddenly Nia shouted, "How could you go into the Queen Mother's room and threaten her like that? It was so reckless." As soon as she finished speaking, she covered her mouth in shock and thought, "Oh, I got too angry." But when she saw Lucian smiling, Nia wondered in confusion, "Why is he smiling?" He moved closer to her and asked, "Are you worried about me?" She replied awkwardly, "So what if I am?" Then Lucian spread his arms and hugged Nia tightly. Lucian was happy. "This is wonderful. Nia, you're so cute when you're angry like this." Nia avoided his gaze in embarrassment and said, "Just don't do things like that anymore, okay?" Lucian smiled and quickly replied, "Okay." The next day, at Pernia's shop, a girl in the shop said excitedly, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Sir Lucian. Today is such a beautiful day. The sun is shining, just like Sir Lucian." He replied emotionlessly, "I see." Then, Lucian walked past coldly, not paying any attention. Seeing this, Nia thought to herself, "I never asked him to be cold to others." But the other young ladies saw it and started gossiping excitedly. "Did you see that? He looked at me with such contempt." "Yes, I saw him look at you as if you were just a bug. As a duke's daughter. I've never been treated like this. It's so annoying, but also so exciting." Nia thought helplessly, "I guess it doesn't matter anyway. He's so handsome that women can't help themselves." The sunset glowed in the corner of the sky. Another day passed. That night, Nia was cleaning up. She said, "The shop is closed." Suddenly, Estelle walked in and called out Nia. She turned to answer her call. "Hello, Estelle. You don't look so good. Did something happen?" Estelle replied, "Nia, do you remember the herb you gave me before?" Nia's words were, "It's a type of healthy herb. Give it to the patients at the flower garden house who need it, or better yet, you should eat it." Estelle. Hearing that, she said, "The mandrake root." She replied, "Yes." Nia asked worriedly, "What about it? Did someone get sick from eating it?" Estelle's fingers fidgeted nervously. "Well, I kept it carefully in case someone needed it. But Calix found it last night." He asked curiously, "Where did you?" Estelle recalled what she had told Calix at that time. "Oh, Nia gave it to me." He said, "For a poor noble, she chose a pretty good gift." "Great, I'll make you tea with this." Estelle was surprised. "What?" Calix said, "You've been working for days without proper sleep. This will help with your fatigue." She hesitated and said, "But..." Calix insisted, "You give your all for others. It's okay to accept at least this much. The healthier you are, the better you can take care of others." Estelle stared at the mandrake root, still very hesitant. After a moment, she said, "All right." Hearing this, Calix happily took the mandrake and said, "I'll go brew it." A little while later, he came back and started pouring it into a cup for Estelle. A faint fragrance filled the room. The liquid shimmered. She looked at it and said, "What a strange color and smell. I bet it's very bitter." Calix said, but it works. I've seen my grandmother drink it before. She was shocked when her knee pain disappeared overnight. Hearing that, she thought to herself, it must be very effective. Then, Estelle suggested, you should have a cup too, Calyx. You haven't had much rest these past few days either. Hearing this, he blushed slightly and nodded. Then the two of them sat down together and enjoyed the drink. Hearing this, Fo Nia asked, so what's the problem? Estelle nervously continued to recount what happened next. The effect of the mandrake root was too strong. It was almost lethal for young people like us. Calyx ran his fingers through his hair, his gaze hazy, his face as red as a tomato. At that moment, he wondered, strange. Why do I suddenly feel so hot? Then Calyx looked worriedly at Estelle. By now, her face had also turned red. He instinctively covered his mouth, looked away, and said, Estelle, I have to go. Estelle looked at Calyx with a dazed expression. He called out worriedly, Estelle. Hearing him, she was startled and replied awkwardly, oh, sorry, I was distracted. I'll see you out. Then, Calyx walked ahead with Estelle trailing behind. Suddenly he said, Estelle, I feel strange. She was confused. Huh, what's wrong? Suddenly he came forward and held Estelle's hands tightly. Without hesitation, Calyx exclaimed, my heart is pounding, my whole body is hot, and… Estelle looked at him lovingly, her face flushed red. He continued, I want to stay with you a little longer. Estelle also replied in confusion, me too, Calyx. He immediately leaned in and kissed her lips. Hearing this, both Lucian and Fo Nia froze, not knowing what to say. After a few minutes, she asked, did you two go all the way? Estelle nodded worriedly. Hearing that, Fo Nia was both shy and excited. She asked expectantly, that's amazing, why are you ashamed of it? Estelle stammered, well, can I get pregnant after just one night? We both acted so impulsively that we didn't think about it. Fo Nia understood and thought, I didn't expect them to do that either. First, I should reassure Estelle. Then she said, for now just wait until your next period, you can worry about it then. The next day, it was still a very beautiful day with warm sun and a clear sky. Calyx was knocking on a door and entering a shop. After a while, he said disappointedly, I guess they're not open yet. Lucian's voice suddenly spoke, what brings you here? Calyx spoke seriously, Estelle is avoiding me. Do you know why? Hearing this, Fo Nia thought for a moment. Then she said, I heard about what happened between you two. I think Estelle is feeling conflicted about it. Hearing that, he said dejectedly and sadly, does she regret being with me that day? Fo Nia said seriously, listen, Calyx, it happened because of the mandrake root, but it was consensual. That's not what Estelle is worried about. Hearing that, Calyx was stunned for a few seconds. He asked, if she doesn't hate me for what happened, then what is she worried about? Was I that bad? Fo Nia thought with exasperation. I really don't want to know the details. Calyx said again. Or maybe. Suddenly Fo Nia shouted angrily. Oh my god, be realistic. I'm talking about pregnancy. She said you two didn't use protection. You have equal responsibility in this. Hearing that, he replied in confusion, I wasn't thinking clearly that day. That's why I want to see her and apologize. She asked again, what will you do if she's really pregnant? Calyx immediately replied, we'll have and raise the baby, of course. Fo Nia became even angrier and shouted, but you won't be the one giving birth to it. Don't you know how difficult pregnancy and childbirth are? And if Estelle gets pregnant before marriage, think about how that will affect her reputation. People here are not open about contraception and premarital relations. If they find out the Saintess is pregnant before marriage, Estelle will have to endure all kinds of criticism. Do you understand why she's worried now? Do you see what a huge mistake you've made? Hearing that, Calyx silently bowed his head and thought carefully. Fo Nia said again, go to Estelle now and talk to her. He said worriedly, should I tell her she doesn't need to worry because I'll take care of her? Fo Nia replied bluntly, no, you two need to have a conversation. Talk about what you both should do. Be honest and realistic. And most importantly, hug Estelle as soon as you see her. She's very strong, but I'm sure she's worried. Calyx lowered his face, listening intently, closing his eyes to calm down. Then he smiled, raised his face and said, "Phonia, thank you as always." Suddenly, that left Phonia stunned in place, her face slightly panicked. Phonia glanced at a sulking Lucian and thought, "You fool, you shouldn't have smiled at me like that just now." Then Calyx said, "I'll be leaving now." Afterwards, Phonia asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Lucian replied, "I almost killed him." She asked again nervously, "Will those two be okay?" Lucian replied, "Who knows? I'm sure they'll figure it out." Hearing that, she asked again, "Aren't you worried about Estelle?" Lucian replied with a question, "Should I be?" Hearing that, her face showed clear worry. Suddenly Lucian called out, "Nia. To me, this world has no color or scent. It's like a black and white painting. But you're different. You're the only bright thing in this world to me. You're the only one with a scent and light. You came to me in this dark world. You showed me how beautiful it can be, so you are all I can see." What he said left Phonia stunned for a few seconds. She thought, "We haven't talked like this since Lucian turned dark. Has he been this lonely all this time?" Suddenly a flash of panic appeared on Lucian's face. He asked worriedly, "Nia, are you crying?" Phonia sobbed, "You made me cry." He moved closer to Phonia and said gently, "I'm sorry." She replied tearfully, "Why are you sorry?" Lucian smiled, hugging and comforting her, saying, "Even though I made you cry, I'm still happy that your tears are for me." Phonia said resentfully, "How can you be happy seeing someone else cry? You're so mean." Lucian hugged her tighter, repeatedly saying, "I'm sorry." At this moment, a small vial was in Lucian's pocket. A few days later, at a luxurious and splendid mansion, Calyx and Estelle walked forward, holding hands tightly. Phonia asked, "Are you going back to the kingdom of Zebran?" Estelle smiled happily and said, "Yes, my leave has ended. It's time for me to go back. I need to get back to work." Phonia asked with concern, "That will be a long trip. Will you be okay?" Calyx replied, "Don't worry, we'll be traveling by the best carriage and ship." Hearing that, Phonia asked curiously, "Your Highness, are you going too?" Estelle smiled and said, "Oh, actually, Calyx proposed to me yesterday, so he's coming with me. His Majesty has also given his permission." Hearing that, Phonia exclaimed with joy, "Oh my God." Then Calyx said, "The official announcement will be made after we leave." Phonia said happily, "Have a safe trip. Don't overexert yourself and keep in touch with me anytime." She smiled and replied, "Yes, of course." At this moment, Phonia turned to Lucian and said, "Don't you want to say anything to them?" Then he smiled nonchalantly and said, "I'm glad you're leaving. You won't be bothering Nia for a while." As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere became heavy. Phonia looked at him in shock, thinking, "He's so mean." Calyx and Estelle arrived in the kingdom of Zebran. As expected, many people in the capital disapproved of this. It was at that moment that the emperor made the official announcement. Crown Prince Calyx and Saintess Estelle are privately engaged. Saintess Estelle will now become the next crown princess and is therefore under the protection of the royal family. Anyone who speaks ill of her will be severely punished. Elsewhere, one of Mary's attendants said resentfully, "Queen Mother, this can't be. Will you really allow a commoner to become the crown princess?" Suddenly she said, "What makes a good queen is her love for her people. And how many people in this empire can claim they love their people more than Estelle?" Hearing that, the other person was stunned. Mary said again, "So, you must accept this. Don't even think about causing any more trouble." Meanwhile, in the poor district, the people were happily chatting. "Did you hear? She will be the greatest queen this empire has ever had." Unaware of the commotion in the capital, Estelle and Calyx arrived safely in the kingdom of Zebran. There were no signs of pregnancy, but you have my gratitude. Estelle smiled, thinking, "Now I feel like everything will be okay, no matter what happens." The clear blue sky signaled a prolonged period of peace. 1 month after the official announcement of Estelle and Calyx's engagement, something unexpected happened. "A delegation from the kingdom of Asen is coming. The Kingdom of Asin is one of the Empire's closest allies. The relationship between the two nations began when the Empire was first founded. The former emperor once told the general of Asin, who had served him. At this moment, Cardian gave the order. Asin, your courage has helped me unite the entire continent. To reward you, I will give you a crown. The other person bowed their heads solemnly and listened. Because of the upcoming party for the delegation, my shop was fully booked. I wanted to serve every customer, but I'm only one person. Phonia thought, so I can only help Duchess Rosesa, who booked in advance. And today is the trial run. Rosesa opened the door, stepped out and smiled, saying, "Welcome, Lady Phonia." "You're here too?" "Sir Lucian." She smiled and said, "He's my loyal assistant." Rosesa said, "I don't mind Sir Lucian being here. Please feel free to do whatever you're comfortable with." Hearing that, Phonia was touched, thinking, my client is an angel. Then she said, "So I'll start the makeup now." Rosesa replied, "Okay." Suddenly, something made Phonia a little confused. At this moment, Rosesa had her eyes closed, but her body was shaking. Phonia immediately said, "You seem nervous. You look that way." Hearing that, Rosesa replied worriedly, "I just can't rest easy while the Asin delegation is here." Hearing that, Phonia was confused, not understanding what. Phonia asked curiously, "Why are they so aggressive?" Rosesa replied fearfully, "It's more than that. I feel hesitant even when I have to deal with them. Princess Lara of Asin is famous for being wicked. She's terrifying." According to the original novel, Princess Lara was the youngest and most beloved daughter of King Asin. And at the end of the novel, she was definitely the greatest villainess of all time. When the Queen Mother disapproved of Estelle, Princess Lara was her choice to marry Calix. But Calix firmly rejected her because he loved Estelle. Afterwards, Princess Lara threatened Estelle's life before being caught by Calix. In the end, the princess was publicly executed in the square. At this moment, Phonia gently touched Rosesa's shoulder to comfort her. She said gently, "Don't worry, my makeup will make you look so intimidating that even that terrible princess will stay away." Hearing that, Rosesa looked at her with a fond smile. She smiled and replied, "Thank you, Lady Phonia." A few moments later, she looked at herself in the mirror after her makeup was done. Then she smiled happily and said, "Please do my makeup like this again on the day of the party." Phonia immediately replied, "Of course." Suddenly Rosesa said, "Oh, and Lady Phonia, could I ask you a favor?" She replied curiously, "What is it?" She said, "Could you accompany me to the party as my guest?" Phonia asked, "Aren't you going with your daughter?" Rosesa replied, "I was planning to, but my daughter is not feeling well. I'm afraid she might make a mistake if she's sick. And the truth is, I'm being selfish. I feel like I'll be able to enjoy the party more comfortably if I go with you." Hearing that, Phonia was stunned for a moment. Then she thought to herself, but Lucian will insist on coming along. What if he causes trouble at such an important event? Noticing the confused look from her, Lucian spoke up, "I'm fine. Don't give up an opportunity because of me. You can do what you want. Nia." His words warmed Phonia's heart and her face turned red. Then she thought again, "I can't believe Lucian is supporting me in this." Next, Phonia said happily, "All right, I'll go to the party with you, Lady Rosesa." She smiled and said, "Thank you, Lady Phonia." A few days later, the delegation from the royal family of Asin arrived. A loud announcement was made, "The guests from the Kingdom of Asin have arrived." The royal family held a party to welcome them. Phonia thought, "Look at all these important noble families. What a sight." Suddenly Phonia's gaze became cautious as the sound of the door opening was heard. Lara, in a splendid dress, strode in with a proud face. Then she spoke, "It's been a year since I last saw all of you." Phonia thought, "This is so tense." Lara continued, "It seems nothing has changed here. I don't see any handsome men." That makes Lara very sad. At this moment, Rosesa said seriously, "Have you still not found a suitable husband?" She smiled and replied, I want a man who is handsome, strong, and has a terrible personality, but I haven't found one yet. By the way, have you changed your makeup, Lady Rosa? Hearing that, she was a little confused and replied, Yes, we haven't seen each other in a year. Your memory is amazing. Hearing that, Lara said, It's quite beautiful. Hearing this, Rosessa was a little stunned to receive the compliment. Lara said again, This is much more beautiful than your boring look before. The person who did it must be very talented. Then she walked closer to another place. Lara then said, Are you the new Marquis Garcia? He replied, Yes. Suddenly Lara smiled with amusement, her cheeks blushing. Then she said excitedly, Your mustache is so funny. It curls up like a snail. Garcia was annoyed, but tried to remain calm and replied, I'll take that as a compliment. Lara sneered, It wasn't a compliment. You must be very stupid. Hearing that, Fo Nia couldn't help but burst out laughing. Suddenly a loud announcement was made, Our ruler, the noble emperor, has arrived. And beside him, Lucian also approached with a steady demeanor. Fo Nia was excited, Lucian looked so handsome. Next, Guardian walked to where Lara was standing. On the day I decided to attend the party with Duchess Rosessa, Fo Nia asked worriedly, Are you sure it's okay for me to go alone? I asked him. Lucian smiled and replied, I won't let you go alone. I will also attend the party. Back to the present, she thought warmly, so he's here as the Emperor's knight. At this moment, Guardian spoke in a serious tone, Hello and welcome to the guests from the Kingdom of Aeson. Thank you for making such a long journey. Your visit will help our two nations maintain a strong alliance. Lara smiled and said, Of course, Your Majesty. The Kingdom of Aeson will always be by your side. Guardian said, Princess Lara, you look more mature since I last saw you. She replied, I'm 18 years old now, you know. Fo Nia listened to the conversation and thought to herself, I can't believe an 18-year-old girl can be so confident in front of the Emperor and the nobles. Guardian asked again, What about King Aeson? She replied, Unfortunately, my father couldn't make it, so I led his delegation here myself. He said, I guess he's upset about Calix's engagement news. Lara replied without hesitation, That's right. How could you allow such a thing? You know how much I wanted to marry your son. Your Majesty. I was so angry that I committed murder when I heard the news. Lara laughed proudly and said, I'm talking about my beloved slaves. Hearing that, Fo Nia was stunned for a moment and wondered, Did I hear that right? She continued to laugh excitedly, saying, They were beautiful slaves. I miss them. Fo Nia silently judged, She's crazy. The atmosphere at the party between the two kingdoms was luxurious and grand. Lara was concentrating on enjoying her food. Cactian spoke up, Princess Lara, I want to hear about that man. She replied while eating that man. Cactian said, The man who appeared in Arsene a few months ago and won the hearts of the royal family. I heard his name is Griffin. Lara asked curiously, You've heard of him too? Cactian replied, Well, the rumors about him are quite impressive. Lara smiled and replied, Baron Griffin is a wonderful man. He's knowledgeable in many fields, including politics, history, and warfare. He's also extremely eloquent. Talking to him is a pleasure. He's also very handsome, especially his eyes. They are colored a deep red, just like that other man's eyes. Now that I think about it, they look very similar. It's unbelievable. By any chance, do you know Baron Griffin? Lucian looked at Lara with annoyance, his eyes full of killing intent. Then he calmly turned his face away. Noticing Lucian's attitude, Lara was a little surprised. Then she smiled excitedly and said, Did that knight just ignore me? He's exactly my type. Your Majesty, I've heard rumors about Sir Lucian, but I didn't know he was this amazing. Please, grant him to me. As soon as the words were spoken, the air fell silent. Over here, Fo Nia was both shocked and angry, thinking, how dare she ask for Lucian? Cactian said calmly, Princess Lara, Sir Lucian is my most precious knight. Asking for him is like demanding to steal the Empire's most important treasure. Is that what you mean? You are no longer in the Kingdom of Aeson. Even considering cultural differences, your behavior is unacceptable. Princess, you must apologize to me and my knight. Hearing this, Lara felt deflated and pouted with dissatisfaction. Then she said, I misspoke. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Cactian said without emotion, Very well, I will consider it a mistake due to cultural differences. At this moment, Lara's lips moved as if to say something and suddenly, the person sitting next to her stood up and shouted angrily. Your Majesty, how can you ask a princess to apologize to a commoner knight? You may be the emperor, but you are being unfair to our princess. Seeing this, Lara spoke with annoyance. Be quiet. I will apologize as the emperor commands. She then stood up from her chair and slowly walked forward. The sound of high heels echoed as Lara approached Lucien and the others. Then she smiled friendly and said, I apologize if I upset you. It's just because I like you. You are the man of my dreams. On this side, Phonia glanced over resentfully, thinking, do I have to sit here and watch this? However, Lucien turned his face away, not looking at Lara even once. This embarrassed her, and she said loudly, I've already apologized, so say something. Are you too mute? He coldly replied, Could you please be quiet? You're too loud. She looked upset the moment you said my name. Phonia suddenly blushed. Lara frantically asked, Who are you talking about? Who is she? Lucien frowned, glancing away with an annoyed tone. Do I have to rip your mouth open to make you shut up? Hearing this, Lara suddenly felt a shiver. Over here, the members of the AXIN delegation immediately stood up in anger, shouting, How dare he speak to our princess like that? He may be the emperor's favorite knight, but this is unacceptable. You must behead him, Your Majesty. Garcia added more fuel to the fire. This is why you shouldn't give Sir Lucien freedom. You never know when he might turn into a demon and attack us. Hearing this, Phonia cursed angrily in her heart, that bastard. Suddenly, Cactian's loud shout echoed, Enough. As the host of this party, I am very displeased. If anyone says another word, I will consider it a personal challenge to me. And Lucien, you have behaved rudely towards our guest. Phonia, take Lucien away immediately. She quickly ran over and replied, Of course. Lara stared after Lucien and Phonia. At this moment, she naturally grabbed Lucien's hand. Then Phonia said, Let's go, Lucien. Lara's gaze became even more terrifying. She frowned and gritted her teeth. Night fell, and the lavish palace, bustling in the morning, was now quiet and still. Phonia asked worriedly, Are you okay? Lucien replied, I'm more worried about you, Nia. She answered, But I'm fine. Why are you worried? Lucien said, Because you looked upset when that woman was looking at me. Suddenly she said loudly, Of course I'm upset. That woman said she wanted you and treated you like an object. He said gently, I understand. In that case, you should have let me stay there. I would have torn her to pieces for hurting you. Hearing this, Phonia was speechless, thinking helplessly. Good grief. Then she explained, That was an important event, Lucien. That's why you kept your cool, right? But you could have done better. He calmly replied, That's not right, Lucien sincerely replied, I tried my best because I didn't want you to resent me. Hearing this, Phonia stared at him, both surprised and warmed. Then Phonia smiled, her face radiating happiness, and said, You did great, Lucien. In Princess Lara's room in the arson delegation's quarters, Lara lay on her bed in a fit of rage. She muttered, They won't get away with this. Suddenly, the door to her room opened. Lara stopped all movement and stared at the door. Griffin, in a black cloak, slowly entered. Lara was surprised. Griffin. He smiled and stared at Lara. She shouted in confusion. How could you let this happen to me? Why didn't you stop that man from talking to me like that? The servants bowed and said, We'll take our leave. Lara screamed, Get out. Griffin said with a smile, If you're that upset, just tell King Arsene. He'd be more than willing to kill the Emperor's favorite knight. Lara's tears fell as she said resentfully, But I don't want that. I really like that man. I'm going to make him my husband. Hearing this, Griffin smiled with amusement. Seeing that smile, Lara was stunned and her eyes widened. She spoke angrily, "Do I look like I'm joking?" He laughed and replied, "No, it's just that Kadian is already engaged." Hearing this, Lara frowned, her face showing disbelief. She thought to herself, Kadian spoke about that woman with a fierce glare. Then she remembered Kadian's words, "Phonia, take Lucian away now." At that time, Phonia had replied, "Of course," and she left the party with Kadian. Then Lara spoke seriously, "That's not a problem at all. I just need to ask the Emperor to break their engagement. The Emperor wants to strengthen the friendship with the kingdom of Exen, so he won't mind." Hearing this, the smile on Griffin's face vanished. He said, "But they are deeply in love. There are even rumors that Guardian's fiancé broke his demonic curse with her love." Lara laughed sarcastically and replied, "My goodness, do you really believe that, Griffin?" At this moment, his lips curved slightly, his eyes filled with calculation. Then Griffin spoke, "Of course not, it's nonsense. Anyway, red eyes aren't a curse." Lara said proudly, "Exactly. This is just a rumor people made up to entertain themselves. After talking to you, I want him even more." Hearing this, he asked curiously, "How will you get him?" Lara smiled and replied, "It doesn't take any special skills to get a man. You just have to seduce him." This made Griffin feel contemptuous, and he smirked. The next day, at the Lilac Mansion, Anne held a letter in her hand, staring at it in surprise. The letter's sender was Princess Lara, and the recipient was Lucian. It was even sealed with a kiss. Seeing this, Anne angrily threw it away, shouting, "My goodness, why would she send a letter like that to an engaged man? It's disgusting." But the letters kept coming, so Anne threw them into the fireplace. It went on for days. Then one day, the recipient of the princess's invitation changed. This time, Phonia held the letter. The letter asked, "Do you remember the unfortunate incident at the party?" Lucian's earlier words echoed, "Do I have to rip your mouth open to make you shut up? I don't know if you're aware, but that incident has caused a lot of tension between our two nations. So I've stepped in to mediate the situation. I've offered to let it go if Sir Lucian apologizes to me in person. After all, I, Princess Lara, love peace." Phonia finished reading the letter and thought cynically, if she loves peace so much, why does she own slaves and kill people? The letter continued, "I have sent countless letters to Sir Lucian, but he has yet to reply. What should I do, Lady Phonia? I want to hear your advice in person." After reading, Phonia said with annoyance, "And help me prepare to go out." She said worriedly, "My lady, are you really going? I have a bad feeling about this." Phonia replied, "She wants to see me. A war could break out if I don't go." And replied, "That won't happen. Even the Princess of Arson wouldn't dare start a war over something like this." Phonia was resolute, "You never know, but I can't let her use Lucian to start a war." And asked curiously, "All right then, why don't you go with Sir Lucian?" She was silent for a moment, frowning with annoyance. Then Phonia said decisively, "No, I'll go alone. I found a way to go out alone without Lucian." She hid behind a bush while Lucian was talking to Anne. He asked, "Where's Nia?" And replied, "She went out. This is the residence where Princess Lara is staying." Phonia entered, welcomed by two people at the door. "Welcome." She observed them, thinking, they're wearing collars with the symbol of Asen. The person spoke, "Please follow me." She nodded and followed, confused, thinking they were slaves. Phonia followed the person inside. Suddenly the person stopped abruptly, and seeing this, Phonia also stopped. The person then said, "Princess Lara, Lady Phonia Lilac has arrived. Enter." Immediately after, the person who led Phonia in approached Lara. At this moment, she widened her eyes in shock at the scene before her. Phonia thought, "What is this?" The slave knelt beside Lara's bed, surrounded by many servants attending to her. She looked at Phonia with an arrogant gaze. Lara asked, "Where's Kadian?" Phonia thought to herself, this girl is so rude, but she still answered politely on the surface, "Lucian isn't feeling well." Lara looked at Phonia with a provocative smile. "You intentionally left him behind, didn't you?" Her attitude suddenly changed, and she grimly ordered the handsome men, "All of you, get out." She said bluntly to her, "You must think I'm easy to bully, don't you?" Phonia didn't answer, but was busy looking for something. She lowered her voice and said to Lara, "This is a letter from His Majesty." She saw it and was so shocked she couldn't believe her eyes. "What?" Phonia explained with a gentle smile. "I met His Majesty before coming here. I told him that you and I had decided to resolve our differences." She calmly opened the letter. Lara read each line, her hands trembling uncontrollably. After reading the letter, she seemed to have a different feeling about Phonia. "You're smarter than you look." Taking it as a compliment, Phonia replied cheerfully, "Isn't that right?" Suddenly Lara snapped her fingers, "Come on." Phonia didn't know what she was planning to do, so her attitude immediately became wary. She spoke as she approached, "You said you came here to appease me, right?" Below, two maids had already prepared a full banquet table. A table full of lavish food. In that case, Lara picked up a bottle of wine and struck a seductive pose for Phonia. "You'd better have a drink with me." Phonia reluctantly sat down at the table. "All right, I can do this." A maid was ready to serve her. Lara handed her glass to the maid to be filled. She smiled smugly and said to her, "Aren't my slaves lovely? I had them dressed up for Cadian, so I'm very disappointed." Phonia suddenly switched to a serious tone. "Princess Lara, I guess you wanted to see Lucien not to apologize, but because you want to seduce him, right?" Each word hit her where it hurt. "In that case, you should give up." For a moment, her whole face stiffened. "Huh?" Lara wasn't one to take humiliation lying down, so she retorted, "I guess you're confident because you're engaged to him. But how dare you, the daughter of a mere marquis, give me orders?" Phonia didn't hesitate to speak plainly for her to understand. "As you said, I'm engaged to Lucien. So no matter what you do, Lucien won't be swayed." Finally, she concluded with a sentence that was also advice for Lara. "You shouldn't waste your time." Feeling as if she had been insulted, her hand holding the wine glass tightened as if she wanted to crush it. There was nothing more to say, so Phonia stood up to leave. "That's all I wanted to say. I'll take my leave now." Lara couldn't stand this anger. She swung her hand and smashed the wine glass on the floor. She ordered her men to seize Phonia. "Seize that girl immediately." Phonia turned back to warn them, "If you dare touch a single hair on my head, you will suffer the wrath of His Majesty." Even so, Lara was not afraid at all. "Don't worry, I won't lay a finger on you, you bitch." She had a group of men hold her hands. "In fact, I will protect you." Phonia seemed to sense that something bad was about to happen. Just as she predicted, Lara then said, "Because Lady Phonia will be so drunk she can't go home." Phonia now had no way out, and in her mind, she kept screaming, "Damn it." Lara revealed all her calculations. "If I ask him to come pick up his drunk fiancé, he'll rush right over. I'll finally get to see Cadian again." Ignoring Phonia, she went to prepare her makeup to look gorgeous. Lara stood in front of the mirror, admiring herself, and asked the two maids, "How do I look?" The two maids praised her profusely. "Of course, you're very beautiful. No man can resist the princess." Lara was also very pleased with herself. "I look amazing." While admiring herself, Lara's door was suddenly kicked open, startling her. A shadow of a shoe stood outside the door. The dust gradually settled, revealing the figure of a tall man. It was Lucien. He looked at Lara with an unfriendly eye. Even so, Lara's gaze towards Lucien was still full of passion. "He truly is the greatest knight of the Empire. He's so strong. I love this man." She tried to control herself and welcomed Lucien politely. "Welcome, Cadian." He didn't care and just asked coldly, "Where's Nia?" Lara pretended not to hear and approached Lucien. She gently caressed his face and replied softly, "That woman is sleeping in another room. She got drunk, so I kindly let her sleep." Lara started to use a seductive tone again. "You must know why I called you here. If you choose me, you will receive many things." Her eyes were filled with love for Lucien. "King Arsène will favor you if you choose his beloved daughter." But unfortunately, before she could finish, he covered her mouth with his hand. The servants in the room saw this and cried out, "Princess." Lucien's face remained unchanged as he emphasized once more. "I asked where Nia is." Lara was terrified by his presence. She pointed to the left and struggled to say, "That room." Lucien, without any mercy, threw her to the side, took her hand, and started to lead her into the house. Lara hit the floor hard and cried out. Lucien didn't care and turned to walk away. Suddenly, she screamed again, "Stop." Lara pointed and ordered the servants around her, "Seize that man. He dared to harm me." A swift servant obeyed and rushed forward. "Yes, princess." But before he could do anything, he was easily knocked down by Lucien's punch. Lara couldn't believe her guard was defeated so easily. The whole room fell silent in an instant. Lucien didn't care and continued to walk leisurely towards the room where Phonia was sleeping. As soon as he opened the door, he was frozen by the sight inside. Phonia was sound asleep on the bed. She looked very peaceful in her sleep. Lucien walked over and called softly, "Nia." He picked her up in his arms and left. While walking, Lucien stopped. It turned out Lara had her guards surround the door to block his way. Although her voice was loud, she couldn't help but be afraid when facing Lucien. "If you think I'll let you go now just because I did at the party, you're mistaken. I swear on the name of the Kingdom of Arsène that I will make you pay." Lucien's hand holding Phonia also unconsciously tightened. He drew his sword, his eyes filled with killing intent. "I want to take Nia home as quickly as possible, so I have no choice but to kill anyone who gets in my way." Phonia woke up in a daze. "I feel so nauseous. I have to go home. Where am I?" Seeing her awake, Lucien leaned in and asked, "Are you awake?" Phonia was a little startled to see him. "Lucien." She remembered Lara's words from yesterday. "If I ask him to come pick up his drunk fiancé, he'll rush right over. I'll finally get to see Kadian again." Phonia hurriedly sat up and asked, "Why am I here? What about Princess Lara?" Seeing her frantic state, Lucien reassured her, "Calm down, Nia. I used force, but I didn't kill anyone." She was a bit surprised to hear that. "Really?" Lucien replied quickly. "Yes." Hearing that, Phonia sighed with relief. "Lucien wouldn't lie to me." So, Lucien recounted the doctor's instructions from earlier. "The doctor said you should keep sleeping because you drank too much. He asked me to take care of you because you'll have a severe headache." Thinking about the despicable trick Lara pulled on her, Phonia was furious. "Lara, that rotten girl, I can't believe she did that. No one would believe that her slaves forced alcohol down my throat. I'm so angry." Seeing her unusual change in attitude, Lucien just sat quietly beside her. After a moment of silence, he spoke gently, "Don't worry, Nia. I'll make Princess Lara pay for what she did." Phonia heard this and reminded him, "You can't kill her." Lucien replied gently, "I won't kill her, at least not directly." Even though Lucien said that, she still felt uneasy. Time passed quickly. The next day at the palace, screams echoed from inside. "Your Majesty, did you know that Lady Purnia recently met with Princess Lara?" The courtier from the neighboring country reported what had happened. Princess Lara offered Lady Purnia a drink of reconciliation. Not knowing her limit, Lady Purnia ended up drinking too much. Cactian stood silently, listening to the whole story of how Sir Lucien came to take Lady Purnia home, but he had become angry for some reason. The neighboring courtier only recounted the details of Lara's unfair treatment, but didn't mention what she had done. He did terrible things to Princess Lara, who had only welcomed him kindly. Except for the bad things Lara did, not a single detail of her and her servants being beaten was missed. He also assaulted her servants and soldiers. After he finished speaking, Cactian asked, "Did he kill anyone?" Thinking the emperor would side with him, he quickly replied, "No, Your Majesty, but they were seriously injured." According to his account, Lara was terrified by the incident. The princess was so psychologically traumatized that she became bedridden. Cactian could only sigh. The neighboring courtier loudly suggested to him, "Please allow the princess to punish Sir Lucien. He must be punished for harming our precious princess." Cactian replied in a harsher tone, "He is my knight. If he has committed a crime, I have the right to punish him. But the other man was not subdued. As you let him get away with it at the party, that's why it happened again. He stood his ground without flinching. This time, he must get what he deserves. Kakdian glanced at him coldly, and if I refuse? His presence was no less imposing. Then the friendship our two kingdoms have shared for so long will end. Kakdian had a persistent headache over this. A few days later, the kingdom of Axan has been constantly bothering me since that day. He helplessly raised a hand to his forehead. It's so tiring. As he was thinking, a voice suddenly rang out, then we should go to war. When Kakdian looked over, he saw the figure of Lucien. Lucien. He repeated Lucien's idea in disbelief. You're suggesting we break an alliance that has lasted for hundreds of years? He calmly replied very gently, just because we made a promise a long time ago doesn't mean we have to keep it. Especially if it's a promise that has faded and is no longer useful to us now. Lucien asked him back, that's also what the kingdom of Arsene wants, isn't it? For a moment, Kakdian didn't know how to answer. He silently pondered. The current King Asin is very hostile. From the beginning, he never liked the idea of bowing to the empire. But Garden was a good father. But because his beautiful youngest daughter had a chance to become empress, he endured. Things began to change. So when Crown Prince Calyx got engaged to another woman, he started to show his true colors. This is why the Arsene delegation has been so rude this year. Kakdian finally spoke up, but we don't have a just cause for a war. Lucien, unconcerned, spoke with full confidence, you don't need a reason. In any case, you will win a complete victory in this war, Your Majesty. A flash of surprise passed through his eyes as he asked Lucien, are you volunteering to lead my army? He answered without hesitation. Yes. Kakdian seemed to have guessed the reason he was doing this. Is it because of Pernia? You've changed a lot, Lucien. At this point, Lucien revealed his thoughts. I will give you the kingdom of Arsene. In return, I expect you to give me everything you can. Kakdian's expression remained unchanged. What do you want? Lucien stated his request bluntly. I want the title of Duke and, for you to publicly favor my fiancé, Your Majesty. Hearing this, Kakdian appeared thoughtful again. But inwardly, he was very excited. This is the most interesting threat I've ever heard. He didn't expect to agree to Lucien's terms. All right. Receiving the answer, he also hurried to leave. Then I will prepare for war immediately. Suddenly, Kakdian called him back, Lucien. He spoke his thoughts about him. Many people still suspect you're cursed by a demon. If you show that power now, many people will fear you. So Lucien assured Kakdian, don't worry, I won't take down King Asin myself. You will order me to lead your army, and I will do just that. I will bring you victory. Hearing that, he nodded with great satisfaction. Kakdian quickly adjusted his majestic posture and issued an order to Lucien. As emperor, I order you to bring me full control of the kingdom of Asin, Lucien. He replied respectfully and clearly, I obey. Time passed quickly. The next day, at the palace, a courtier from the neighboring country held a scroll of decree sent from Garden. Your Majesty, a message from King Arsene has arrived. King Asin has demanded that you hand over the knight who insulted the princess. He says that the wrath of the kingdom of Asin will not be appeased otherwise. Kakdian replied grimly, I have said this many times, Kadian is my beloved knight. His voice grew colder. And yet he continues to make this demand. Does this mean he wants war? Hearing this, the other man was speechless. Seeing this, Kakdian continued, if that's what he wants, then I will grant it. He didn't expect such a reply. The guards also started to whisper. Kakdian spoke with the powerful voice of the empire. His voice echoed through the hall, I will declare war on the kingdom of Axan. A few soldiers started looking at each other as if they had just heard something unbelievable. Guardian's expression didn't look very good. The neighboring country's courtier cautiously began, what are you saying? Are you willing to break the long-standing alliance between the empire and our kingdom? Kakdian casually replied, it was your kingdom that wanted to break this peace first. As soon as I fell ill, your kingdom began to challenge us. It's as if you wanted to see how far you could go. He was hit where it hurt, so he trembled with anger. Cactian continued speaking as a warning to them. I will not kill you or take prisoners. This will be my last act of kindness to an old ally. His words were like a command that crushed the man's arrogant spirit. So go and tell your king. The war has begun. Soon, the day came for the royal army to march on Adan. Phonia looked at Lucian with great worry. Lucian, realizing her feelings, gently comforted her. Don't be sad, Nia. This was bound to happen sooner or later. He said it bluntly, afraid she would torment herself. This is not your fault. Suddenly, Phonia suggested, can I go with you? I've done it before. Lucian, hearing this, didn't know how to react. What? He also fell silent. Suddenly Lucian stepped forward and hugged Phonia tightly. He was so happy to hear that. Thank you for saying that, Nia. She was stunned by Lucian's sudden hug. He gently let Phonia go and said, but no, you have to stay here. Hearing that, she became anxious. But last time you took me with you when you went to the conflict zone. Lucian hesitated slightly, but he still truthfully told her the truth. That was because there was a safe place for you to stay. This time is different. Lucian gently advised her, it will be much more dangerous and too difficult for you. Finally, Phonia had to compromise, all right. She looked up and seriously instructed him, but you must come back quickly and not get hurt even a little. Lucian smiled gently at Phonia and replied, yes, I promise. After they said their goodbyes, Lucian set off with the royal army. The war against their former ally had finally begun. The streets were still crowded with people passing by, talking and laughing happily. The capital was surprisingly peaceful. An indescribable emotion rose in Lucian's heart. It's because our army is led by Cadian, the undefeated knight. On Phonia's side, like everyone else, I continued with my daily work. While she was working, a colleague asked her, Lady Phonia, it must be very difficult for you with Sir Lucian away. Phonia smiled shyly and replied, I'm fine. Even so, the other person seemed to understand her feelings and asked, you had to see the man you love off to war. How can you be fine? The two ladies sitting on the bench behind them also chimed in. That's right, we'll be by your side, so you won't be lonely. Yes. Suddenly, two figures rushed towards Phonia. Father returned when I got home. You're back, Phonia. And Phonia stared at the girl who was shyly speaking before her. I've moved here with Lilac. I hope we can get along. My father's mistress, Miss Monson, told me with a timid smile. She cared for her kindly. I heard your fiancé has gone to war. Waiting can be very difficult, but make sure you eat and sleep well. Phonia felt very warm hearing those words. I have so many wonderful people around me. She felt that life was very happy. All I have to do is wait safely. There's only 1 month left until Lucian returns. A day passed quickly until late at night. Phonia went out to the street and stood alone, looking up at the starry sky. Her back looked very lonely. So why do I feel so restless? This restlessness is probably because, Lucian, I miss you. Suddenly, someone from behind shouted her name, startling her. Phonia, a sound came from the bushes. Kuin climbed onto the wall and said hurriedly, let me in. Seeing him, Phonia was very surprised and rushed over to see Kuin. After entering the palace, Kuin ate hastily as if he had been starved for a long time. Phonia looked at him with disdain. You've lost all your manners since we last met. Kuin didn't care and just replied with one sentence before continuing to eat greedily. Shut up, I've been starving myself for weeks, looking for new herbs in the mountains. Phonia asked, confused, why didn't you come down from the mountain and eat? Kuin explained to her, I wanted to. But I wanted to get here as quickly as possible, so I had no other choice. Hearing that, she became even more curious. Why? He replied casually, to see Guardian, of course. By the way, where is he? Phonia replied dejectedly, Lucian is not in the capital right now. Kuin felt like he was struck by lightning. What? Phonia asked with confusion, didn't you hear the news? He went to war a few days ago. The chicken leg in his hand suddenly fell. He slammed the table and jumped up. What did you just say? Phonia recounted the entire story. I explained everything that happened to Kun. I told him how the alliance between the Empire and the Kingdom of Aeson was broken, including the details about Lucian and how he went to fight them. She looked at Phonia with a rather serious expression. So you let Kadian go alone. He looked like he was about to cry, and Phonia quickly comforted him. I know what you're worried about, but his condition has improved a lot during your absence. She continued with an awkward smile. Lucian won't slaughter innocent people on the battlefield. But Kun didn't think so. There's another reason you don't know about. If only he still had the medicine. Hearing that Lucian had to take medicine, Phonia wondered, medicine. Kun ran his hands through his hair in frustration. Damn it, he must be almost out of the potion I made for him last time. Seeing he wasn't answering her, Phonia asked again impatiently, wait, what medicine? What are you talking about? Kun was also surprised by her attitude. What? His words struck her like lightning bolts, things she had never heard before. I thought you had already realized. Kun recounted the past events to her. I gave Kadian a powerful medicine I concocted myself. It's a sedative that helps calm overly agitated soldiers on the battlefield. Phonia couldn't believe it and asked again, so Lucian was able to control his emotions thanks to that medicine? Kun replied, most likely, his condition improved after taking that medicine. He continued seriously, you saw it that day too. Phonia still couldn't believe it. She was so shocked she was speechless. She remembered her previous conversation with Lucian. How can that be? I just tried harder. At that time, she also asked carefully, did you two have a secret training session? But Phonia never expected Lucian to hide it from her. Something like that. Only now did she realize, so it wasn't because of training, but because of that medicine. I need to calm down and figure out how to solve this. Phonia regained her composure and continued to talk to Kun. What will happen if Lucian doesn't take that medicine? Kun didn't hide anything and answered immediately. He will return to his original state. Phonia couldn't help but remember Lucian's previous terrifying form. I will kill everyone. Thinking about every word he had said, she couldn't help but be afraid. The saint, the marquis, and everyone in this world. Then you won't leave me, right? Kun added, he'll go back to being the crazy bastard who tried to possess you. That's also why he was here. That's why I came all this way to give him the medicine. But what are we going to do now? What do you think? Phonia seemed to have made a decision. She stood up and demanded, give it to me, Kun. I'll take it to Lucian. When Phonia told her father about this. And I was shocked by the fact that I had left home for the third time. Lilac reacted extremely strongly. Why do you keep wanting to go to the battlefield? He absolutely refused to let her go. Why do you want to go to that terrible place? I forbid it. Monson, standing beside him, stopped him and gently persuaded him. Lilac, you can't make Purnia wait here. She looked at Lilac with pleading eyes. I've waited for you my whole life, so I know how hard it is to wait for someone. She continued, to be honest, I also wanted to leave home and follow the man I love. Hearing that, he didn't know what to do. Lilac lowered his head sadly. In the end, he had to give in to Phonia's wishes. Be careful. She was very happy that he had agreed. Yes. Since there was no time to delay, the next day, I explained the situation to His Majesty and received a team of guards and a guide from him. Knowing that the road ahead would be very difficult, she didn't hesitate. I knew the road to Assen wouldn't be smooth enough for a carriage. There was only one thing she still found confusing, which was when she saw that Kun would also be going with her. Phonia couldn't understand why Cactian would let him go with her. Why is that bastard here too? He tried to speak to her in the quietest voice possible. What if you break the medicine on the way? I'll have to remake it, and I'm used to the battlefield, so I can help you. Most importantly, the more he thought about it, the more excited he got. I think this will be fun. I have a good feeling about this. The two of them set off on horseback, but Phonia still thought, this probably isn't a surprise. Even so, she didn't say it directly to Kun. One day you'll regret this. Kun was still in the mood to be pampered. Don't worry, I'm hard to kill. In a flash, Lucian's team had planted a flag on the neighboring territory. It only took the royal army 2 weeks to conquer that place. Bao, standing not far away, could also hear two young soldiers discussing Lucian. Sir Lucian was amazing today, wasn't he? Yes, he went straight to the enemy leader and took his head immediately. They were very confident in Lucian's fighting ability. At this rate, we could conquer the entire kingdom of Arsene in a month. Bao silently memorized everything and reported it back to Lucian. That's what the soldiers are saying. After listening, he only said one thing. They're mistaken. He thought the same way. Exactly, it's impossible to conquer an entire kingdom in a month. But in fact, Lucian's meaning was not the same as what he thought. For Lucian, a month was too long. His sharp eyes looked at the short sword in his hand, and he said firmly, 1 week. He pulled the map off the table. In that time, I will wipe Asen off the map. Bao stood there stunned, not knowing what to say. In his heart, he always greatly admired Lucian. Sir Lucian is truly extraordinary. Lucian's hand brushed across the map on the table. He turned his head and said to Paul, Paul, please prepare a bath for me. He immediately replied respectfully and left to do it. Of course. Lucian stepped into the hot bath and then soaked his entire body in the water. Lucian exclaimed, it's so warm. This warm feeling constantly reminded him of Phonia. Nia, I miss you. Suddenly, his chest felt like it was being squeezed. Lucian quickly took out the potion and drank it. I'm still okay because I still have a little bit of medicine left. He couldn't stop thinking about the worst-case scenario. But what will happen when I run out of medicine? Lucian always had to restrain his true nature. If I used my true power, it would only take 3 days to destroy Arsene. But that would prove to everyone that I'm a monster. The reason he didn't want to reveal his true nature was because of Phonia. I don't want that. It would make her sad. Suddenly a thought appeared in Lucian's head. I need to end this war in a reasonable amount of time. He kept remembering his blood-chilling appearance when he personally eliminated innocent people. But if I run out of this medicine... His ruthless gaze was as if there was a demon inside him. Lucian even had to be afraid of his true self, but fortunately, he had prepared another solution for his condition. That will never happen. Because I brought it with me. Lucian's face could hardly hide his anxiety. His anxiety was eased somewhat by that item he brought as a precaution. Scene change. Meanwhile, at Asen Castle, a voice echoed from inside, Your Majesty, the capital has fallen. The guard reported with great urgency, the only place left under our control is this castle. Garden impatiently gave the order, gather more soldiers, strengthen the defenses so no one can get in. The soldier, panting, replied, We are trying our best, but most of the soldiers have already died on the battlefield. He couldn't believe his soldiers were wiped out so quickly. We've lost so many men in just a few days. You're all useless. Garden screamed in anger. And what about the other kingdoms? Why isn't anyone coming to help us? The young soldier replied timidly, They have all sided with the Empire. He was so angry he beat his staff repeatedly. Damn it, damn it. Garden went mad, stood up and attacked the soldiers with his staff. You! He cursed as he beat them, useless fools, worthless bastards. Garden began to panic and fear. I can't lose. No way. He laughed to himself like a madman. Suddenly, Garden called out loudly, Griffin. He sat leisurely on the throne listening to Garden. Speak. You always tell me what I want to hear. Griffin was still very relaxed. After a while, he finally spoke. There's no way to change the outcome now. The power disparity between the Empire and Ocean is too great. Hearing this, he yelled, I know that. Griffin was listening to a fool speak. He went to war even knowing that. What a fool. Even so, he still put on a cheerful face and replied, There's only one solution in this situation. Garden, as if finding a lifeline, hurriedly asked, What is it? Griffin said bluntly, Surrender. But with his personality, that was absolutely impossible. I will never surrender to them. The kingdom of Axn must win. Is there no other way? Although he was still thinking, people are always destroyed by their own foolish stubbornness, Griffin still acted normal and replied, Well, The only other reasonable option would be. He mumbled for a moment before saying, to win the support of the enemy general. Hearing Griffin mention Lucian, Gaidon's eyes lit up. Griffin sat leisurely, waiting to see his good show. But there's no way Guardian would side with his losing enemy. Gaidon yelled out and ordered his soldiers, bring Lara here immediately. A few minutes later, Lara was shocked when he said, Father wants you to seduce Guardian and convince him to side with us. Gaidon nodded in confirmation, that's right. Contrary to her previous enthusiasm, this time she seemed hesitant. Lara recounted what had happened before. But father, he already rejected me once. Gaidon knew very well, but he didn't care. He just knew it was the best way now. I know, but things are different now. She asked, confused, different how? Gaidon recounted the information he had previously gathered. I heard he used to live at his fiancée's house. He must really like women. He said in a very serious tone, a lustful man like that must be craving it after being alone on the battlefield for so long. Lara couldn't believe her father would say such shameful things. Gaidon confidently told her, so what will happen if you appear before him? He'll be swayed immediately. Lara asked again, do you really think so? He was very proud of his daughter's beauty. Of course. After all, you are the most beautiful in all the land. No man can refuse you. Hearing this, Lara felt even more motivated and determined. All right, father. I will save our kingdom. Gaidon looked at her with eyes full of love and hope. That's right, I believe in you, Lara. Griffin, who was listening to the entire conversation, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Even he couldn't believe the king was sending his daughter to the enemy general. Gaidon didn't know why he burst out laughing and called for Griffin. After looking at him, Griffin turned to look at his stupid daughter and the princess who thought she could seduce him with her body. They were both like clowns in his eyes. They've both lost their minds. To watch the show, Griffin made an offer. I will accompany Princess Lara. Lara deluded herself into thinking he was worried about her and was deeply moved. Really? That makes me very happy, Griffin. Gaidon too. You are so loyal to the Kingdom of Azin. When the war is over, I will grant you an even greater title. No one noticed that Griffin's smile carried a hidden meaning. You won't be able to keep that promise, because the Kingdom of Arsene will fall very soon. On Phonia's side, time had passed quickly. It had been 3 days since we left the capital. They planned their time very carefully to ensure nothing went wrong during the trip. We only rested 3 times a day, for 2 meals and to sleep at night. Kuin and Phonia sat together by the fire. Suddenly, Kuin spoke up. I'm very impressed. She was a little confused. Why? He spoke his thoughts about Phonia. I know you're determined, but it must not have been easy to see those bodies on the road. Kuin was quite impressed with her courage. Your stomach is better than I thought, or maybe you're just braver than I thought. Hearing that, Phonia fell silent. Throughout the journey, whenever she saw the scattered bodies on the roadside, she always thought of Lucien. When I passed by those bodies, I thought to myself that it must have been Lucien who did such cruel things to those men. At that moment, an indescribable emotion welled up in Phonia's heart. But even so, she couldn't stop thinking about the romantic scene of her meeting Lucien. I want to hug his body. A body that must be soaked in the blood of others. I want to whisper to him. She said what she had been trying to hide throughout the journey here. I missed you. My feelings for you will never waver again, because I will love you no matter what. Seeing that she still hadn't answered, Kuin had an idea. He suddenly started, there's something I never intended to tell you. She took the freshly grilled piece of meat and said with a smile, but you're trying so hard, so I think I'll tell you as a reward. What is it? At a time like this, he was still being cryptic about the other secret of this medicine. After hearing her question, Kuin burst out laughing. Is it because it's very expensive? But her question was indeed right about this medicine, but not in the way she meant. I can't deny that, but that's another matter. What he meant was that all medicines have some side effects, and this medicine is no exception. Phonia frowned, worried about Lucien's physical condition. The side effects are even worse for strong drugs that affect the nervous system. His body will be greatly affected. Such a strong drug can damage the brain and cause problems with his mind. It can even cause internal organ damage. Kuan calmly stated, "That's why I came here with you. I need to know how Guardian is doing." Phonia anxiously asked about the current situation. "Does Lucian know about these side effects?" He slowly shook his head. Phonia was even more shocked. Meanwhile, at the Royal Army's command center, Lucian sat in a chair with a cold expression, his arms crossed over his chest. Lara approached to greet him. "Long time no see, Guardian." Bao, standing beside him, reported the total number of arrivals. "There are 5 in total." He listed them out clearly: the youngest daughter of King Asen, her 3 slaves, and a nobleman. They said they came here on a personal matter unrelated to this war. Lucian maintained his expression and asked back, "What is it?" Lara, standing there, also began to shyly confess. "I came here to confess my feelings for you." Paul was speechless after hearing that sentence. Lara recounted what had happened. "When I was in the Empire, you did a terrible thing to me, but I don't resent you for it." She knelt down, pouring her heart out as if she were experiencing it all over again. Her eyes glistened as if they held an ocean, "Because I have fallen in love with you. I'm telling the truth. That's why I came here without a single guard to protect me, even though you're an enemy who could capture and torture me." Despite Lara pouring out all her feelings, Lucian didn't seem to care in the slightest. Bao replied without hesitation, "Yes, sir." He decisively ordered the guards to take her away. "This woman is insane. Lock her up in the prisoner of war camp." After being locked up with a group of people, Lara started whining again. "It's not fair. How could you do this to me, Cardion?" "Oh, Cardion." She kept pleading hopelessly. "You can hit me if it makes you feel better, Your Highness." Griffin, sitting right there, saw the scene and sneered in contempt. The Arson royal family is so foolish, but they're the best at brainwashing their slaves. He thought back to the recent incident and started to speculate. But the man I saw earlier, he had red eyes and silver hair. He must be. Just then, Lucian appeared before him. Lara was still screaming in delusion. "I knew you wouldn't abandon me, Guardian. You have feelings for me too, don't you?" Lucian threw something into the cell. The object landed straight in Lara's hands. She was startled and shocked when she realized it was a human head. "What is this?" He seriously probed Lara for information. "You don't recognize his face?" "He managed to sneak in here, so he must be one of Arson's best." Lara was so scared she trembled and denied it. "What are you talking about?" "This man tried to assassinate me while I was sleeping." He stated his judgment. "He must have guessed I would sleep with you and intended to use that opportunity to kill me, but he failed." Then he declared bluntly, "So you must die too." Lara turned pale with fear. "What?" The 3 people in the cell stood in front of Lara and said loudly, "You will not touch a single hair on our princess's head." In a split second, the other 3 all fell to the ground. Lara was extremely panicked seeing the 3 of them fall. "Riffle." Griffin from behind spoke slowly, "Don't expect the same loyalty from me as you get from your slaves. I am neither your slave nor your vassal." Now she was truly helpless and could do nothing more. Suddenly, a voice kept ringing in Lucian's head. "I hate this woman." It kept manipulating his emotions. "You lured Nia to your place, you forced her to drink, and you put her in danger. What happened that day caused this war, and when the kingdom falls, its king and princess will naturally be executed." His hand clenched uncontrollably. The voice kept urging him to do something. "There's no reason to keep this woman alive." He grabbed Lara directly by the neck. The voice in his head kept echoing, "I will kill her." Suddenly, Phonia stepped forward, pulling Lucian out of his demonic thoughts. "Lucian." He also returned to his original consciousness. "Nia." Lara, just released, fell to her knees, clutching her neck. Phonia gently assessed the situation. "What were you just doing?" She speculated to herself, did he not drink enough medicine? Lara still hadn't recovered from her sore throat. Phonia looked at Lucian with worry. "Is that why Lucian became possessed?" "Lucian." Lucian explained in a flustered panic. "Nia, I didn't mean to do that, I swear." She asked him directly about the reason for his condition. Is it because of the medicine? He seemed a bit surprised by the question. What? She couldn't help but ask him again with a heavy heart. Is it a side effect of that medicine? Kun sat by the flickering fire. The side effects are varied. In some cases, it can cause intense pain and destroy the user's body. Phonia wondered, but Lucien has a special power, so he'll be fine, right? He smiled and shared his thoughts. I think it could be a double-edged sword. Because his body isn't normal, he might suffer even worse side effects. Phonia worriedly stopped him. Don't take that medicine anymore. Lucien was a bit confused when he heard her say that, but Nia. She questioned him, and you took that item without saying anything, right? The silver necklace from the village chief's house. Why did you do that? Did I push you to this point? Lucien lowered his head. He felt dejected. No, Nia. I just chose to do this because I don't trust myself. I was afraid I might hurt you again. I don't want to imprison you. Phonia spoke up, then do what you think is right. Lucien froze when he heard that, his eyebrows furrowing slightly. She clenched her hands. You don't need that medicine or the necklace. Don't stop being yourself. Do what you want. I won't look at anyone else. I'll always be by your side. Lucien was silent for a moment. His mouth opened, but he couldn't utter a word. Lucien stared at her. No. I don't want you to be unhappy anymore. I want you to live where you want and be the happiest you can be. The two of them looked at each other in silence. The atmosphere was extremely awkward. Lucien winced in discomfort, his eyebrows knitting together tightly. Then he left without saying anything. Phonia turned her head in panic. Lucien. Griffin suddenly spoke up. Wait, my lady. Princess Lara isn't well. She's gasping for breath in pain. Phonia's face showed clear worry. He spoke his thoughts. I think she's in shock. After all, she almost died. She might not make it at this rate. Can you treat her? Bao spoke up. Just ignore him, Lady Phonia. Sir Lucien is in the process of executing the prisoners who caused trouble. We have no obligation to treat an injured prisoner. Phonia silently thought to herself, but this woman is not just an ordinary prisoner. She is the princess of the enemy kingdom. Even if she's going to be executed, the way Lucien plans to do it is not right. Bao, please help her just this once. He closed his eyes and sighed helplessly. I will give her first aid. But if Sir Lucien decides to punish her, I will obey his order. Kun was confused. What happened in the prison? She's almost dead. Phonia reminded him, shut up and treat her. Bao spoke up as an outsider. You have no right to interfere here. Lord Kun was a little annoyed. Then I'll enlist right now. Happy? She's just in shock. Give her some herbal tea to calm her nerves and let her sleep. Bao nodded, all right. Kun found it hard to believe. Did a bear attack her or something? Phonia thought anxiously, what should I do now? I think I let Lucien go too far earlier, but it was because I was worried about him. She looked worriedly into the empty space. I'd better talk to him again in the morning. The next morning, Phonia was stunned. Lucien is gone. Arthur nodded. Yes. She wondered, where did he go? He replied, Asen Castle. Hearing this, Phonia was utterly astonished. What? You must be joking. To the enemy's base? Arthur nodded. This seems to be part of his plan. It will be a surprise attack by Lucien and his elite soldiers. Our enemy must be sending their soldiers to stop our army right now. So Lucien is probably taking this opportunity to capture their castle with his best soldiers. He wants to defeat the enemy in the most efficient way possible. Phonia, after hearing such a long explanation, was left with her mouth agape. I don't know much about war, but I bet this is an excuse to run away so he doesn't have to talk to me. He chuckled. It seems something happened between you two again. She covered her face in frustration. Lucien is such an idiot. Arthur comforted her. Don't be too sad. There's good news too. Phonia was startled and looked up. Good news? He nodded. All the AXN prisoners are safe. Princess Lara has also regained consciousness, and even her slaves are doing well after receiving treatment. Phonia breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Arthur smiled brightly. The slaves are very grateful. They want to see you. She immediately refused. No, thank you. He wondered. What about the other prisoner? He wants to see you too. Phonia repeated his words in surprise, the other prisoner. She remembered Griffo's words, she might not make it at this rate. Can you treat her? Was he talking about that man in the cloak? Why would he want to see me? Arthur replied. He said he wants to talk to you about Lucien. The sound of the door creaking broke the quiet space. The cell door creaked open. Phonia slowly walked up to Griffin's cell. What do you want to talk to me about? I had the guards leave so he would feel comfortable talking to me. Griffin politely thanked her. First, thank you for helping the princess. I'm sure it wasn't an easy decision to treat your enemy. She said coldly, I didn't do it for you, so you don't need to thank me. He chuckled, you speak harshly, but your eyes are clear and kind. You're a good person, aren't you? It's no wonder he was so drawn to you. After all, a fallen soul is easily captivated by someone with a pure heart. Phonia's eyes widened in astonishment. Hey, what are you talking about? Big Phone stood up. I was once the same. That's why I fell in love with her. He took a step closer to her. Griffin took off his hood, revealing his long, flowing white hair. His white hair, illuminated by the moonlight, seemed to glow. She was startled and realized, long silver hair and red eyes and... He looks exactly like Lucien. Phonia was curious about the other person's true identity. Who are you? Griffin smiled. I share the same bloodline as Lucien. To be precise, I am his biological origin. Phonia froze, finding this hard to believe. No way, the original novel never mentioned Lucien's father. But they look too much alike. He looked at her. It seems you believe me now. Phonia denied it. No, I can't believe you that easily. Griffin wondered, really. She couldn't understand why he didn't reveal he was Lucien's father sooner. He replied, because I didn't realize he was my son. But I sensed it when he revealed his power in front of Princess Lara and her slaves. That's when I knew he was a monster like me. Early morning in the kingdom of Axian. Garden knelt on the ground. How dare you? Lucien lifted his chin with his sword. Garden gritted his teeth at Guardian. I heard you were treated poorly in the Empire just because you have red eyes. If you join my side, I will ensure you are respected for those eyes. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. Lucien, without hesitation, swung his sword decisively. Blood splattered out, staining his blade red. Garden lost consciousness and lay still in a pool of blood. The clashing of swords echoed in the large room. Bao said loudly, King Arsene, the leader of our enemy, is dead. With that, the war ends in just 1 month. Now that the war is over, I'm sure Sir Lucien will rush to Lady Pernia. Or so I thought. Lucien carefully studied the map and explained the team's plan. We have to stay a while longer to eliminate all remaining enemy soldiers. Bao kept thinking about their last conversation when Lucien left without hesitation. Phonia had called him back, Lucien. Was it because of that argument? No way, he wouldn't avoid Lady Pernia just because of a small argument. But surprisingly, that guess was correct. Lucien was avoiding Pernia. When they met again, Pernia would surely bring up things that Lucien didn't want to talk about. She wants me to stop using the medicine and the necklace, but the medicine is working, and I have no side effects. I'm sure Nia will understand if I explain it to her. 3 days later, Lucien finished everything he needed to do and returned to his camp. He thought to himself, I took the necklace without permission, so I should return it, but not the medicine. What Nia is worried about are the side effects, so I just need to talk to her. Phonia looked straight into his eyes. You're back. Lucien, I want to talk to you privately. Bao bowed and quickly left to give the two of them some private space. The room suddenly fell silent. Phonia spoke up, your father is here. He's the nobleman who came with Princess Lara. Do you want to see him? Lucien frowned, his face showing clear confusion and bewilderment. My father. She nodded, yes. He was silent for a long time, seemingly making a decision. Finally, Lucien agreed. I'll see him. Phonia was a bit worried. Should I go with you? He quickly shook his head, indicating she shouldn't go. She still felt uneasy. All right, Just take your time talking to him. Footsteps echoed in the silent cell. Griffin smiled. There you are, Lucien. The two of them looked at each other in silence. Lucien observed his opponent, silver hair and clear red eyes. But so what? He spoke up. It seems you're not interested in learning about me. He nodded. That's right. Griffin continued, I appeared out of nowhere, so I can understand that you're not happy to see me. But what I can tell you will be useful to you. I know more about our bloodline than you do. Lucien was a bit confused by his words. What do you mean? Griffin stood up. They say that red eyes mean you've been cursed by a demon. But that's not true. To be precise, we are descendants of the man who possessed the power of a demon. Red eyes are a symbol of his bloodline. Those of us with this bloodline don't just have red eyes, we also have extreme emotions. Riffle grabbed the iron bars and he easily broke them. We also have terrifying physical strength. It's the same with you, isn't it? You have a body that can heal any wound and the strength to kill any living creature. That's why I find it so hard to believe why someone like you would choose a life like this. Just because of your fiancée, Ponia, you're living like a well-behaved dog on a leash. Griffin raised his arm. Your bloodline holds such immense power. It's not something that can be suppressed by a potion. Your power will soon spiral out of control. Eventually, you will destroy everything around you. He paused mid-sentence. Even the woman you love so much. Lucien glared angrily, his eyes radiating a coldness. He clenched his fist. Should I kill him right now? Phonia suddenly appeared. Lucien. Hearing her voice, Lucien was immediately startled. Nia. Phonia asked with concern. Are you okay? She thought to herself. The bloodthirsty look on his face disappeared in an instant. He forced a laugh. You didn't have to come here, Phonia said. I was worried because you were gone for so long. Lucien was extremely embarrassed. Nothing happened. Our conversation just went on a little long. Phonia was just as embarrassed. I see. It's understandable since this is the first time you've met your father. He thought to himself, it seems she's worried about Griffin. I'd better not kill him. Seeing the scene before him, Griffin secretly smirked. In a barack where flickering flames illuminated the path. He sat on the bed. Having a son has its benefits. Lucien, don't you get any ideas? I didn't bring you here out of respect. I told my men that you are a nobleman who wants to immigrate to our empire. I said you are being treated well because you are worth negotiating with. So, just be quiet and leave when the time comes. I have no intention of playing a happy family with you. Griffin smiled brightly. I will certainly be quiet. But I won't leave. He was confused. What? He explained, you're on the edge right now. I have to keep an eye on you. I'm curious to see if you'll achieve what you want by so cruelly suppressing yourself. You two will fail in the end, just as I predicted. Lucien gritted his teeth in anger upon hearing his words. Nia will be disappointed in me if I kill my father. Once we return to the capital, I will get everything I want. I just need to ignore him until then. Griffin still had a smile on his face. A few days later, the royal army returned to the capital. The people cheered joyfully Cardian, the greatest knight of our empire. At the palace, the name Asen has been wiped off the map. Lucien knelt before Cactian. From now on, it will forever belong to the empire. Cactian smiled with satisfaction. You did it, Lucien. You accomplished something no one else dared to do. For that, I will grant you a reward. Your territory in the north will be expanded 10 times in every direction, and you will be granted the title of Duke to rule that land. The other nobles murmured, Your Majesty, such a large reward will upset the other nobles. I agree, Your Majesty. Cactian didn't care. If they feel upset, they'll have to deal with it themselves. This statement left them stunned. Huh? He said with a serious face, Cadian is the most loyal and talented knight I have, so it's reasonable for me to show him favoritism. No one thought Cactian would be so openly biased. Cactian was resolute. I will not change my decision. Lucien smiled. Thank you, Your Majesty. I'm finally a duke. If I officially propose to Nia with this title, I'm sure it will make her happy. But Lucien was mistaken. Vernia was not happy about this news at all. He said he couldn't spend time with me because he needed to keep an eye on Griffin, because he was worried Griffin might harm me. But this was clearly just an excuse to avoid me. Lucien spoke up, I'm sorry, Nia. I'll continue to take the medicine for a while longer, at least until I officially receive my new title. Phonia was extremely worried. I told you I don't care if you're a duke or not. He put on a pitiful expression, but I want to do this. I want to have the highest title so I can stand proudly by your side. Phonia said nothing, just remained silent. She lay lazily on the bed. I can't argue with that. I failed to convince him to stop taking that medicine. Suddenly, there was the sound of hurried footsteps. Lala emotionally threw open the door. Phonia. Lilac was overjoyed. Cardian is truly the best son-in-law. Can you believe it, Phonia? You're about to become a duchess. All the nobles have sent you tea invitations. He hadn't finished his sentence before she pushed him out of the room. Phonia sighed in frustration. But I really don't care about that. At Lucien's mansion in the capital, boxes of congratulatory gifts from everyone were piled up in the mansion. Griffin was overwhelmed by these gifts, gems, gold, and even rare herbs. These are very extravagant gifts. It's good to have a powerful title. Lucien just silently rested his chin on his hand. He called him Lucien. Are you planning to marry Pernia after receiving your new title? His eyebrows furrowed slightly. Why do you ask? Griffin thought to himself, every time I just mention the name Ponia, he overreacts as if he's been bewitched. I have something to tell you. Do you remember your birth mother? Hearing this question, Lucien froze. He answered with difficulty no. Griffin smiled, reminiscing about old memories. It's been 20 years since I first met her. We met in a small village. I was looking for a place to hide. And she. During my time with her, I fell in love with her kindness. Lucien frowned. It sounds like you wandered around and lived recklessly. You didn't think about the consequences of your actions. You must have left easily while the one left behind had to suffer. He remained silent, not responding to his words. Lucien became more annoyed as he spoke, especially when you left your filthy seed inside her. Griffo continued, at the time, getting her pregnant didn't even cross my mind, because we are monsters who inherited the power of a demon, so it's very rare for us to have children. Most human bodies are too weak to contain the seed of a monster. But in very rare cases, a seed yearning for life finds its place even in a fragile body. And the moment it is born, it will kill its mother, just as you and I did. That's why I'm worried about you too. I'm worried she might get pregnant with your child. If you truly love her, you should let her go. Lucien gritted his teeth in anger. He raised his hand, about to choke him. Shut up. Griffin reminded him one last time, leave her before you lose her. Suddenly, a tapping sound came from Phonia's window. She wondered, Phonia quickly went to the window. Lucien. What brought you here so suddenly? You always said you were too busy whenever I wanted to see you. Did you think I'd be happy if you showed up unannounced like this? Lucien was feeling extremely down at this moment. Phonia fell silent seeing him like that when he reached out. Why are your hands so cold? Have you been outside for a long time? She gently placed her hand on his face. My goodness, your face is as cold as ice. Come inside and get warm, quickly. Lucien's expression was still very sad. He felt himself being warmed from deep within his soul. Pernia always leads me to warmth like this. I can't believe I might kill her with my love. Phonia had wrapped him in a blanket. Did something happen, Lucien? He was flustered and avoided her gaze. Well, Phonia waited seriously for his answer. Lucien forced a smile. I'm just worried about the title ceremony in a few days. Nia might push me away if I tell her the truth. Phonia blinked. You're worried too? He chuckled. Of course, I'm human too. She quickly encouraged him. Don't worry, I'll go with you. You'll do fine. After all, you're my Lucien, so don't worry. Lucien's title ceremony is fast approaching. Normally, such an event would take place quietly among other nobles. But this time the emperor decided to make it a public event. The people cheered happily. Long live the emperor. It was planned to be held in the public square, which meant commoners were allowed to attend. The commoners loved this idea. But the nobles, they all remained silent. Leon was extremely confused. This is unprecedented. Phonian slammed his hand on the table. I agree. A commoner receiving the title of duke is bad enough, but to let commoners attend the ceremony too. Alex was also very annoyed. I know the emperor is very generous, but this time he has gone too far. Fien shouted, are we really going to let this happen? Are we really going to stand by and watch that commoner become a duke and rule over us? Lucia laughed out loud. Calm down, Marquis Fien. I have a plan. Just calm down and listen. Fien was curious. What is your plan? He raised his head and cleared his throat slightly. Many people may have forgotten this in the euphoria of his victory, but Guardian is a demon. We just need to prove it. Another noble spoke up. How? By grabbing him and asking if he's a demon. Gaxia smiled sinisterly. He placed a box on the table. Everyone was curious. What is this? A ruby? Garcia shook his head. No, this is not an ordinary gem. It is a magic stone called the Demon Gem. Initially, I tried to find a holy relic that could suppress the power of a demon. I was going to use it to prove Guardian was a demon, but I couldn't find one, despite searching everywhere. So I changed my plan. What's the opposite of a holy relic? I spent a lot of money to get this gem. To us, it may look like an ordinary stone, but if someone with demonic power touches it, their power will explode, like pouring gasoline on a fire. Kelvin wondered, but isn't it dangerous to make his demonic power explode? He nodded upon hearing this. Indeed. So to be safe, we will not attend the award ceremony. Whatever happens in that square will have nothing to do with us. At the Lilac Mansion on the day of Lucien's award ceremony, Lilac was extremely excited. This is the day my son-in-law becomes a duke. This will be the most significant day in the history of the Lilac family. So you must do my makeup perfectly. The servants stood at attention. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And was very excited. The most beautiful jewelry, the most beautiful dress, the most beautiful makeup. You must be the most beautiful woman there. Phonia was a bit speechless. The one receiving the title is Lucien, not me. She replied happily, it's the same thing. Everyone who sees you will think the same as me. After all, you will become a young, beautiful duchess when you marry him. So you must look elegant and splendid. You are a future duchess. And diligently did her hair. Phonia sighed. This is why Lucien went to war. He wanted to give me an important title. Yes, I have to go along with what he wants now. We'll have a serious conversation later. I will tell him that he doesn't need to push himself for me anymore. He should do what makes him happy. At this time, at Lucien's mansion. He was dressed splendidly. Griffin was very happy. He clapped and praised. Wow, you look amazing. Griffin smiled at Lucien. Your collar is crooked. This is an important occasion, so you must look perfect. Lucien turned his face away in annoyance. He acted like that, but Griffin said nothing, still keeping a smile on his face. Lucien quickly left. He wished him well, good luck. He didn't reply, just left quietly. Griffin rested his chin on his hand, carefully observing Lucien's expression. He seems nervous. Lucien went outside and slammed the door. He gritted his teeth. I don't like this. Why would he say something like that? It's ridiculous. I should just ignore him and focus on the ceremony. Outside, the atmosphere was incredibly lively, with people cheering and celebrating. Confetti flew everywhere. Long live the emperor. Hooray for Sir Lucien. Cactian was delighted. I don't think we had this many guests at my own coronation. His subordinate offered an opinion. You are too generous with Sir Lucien. Normally, a master would not be happy when his soldier receives more cheers than him. Cactian just smiled without replying, thinking to himself, that's because Lucien is not greedier than what I'm willing to give him. There's no need to make Lucien an enemy. It's a good thing to maintain his loyalty by giving him this title. I would like to thank everyone for attending this meaningful event. Now we will begin the awards ceremony for Cardian. Lucien stepped before Cardian, his cloak fluttering in the wind. Introducing Sir Lucien Cardian. The crowd cheered happily. Guardian, our victorious knight. Guardian. He knelt before the emperor. The people continued to cheer. Phonia nervously watched Lucian's back. The nobles sat restlessly. Lucian spoke, I greet your majesty. Your loyal knight bows before you. Cardian smiled, Lucian Cardian, who has brought countless victories and honor to our empire as my knight. I will give you a reward worthy of your miraculous success. From now on, you will be known by the title Duke Lucian Guardian, and you will rule the Northern Territory. No one in this land will dare to look down on you anymore. No one will dare to be hostile to you. If anyone tries to do so, it will be considered a direct insult to me. Lucian bowed his head. I am honored. Cactian reached out his hand, signaling his subordinate to bring the item. He quickly took out an object covered with a red cloth. Cactian smiled with great satisfaction. He reached out and touched the bright red cloth. Marquis Gaxia, who opposed Lucian becoming a duke, had explained, it will be very simple. We will place the magic stone that makes the demon's power go crazy on the token that the emperor will give to Cadian. The token will have many gems on it, so an extra gem won't be noticeable. Gaxia enjoyed his cup of tea. The ceremony must have started already. The moment the emperor gives the token to Cadian, his demonic power will explode, and he will try to kill everyone in sight. When the red cloth was removed, a sparkling golden dagger appeared. Cactian grabbed the shining dagger. I bestow this dagger upon you as a token of your new title. Lucian looked up at him. I am honored. I can finally propose to her. We will have the most beautiful and splendid wedding the Empire has ever seen. But the moment he touched the dagger, a strange energy flowed through Lucian. Why? I took my medicine today. This is too sudden. Kill the Emperor and the servants and the soldiers. Kill them all. Lucian gritted his teeth, beads of sweat rolling down his cheeks. I can't. Phonia's smiling face appeared in his mind. You're my Lucian, so don't worry. I don't want her to hate me. In his mind, he repeatedly called her name. Phonia, Phonia. Lucian turned his head to look at her. Phonia was surprised when she met his gaze. She also felt something was wrong. Lucian. His inner voice urged him on, kill the Emperor. Lucian grabbed the dagger. And everyone here, those who pretend to worship me. He couldn't figure out who was pretending to worship him. He raised the dagger and clenched it tightly. They're just using me. The gemstone on the dagger glowed suspiciously. They might try to separate me from her. Cactian looked at his strange action in astonishment. Lucian. Lucian lost control and lunged forward. Cactian's eyes widened in astonishment. Phonia screamed in fear, no, Lucian. But he suddenly turned the knife on himself. With a thud, fresh blood stained the dagger. Cactian fell to the ground in fear. He looked up in bewilderment. A drop of red blood dripped to the ground. Everyone was extremely worried. Lucian. Phonia rushed to his side. Why did you do that? Why? Lucian spoke up. Suddenly, I had a bad feeling. I could feel myself losing control. I was afraid I might kill someone. So I blinded myself. I always wondered if my demonic power would disappear if I lost my red eyes. I was right. I don't want to kill anyone anymore. I don't want to become the monster who possesses you anymore. I won't be a demon anymore. What's wrong, Mia? Don't cry. And I apologize, Your Majesty. Are you all right? Witnessing this scene, the people began to stir. He's a demon. Did you see his red eyes glow when he lunged at the Emperor? He fooled us all. The demon's curse hasn't disappeared. That man is still a demon. People started whispering among themselves, Sir Lucian is, it's terrifying, oh, I can't believe it, it's horrible. Hearing these insults, Phonia gritted her teeth. She couldn't stand it and screamed, everyone, shut up. All right, you're right. Lucian has a special power. And he used that power to bring us victory in a difficult war. So think about how pathetic you all are for acting like this. Lucian is not a demon. He is not your tool or your entertainment. Phonia tied a cloth to cover his injured eyes. Please endure the pain a little longer. We need to get you to a doctor. Just ignore what they're saying. Lucian smiled, I can't see, but I can feel her protecting me. I'm so happy. A week later, at the Lilac Mansion, Kuin found it hard to believe. I can't believe you've recovered so much in just a few days. Anyone else would have lost their sight. You really are a monster, Guardian. You can open your eyes now, can't you? Try it, Guardian. Lucien frowned. My eyes still hurt as much as when they were cut. He still couldn't open his eyes. She told Phonia his condition. But the wound is almost healed, so I don't understand. Maybe it's a problem with the optic nerve. She just listened silently, but her face showed clear worry and anger. In the room, now only the two of them, Lucien. Hearing her call his name, he was startled. Yes. Phonia wondered, are you doing this on purpose? Lucien just remained silent, not responding to her words, seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly he spoke up. I always wondered what it would be like if I wasn't a monster with red eyes. Maybe I could have had a normal childhood, getting along with the villagers. Maybe I could have been hurt like everyone else without ever being treated like a monster or a weapon. Then maybe I could have loved you better. But not anymore, because you like my red eyes. You said they were beautiful and you cared about me. Phonia was surprised to hear him say that. Lucien continued. So, now I like my red eyes too. I just want to hold on to this feeling a little longer. She was curious. What feeling? Lucien smiled, the feeling that this must be how a normal person loves, how it should feel. If I remember it correctly, I'll be able to love you even better, right? So will you wait for me a little longer? I'll soon be completely your Lucien again. Hearing him say that, Phonia felt more at ease in her heart. All right. A few days later, at the Lilac Mansion, Cactine sat drinking tea with Phonia. He took a sip of tea. After investigating, I discovered that someone tampered with the sword that day. Although I was deceived, Lucien did not harm me. He turned the blade on himself. Therefore, I will not punish Duke Guardian for this incident. Phonia was stunned. Your Majesty, I am deeply grateful. Cactine placed a hand on his forehead. I heard you've been constantly bothered by the nobles these past few days. Some still refuse to recognize Lucien, calling him the Demon Duke, but gradually, the atmosphere will calm down. They must have realized after many schemes. Instead of branding Lucien as an enemy out of pure hatred, it's much more beneficial to consider him an ally. Although not satisfied, it's not the worst situation for Lucien. So, whenever you decide to leave, I will protect you both. She bowed her head. Thank you, Your Majesty. Actually, Lucien and I plan to leave the capital. We will go to his castle in the north. We want to live a quiet life in the land of silent winters. Cactine was silent, a faint smile on his lips. That's good too. You both have been running nonstop until now. And has decided to go with Phonia. She asked the other servants, please load that luggage onto the carriage. The carriages were already full of belongings. Lilac was curious. When do you plan to return to the capital? Phonia shook her head. I'm not sure. He was startled. What? She wondered, why are you looking at me like that, father? If you miss me, you'll come north to visit me, right? Lilac was bewildered. So I can really come this time? She nodded. Of course, I'll prepare a room in the castle for you and Miss Monson. He sadly wiped away his tears. I will definitely come every month. And when I do, I'll stay for the whole month. You have to give me the warmest room with a fireplace. I can't stand the cold. A goose-down comforter too, and wool-lined quilted pajamas. You also have to prepare the famous smoked dishes of the north, and also. Phonia smiled. I'm glad Miss Monson is by your side, father. Kuin opened the door and walked in. Phonia wondered, was the treatment good? He handed her an item. Take this. It's a new sedative for Cadian. He told me to give it to you. She took the box of medicine. Thank you. Do you have any medicine for Lucien's eyes? She shrugged. No. Why give him medicine he doesn't need? He'll recover as soon as he decides to. Hearing this, Phonia cleared her throat. Then she bowed to express her sincerity. Thank you, Kuin. You've really helped us a lot. He was flustered. Why are you suddenly saying such scary things? Phonia wondered. I'm just expressing my gratitude. What's so scary about that? Kuin continued anyway. They say you're secretly pulling the strings, controlling a demon, or that you're actually a witch hiding her powers. There are all sorts of rumors. What did you do on the day of the title ceremony to spread such stories? Phonia closed her eyes. I just eliminated those who tried to stand in my way home. Kuin found it hard to believe. You eliminated that whole crowd? She seemed unconcerned about them. They were nothing special. He was extremely impressed with her decision. You're really the best. Phonia shrugged, I know. Kuin continued, oh, and yesterday, Princess Lara's execution was carried out. She was quite surprised. Oh my, really? Now that you mention it, I almost forgot about that girl. The more she talked, the funnier he found it. Finally, the time of departure arrived. Phonia led Lucien, who couldn't see, as they boarded the carriage together. His slightly bitten lip revealed his anxiety. She held his hand and reassured him, don't worry, Lucien. Even in the north, we won't spend all our time alone. We will live a normal daily life. I'll even find an opportunity to open a new shop there. Making friends and maybe arguing with them too. Of course, that might lead to situations where you lose your temper because you'll never tolerate someone making me sad. Lucien was surprised by her words. Phonia asked gently, so what do you think? Before you cause any real trouble, I'm confident I can stop it. Just as you protect me, I will protect you. So, live the way you want, as you please. I will be waiting, looking forward to it. He was still bewildered, silent. Lucien smiled happily. All right. And so, the carriage began its journey to the distant north. Under the white ice, his eyes still burned a deep red. And in the bag beside me was the pink potion Kuin had given me. Lucien was still an incomplete being, yet unlike before. I'm no longer afraid of him. The most important thing is simply to love the man by my side. I will try my best with everything I have. Before long, we arrived in a pure white land, a place where we would make countless memories together. In the vast and quiet northern lands of the Empire, where winter reigns eternal, Cadian. It has been a full year since Duke Cardian came to power, but little has changed as he only desires a quiet life. But a few days ago, the halls of Cardian Castle became lively again. The reason is, Phonia wore a pure white wedding dress, adorned with beautiful purple flowers. How do I look? Preparations were underway for Lucien's wedding. His cheeks flushed red. You truly look breathtakingly beautiful. So beautiful that if anyone dares to look at you, I might gouge out their eyes. Phonia laughed wryly. Yes, Lucien has finally returned completely, a ruthless man who wants to possess me entirely. His deep red eyes have healed and he no longer takes medicine as expected. We came to an agreement. Since today is an important day, it's best to take the medicine, right? Although he avoids it daily, he will concede on special occasions. When Phonia first arrived at the castle, it was just Lucien and her. Then, two guests appeared. One was. Bao shouted, Lord Lucien, I have been discharged. Please allow me to continue serving by your side. Lucien was speechless for a moment. After thinking, he still nodded in agreement. That man is Paul, currently serving as the butler of the Duke Guardian's family. He played with two puppies. I've already fed you, there's no more. Oh right, Boxel and Bonbon. While they were away from the north, they were left with Bonbon's old owner, but the two of them recently brought them back. And the other guest was Kuin. He waved and said, I've come to collect the money for the medicine I gave you. Lucien froze when he saw him. Kuin stated the price of the medicine. The price is. Phonia was angry. To use Lucien's body for experiments, right? Kuin trembled with fear. That's right, there's no body in the Empire more suitable for medical experiments than Cadian's. She issued a warning, try to make a deal like that again, and I'll make sure you both get a taste of hell. However, Kuin left yesterday. Are you happy that Kuin is gone? He said he wasn't interested in clapping at another man's wedding. Lucien nodded. Of course I am. Every time I see you talking to him, it disgusts me. He even visited once when you were sleeping. I considered killing him right there but held back because I thought it might make you sad. And announced, my lady, Their Highnesses the Crown Prince and Princess have arrived. Phonia peeked her head out. Show them to their rooms. Calyx and Estelle had brought their 2 children. Not long after Lucien and I arrived at the castle, we were officially married. Estelle was overjoyed. Congratulations on your marriage, Lady Nia. Phonia played with Petsy. The baby looks so beautiful. Hello, Lucy. Hello, Petsy. Lucien, greet them. He was a bit flustered. Lucien hesitated to move. He gently extended a finger. Lucy tightly grabbed Lucien's finger. The little boy laughed happily. In front of this small, lovely thing, Lucien was also moved. Calyx was annoyed. How dare you seduce my daughter? You don't seem to be afraid of anything, Duke Guardian. Estelle spoke up, Calyx. Lucy just likes shiny and beautiful things. That's why he's reacting to Lucien. It's nothing more than that. Phonia smiled, but her heart was pounding with anxiety. Lucien and she had agreed not to have children. And the moment the child is born, it will kill its mother, just as Lucien and Griffin did. Griffin's words still haunted Lucien. And yet, the children are so lovely. Estelle noticed her expression. Lady Nia, Lucien, why not at least try once if you both want to? Phonia was startled and a little confused. What? Estelle said, I searched many records after hearing your story. Among those who gave birth to deep red-eyed children, although rare, some survived and lived healthy lives. Phonia found this hard to believe. Really? Estelle was serious. But it's true that the mortality rate is higher than with normal births. So I researched the reason and came to a conclusion. It's not the deep red eyes that bring danger, but the unstable environment surrounding childbirth. Because such children could not be proudly shown to the world, the mothers, weakened after childbirth, were neglected and therefore died more often. So, my conclusion is simple. Griffin's words were wrong. Lucien was a bit hesitant, but still tried. She was very sure. Lucien, you don't have to be bound by that man's threats anymore. If Lady Nia gets pregnant, I will be by her side. I will stay until she gives birth, until she is fully recovered. Does that ease your mind, Lucien? For you too, such a task is nothing. He frowned. Thank you, Lady Estelle. And so, their wedding began. Phonia's father and Miss Monson, Val Eden. There were also Estelle and Calyx. And my dear friends who came from afar. The nobles were eager to form a relationship with Lucien, and there was even a fan club dedicated to him. The ceremony was officiated by His Majesty the Emperor himself. Cactian asked the question, will you two love each other forever? The two looked at each other with affectionate gazes. We swear. Then they shared a passionate kiss, a testament to an eternal love. Phonia happily tossed the wedding bouquet, and was the lucky one to catch it. She happily held it in her arms. I gratefully accept, my lady. And didn't notice that Bao was looking at her with an infatuated gaze. Lilac couldn't help but cry. To think my daughter, who used to pout that her allowance was too small, is now a duchess. Wonderful. You'll live in luxury from now on. Recently, Lala has made quite a name for herself. Thank you, son-in-law. Take this gift as a husband. These tubers are treasures I handpicked myself. Eat one and even a weak woman will carry a bucket of water with ease. Lucien suddenly felt unwell. He covered his eyes. Lucien whispered, Nia, I can't take it anymore. Maybe I should take the medicine. Lilac continued to introduce 2 tubers, and even a blind man will be able to shoot down a flying bird. Phonia just remained silent. She squeezed his hand, then pulled Lucien away to another corner. You don't need it. He still felt worried. But she smiled. The party's over, so from now on, just be Lucien. Lucien happily gave Phonia a kiss. Nia, I love you. Just stay by my side. I beg you, before my jealousy makes me kill everyone around you. Phonia's cheeks flushed red, and she smiled happily. As you wish. After all, I'm now the wife of the once villainous male supporting character. In the northern lands of the Empire, a formal lord was finally entrusted with ruling this place. However, the people could not rejoice without worry. Because whispers rumored that Duke Guardian was a demon. The people passed it around, They say he single-handedly destroyed the entire kingdom of Asen with the power of a demon. It's terrifying. So why has he been so quiet for the past year? The merchant replied. A merchant from the capital told me this. Duke Cardian is completely infatuated with his fiancée. He can't stand to be away from her for even a moment. So he locks himself up in the castle. Everyone was surprised. Oh my goodness, that poor lady. Anyway, that's lucky for us, isn't it? First, as long as he's attracted to her, he won't pay attention to us. And now, Duke Cardian has opened the castle gates and posted a notice hiring workers. Leo ran over in a hurry. Vin, a young carpenter. Vin, you. Are you crazy? Are you really going to Cadian Castle? What if that demon duke swallows you whole? His expression was extremely calm. They pay 20 gold coins a day there. Leo was worried. You might never come back. Vin smiled wryly. Well, that's just my fate then. Leo was adamant not to let him go. Don't go. Finn smiled. I promise I'll make a lot of money and come back. Very quickly, the carriage arrived at Lucien's castle. Bao was already waiting. Welcome to Guardian Castle. I am Bao, the head butler. And cheerfully introduced. And I am An, the head maid. The meal has been prepared. Please come to the kitchen. The inside of the castle was extremely luxurious and magnificent. Upon entering, Finn felt overwhelmed. What a magnificent castle. She led them into the kitchen. You are the workers who will serve us well. So we have prepared this meal with all our hearts. I hope it will be to your liking. Those people all had their mouths open. Are these high-class dishes just for laborers? It's too suspicious. They were still wary. What if we fall asleep after eating? This is the Demon Duke's castle. I have to be on guard. Finn quickly ran to the dining table. He took a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. His face was full of satisfaction. This is amazing. It melts right on your tongue. The people worriedly scolded him. Vin, you idiot. He said happily, aren't the rest of you eating? Then I'll eat it all myself. They had sat down at the table, but no one dared to touch their food. In their hearts, they were screaming, all right, if I die, I die. They trembled as they brought the food to their mouths. Everyone was so happy they cried. The meat was so tender and juicy it melted in my mouth. It was so delicious. I've never had such a luxurious meal in my life. Seeing them eat happily, and was very pleased. I'm so glad you like it. It makes the effort worthwhile. After you finish your meal, I will escort you to your rooms. After they arrived at their rooms, everyone was amazed. This is the room for us? Bao nodded. Well then, work will officially begin tomorrow. Please rest well tonight. He unsuspectingly plopped down on the bed. Wow, it's so soft, nothing like the bed at home. The people with him were stunned by his reaction. What is this? This kind of treatment? Is he really the Demon Duke? He's nothing like the rumors. Sometime later, he was painting a statue of Lucien and Phonia. Vin held the drawing in his hand, silently thinking about what just happened. Bao handed him the portrait. Please create a statue using this portrait as a reference. Phi frowned, although really it would be best to meet him in person once. Bao refused. That's forbidden. He wondered why. If he can't stand others meeting his future duchess, then I'll keep my mouth shut and just look. Bao explained, that's exactly why you can't. He can't even stand another gaze directed at her. The situation became more and more confusing. What? Bao bowed his head in greeting. I have made myself clear. Please work carefully. Vin was lost in thought. So I finished the statue and painted it without ever meeting him in person, huh? Maybe a lowly person like me isn't worth a nobleman's time. After this job is over, I'll find another place, somewhere that respects me. Suddenly, his water bucket tipped over. Vin was startled when he saw it spill. The stream of water nearly hit Matthew. He was startled and quickly moved out of the way. Vin hurriedly asked, Sir, are you okay? Matthew cursed angrily, damn it. You almost got my shoes dirty. He was pushed to the ground. I'm truly sorry, sir. Please forgive me. Matthew wiped his sweat. What's so important about this miserable northern land? If it weren't for my father's order, I would never attend such a wedding. Hey, you kid, if you work here, you must know Duke Guardian well, right? Tell me, are his eyes really beautiful? Vin was stunned, his eyes wide. What? Wow. Wow, this is delicious. It melts on my tongue. Wow. Scene 3. This bed is heavenly, nothing like at home. He's not a demon at all. Matthew is angry. Look at that, the demon's hound is protecting its master. You're ruining my mood. Lucien suddenly appeared. What are you doing here? He approached them with a serious face. The two of them looked at Lucien. It's him, the Duke from the portrait. He looks even more striking in person. Lucien frowned. From the look on your faces, this doesn't seem like a pleasant conversation between nobles. That's troublesome. She's really looking forward to this wedding. If some unnecessary noise hurts her heart, then I'll kill you both. He was also frightened by the pressure he exuded. So scary. Phonia ran over and took his arm. Lucien, you can't lump them together in your anger. Vi was stunned. And who are you? She pointed at Matthew. Clearly, that person is the bully here. Lucien was surprised. Is that true? Phonia smiled. Yes, so just direct your anger at him. He nodded, understood. Lucien glared at him, his eyes glowing, adding to his terrifying appearance. Matthew stammered and bowed his head. I was wrong. Then he hurriedly ran away. Phonia was angry. How dare you humiliate one of our people? Some things have to be made clear, so they never dare to lay a hand on our people again. Vi was stunned. Our people? Does she mean me? She asked with concern. Are you okay? Should I punish him more severely? Go back to your room. Guests will soon be flooding the castle. He bowed. Yes, well, then I'll take my leave. Phonia said. Oh, and thank you for creating such a beautiful statue. He lowered his head. They stood up for me. A mere hired hand. Both the Duke and his wife are not like what I've heard. I want to become the official carpenter of the castle. Shortly after Pernia and Lucien's wedding. And imagine the two of them happily lying in bed. Maybe I was too rough on her last night. She can't even get out of bed. Phonia sat in the room, her voice echoing out, come in. And looked around the room, confused. Where's the Duke? The lady is definitely not. Phonia laughed wryly. That's right, it's definitely not. There. Anne's jaw dropped in astonishment, finding this hard to believe. She recounted the story of last night. Last night, nothing happened between me and Lucien. The groom ran away without even touching the bride. Phonia sat eating breakfast alone in the quiet room. She brought a piece of bread to her mouth. Her face was full of satisfaction. This kind of love still has its own charm. Innocent, pure, isn't it beautiful? She tried to comfort herself, but it didn't work. Beautiful my foot. I'm a young lady in the prime of her life. That day, Estelle said, you don't have to be bound by that man's threats anymore. If Lady Nia gets pregnant, I will be by her side. I will stay until she gives birth, until she is fully recovered. Does that ease your mind, Lucien? For you too, such a task is nothing. Phonia blushed. That's why I was so looking forward to our wedding night. She suddenly stopped thinking. Phonia angrily stabbed her fork into the egg. But he abandoned his bride and ran away. Does that make any sense? How can a man who claims to love me so deeply act like this? She sighed sadly, maybe escaping Griffin's words. The moment the child is born, it will kill its mother just as you and I did, is harder than I thought. She clenched her fists. But I can't wait any longer. She pursed her lips in frustration. I won't. I've had enough. I'm not holding back anymore. That night, snow fluttered in the air. Lucien walked alone in the corridor. Arriving at the door, he was about to open it but hesitated. She must be very angry with me. This time she might really hate me. What should I do, Nia, about last night? Phonia spoke softly. I was waiting for you, Lucien. She wore only a pure black robe. Phonia invited him in. Come here, come beside me. Lucien covered his face in panic. She was confused. Did I go too far? No, this time I will succeed. I've prepared for everything. Phonia's jaw dropped in astonishment. Try to run away one more time, and I will never see you again, Lucien. Estelle said it was okay. She promised to be by my side if I have a child. And yet you're still afraid to spend the night with me. Do Griffin's words haunt you that much? To the point of ruining our precious first night. Lucien shook his head. That's not it, Nia. The reason I ran away last night wasn't because of that. Phonia was a little confused. Then why? His eyes lit up. Because if I had stayed, I would have lost control. I would have lunged at you. Too fiercely for you to bear, too crazily for you not to hate me. Until you burst into tears. Phonia bit her lip in fear. Lucien lifted her chin. Until the fire I've locked away inside is finally consumed. I can never stop my desire for you. Phonia looked away. That's exactly what I want. He excitedly pushed her onto the bed. I'm sorry, Nia. From this moment on, I'm going to make things very difficult for you. She said, it's okay. Her words were cut off by Lucien's kiss. The night was quiet with stars in the sky. In a flash, the sky began to brighten. The morning sun shone on the rooftops. The sunlight gradually faded, revealing a deep blue sky. Phonia's eyes were sunken from lack of sleep. How much time has passed? A day? 3 days? Or a week? How many days has it been? Lucien woke up. Nia. He lightly kissed her lips. Phonia's eyes widened in fear. Huh? The kiss made her face turn bright red. Enough, Lucien. If this continues, I'll never be able to return to a normal life. He smiled. I refuse. His eyes were filled with love. I love you, Nia. She looked at his doting eyes, and her whole face turned red as a tomato. Kia, that's enough. The door to the Duke and Duchess's room finally opened after a long time. Recently, Pernia, you're getting ready to get on the carriage. I'll probably only be back in the evening after work. She was managing the northern branch of her cosmetics shop. Lucien will be busy today too, so do your best. Lucien saw Pernia off formally. All right, don't worry about me and be careful on your way, Nia. Phonia threw herself into his arms. I love you. Lucien hugged her tightly. I love you too. After saying their goodbyes, she quickly got into the carriage and left. Bao bowed his head. Then let's go, Lord Lucien. Many people are waiting for you. He took out a pink potion, then brought it to his mouth and quickly drank it all. Lucien only took the magic-suppressing potion on days he had to meet people. Go inside. Just in case something happens. The audience chamber of Duke Guardian. Here gathered those seeking the ruler of the northern lands. They all came to see Duke Guardian. Josh Van Nan, so many people again today. It'll take a century to get my turn. With this number of visitors, it's no wonder the castle gates are only open 2 days a month. After the wedding, Duke Guardian began to seriously manage his territory. His first act was to wipe out the beasts of the north. Then, as trade in northern specialties began in earnest, merchants seeking trade naturally multiplied. Merchants continuously came to see Lucien. The same thing happened with Count Cacao and Count Chust from the south. They came here hoping to secure trading rights with Cuddy. Cacao frowned. Cadian's trading rights belong to the Cacao family. Our family has a long history in trade, and therefore, hearing him say that, his mouth dropped open. Huh? What good is that history? What matters is capital. Cacao saw that he wasn't wrong and gritted his teeth in anger. Both said in unison, we won't know who Duke Guardian will choose until then. The door to the waiting room creaked open. Bao stepped inside. Count Chust and Count Cacao of the South, it's your turn. He pointed the way for the two of them. Please come in. Both had the same thought. Don't lose your cool in front of the Demon Duke. Bao bowed his head. I have brought them in. Lucien's red eyes lit up. Both of you came here seeking Guardian's southern trading rights. They were terrified. So scary. Chust quickly replied, that's right. I heard that the Guardian family has not yet established official trade with any family in the south. What about the Chust family? I promise you will see the most satisfactory results. Come in and show the Duke what we've brought. The servant pushed in a large cart. The item inside was covered with a white cloth. Immediately, he quickly pulled off the cloth. When he saw it, Cacao couldn't help but be amazed. No, that's... Sparkling fish swam in the tank. one of the rarest creatures in the empire, diamond fish, famous for shining brighter than diamonds. Chest bowed. If you grant the Chest family the southern trading rights, I will gift these creatures to you every year. He waited nervously for Lucien's answer. But his face remained cold, showing no interest in the fish. Chest was disappointed, his mouth agape. Aren't they lovely? Cacao cleared his throat a few times. Actually, I also prepared a small gift. After seeing his gift, Lucien's eyes immediately lit up. Cacao presented a painting with clumsy, but also very lovely brushstrokes. A painting of Duke Cardian and the Duchess, by my daughter. Although not very good, she has a passion for art and painted it. She is a devoted admirer of both the Duke and Duchess. But my daughter paints pictures of you too whenever she gets the chance. Lucien was curious. So, does that mean there are more paintings like this? He chuckled. Yes, she has painted so many that our house is almost covered with them. If Duke Cardian wants, I can give you a few more. My daughter will be very happy. Chest was annoyed, silently criticizing in his heart. Who would want such childish doodles? Lucien praised, very good. Cacao was surprised. So, you'll grant the southern trading rights of Guardian to our Cacao family? He nodded in agreement. Yes. He was overjoyed. I will use the authority you have granted to achieve results worthy of your satisfaction. Just couldn't believe his fish lost to a child's drawing. Duke Guardian. But if it's for your wife, surely the gift I brought is the best. The moment your wife sees these creatures, she will be completely enchanted. Well, you lovesick fool. Can you resist that? Lucien frowned. That's exactly why I refuse. He was confused. What? He glared threateningly. Take that disgusting thing away, immediately. Chest was terrified, his whole body stiffened. Yes. Lucien stared at the fish. Diamond fish, they might steal her attention away from me. Before such a thing can happen, perhaps it's best to destroy them all. He noticed the painting he was holding. In the painting, he was holding Phonia, both of them smiling happily. Hossein was engrossed in looking at it, feeling that the painting was truly lovely. In a flash, the sky grew dark. The sun departed, leaving room for the quiet night. This was also the time Phonia came home. I'm back, Lucien. When he saw her, he seemed to transform into a different person, a gentle and warm one. Nia, I received a wonderful gift. I'll show you. Look, your sharp, graceful eyes have been captured so well. Phonia laughed, you're right. Duke Cardian, who is said to be cruel and scary. Lucien smiled. He said he'll give me a few more next time. She was also unconsciously drawn in by that smile. Who would have thought a painting could make him so happy? Phonia looked at Lucien nervously. Lucien. She hesitated for a moment, then decided to say it. Phonia was overjoyed. I'm pregnant. Sunlight streamed through the window. He spoke, Nia. Try this. It's wild strawberries from White Deer Village. She felt nauseous when she saw them. Phonia miserably covered her mouth. I can't eat. Lucien was very worried because his wife wasn't eating anything. Then at least try this dried fruit. But she still felt nauseous. If I feel like eating something, I'll let you know right away. Right now, I just want to rest. Lucien was still very worried. All right, is there nothing I can do for Nia? He quickly thought of something. That's right, there is a way. Lucien went to the kitchen. His red eyes glowed, looking incredibly scary. Who is the head chef here? Sanche was startled. Head chef Sanche. It's me, but what's the matter, sir? He must have come here to hold me responsible for the lady not being able to eat. He was very serious. I want to cook. He gaped, unable to believe what he had just heard. What? Lucien was sad. As you know, my wife hasn't been able to eat properly lately, so I want to prepare her meals myself, but I don't know anything about cooking. Can you help me? A moment later, he had changed into a chef's uniform. Like this. Sanche smiled. You look more like a first-class chef than I do. Ahem, the lady really likes bread. Why don't you try baking some? Lucien nodded. All right. He pointed at the bowl. To start making the bread dough, you'll need to crack a few eggs. He was confused. How should I do it? Sanche held an egg in his hand. Dad, you already cracked one yesterday. Hold it like this. Then tap the egg lightly on the rim of the bowl. After the shell cracks, just separate the shell and you'll have an egg in the bowl. He smiled brightly. Easy, right? For the first few eggs, Lucien dropped shells into the bowl. The 10th egg. For the next ones, because he used too much force, the shells splattered. The 20th egg. He was about to crack another one, but Sanche hurriedly stopped him. Your Grace, forgive me, but I'm afraid making bread might be too difficult. Maybe trying a meat dish would be better. Since the Duke is so good with a sword, he'll surely be good at cutting meat. Lucien was stunned, not understanding what was happening. Very well. On the cooking table was a wooden cutting board and a shiny knife. Sanche enthusiastically introduced, "This is a cutting board and a knife crafted by a famous artisan. They are like my children. The knife is sharp enough to cut through hard bones, and the cutting board never retains any smell no matter what is cut on it. I never lend them to anyone, but just for today, I will entrust them to you, Your Grace." Lucien nodded. "I will remember your sincerity." He placed a piece of bright red meat on the cutting board. "This is fresh beef we received today. Please cut it into pieces this size." He picked up the knife, his face extremely grim. "Cutting is something I'm confident in." Lucien raised the knife high. He chopped down hard on the poor piece of meat. Sanche was flustered. "Your Grace, you just need to cut the meat. Why did you cut through the cutting board as well?" The evening twilight gradually covered the sky. Phonia lay alone on the bed. "It's already dark, I've slept for too long again. Since getting pregnant, I've been so sleepy. Today, I need to try to eat something. If I eat well, it will make Lucien less worried." With a click, the door to the room opened. Lucien pushed a food cart into the room. "Did you sleep well? I was wondering if I should wake you, but you woke up on your own." Phonia's jaw dropped in astonishment. "Oh my! What happened here? Don't tell me, Lucien. Did you prepare all this food?" He nodded. "Yes, that's what I wanted to say, but the reality is much harsher." Indeed, Lucien had to admit that he had absolutely no talent for cooking. "I will give up on cooking myself." Sanche was overjoyed. "A wise decision, Your Grace." Lucien's face was serious. "But let me do something else, anything." He was stunned. "What?" He said, "Any task will do, washing vegetables, washing dishes, anything. I just want to lend a hand in preparing her meals." Sanche smiled. "I understand." He was very happy. "It's such a great pleasure to do even a small thing for you." Phonia's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. How can he be this precious? She quickly took a piece of food, then put them in her mouth to taste. Phonia praised, "It's delicious, Lucien." He was stunned. "Really? How's your appetite?" She smiled brightly. "I think it's because Lucien helped prepare the meal so carefully." "Thank you, Lucien." That night, in the kitchen, and happily announced, "The plates from the lady's room are completely empty. The lady has finished her meal." Sanche happily wiped his nose. Sanche thought to himself, "I've been saved." And one day when thick white snow covered the ground, a baby's cry echoed through the castle. A baby was born in the castle of Duke Guardian. Estelle held the baby in her arms. A beautiful little princess. She smiled brightly. "Congratulations, Neil Lucien." Phonia panted, "I almost died giving birth to Juliana. So why is Lucien the one crying?" Tears streamed down his cheeks. "I'm sorry. I couldn't do anything for you." Phonia smiled, sweat still on her forehead. "It's okay. Hurry up, say hello to our child, Lucien. You should hold her first." He was startled. "What?" Lucien stepped forward to take Juliana. He was a bit nervous. When she saw him, tears welled up in her eyes. Ileana's cries echoed throughout the room. Phonia quickly held the baby. "Sorry, I just wanted her to see her handsome father first." "Our Juliana, she's so beautiful, don't you agree, Lucien?" Lying in her mother's arms, Juliana peacefully went back to sleep. Lucien looked at the baby, smiled and nodded. Bao was panicked. "They say Duke Guardian will be absent for 6 months. For what reason? Maybe he's sick?" And explained, He insists on taking care of little Ileana himself. He was a bit speechless. What? On the day his daughter was born, Lucien declared, I will do it myself. I will take care of Ileana myself. I can't entrust our precious treasure, yours and mine, into anyone else's hands. A veteran nanny advised Lucien to just remember one thing. An adult's day is like 3 days for a baby. The time the baby sleeps, when the baby wakes up, and even the time it takes for the baby to digest food, everything is shorter. Ileana cried out. Mary explained, she's hungry. That's why she's crying for food. Lucien frowned. Didn't she just eat an hour ago? She said, babies have small stomachs, so they only eat a little at a time. He quickly gave the baby her milk. Here. But suddenly Ileana started crying again. Lucien was confused. Why is she crying again? Mary said, now she's full after drinking the formula. But if a baby doesn't burp after drinking formula because she's too young to do it herself, the guardian has to help her. He wondered, so what should I do? She instructed him to hold the baby against his shoulder and pat her back. Even if she doesn't burp, she'll digest better. Thanks to Lucien patting her back, Ileana successfully burped. The bloated feeling was gone, and she comfortably went back to sleep. He thought to himself, she fell asleep right after digesting. I'll carefully move her to the crib. Lucien gently placed her in the crib. Fonia was surprised to see Ileana fast asleep. He put a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. She smiled with happiness. Seeing Fonia smile, Lucien also smiled unconsciously. She approached him and whispered, she's asleep. He whispered back, yes, just now. Even when sleeping, Ileana is very lovely, with fair skin and rosy cheeks. She looks like a porcelain doll. Fonia thought to herself, her father is ranked the most handsome man in the world. She should look like him. Lucien looked at Ileana with doting eyes. She's just like you, and she's very beautiful. Her eyes, nose, lips, how can she be so lovely? Fonia was surprised. Lately, every time I see him like this, my heart feels strange. The old Lucien used to say, she is my fiancée. I have known her longer than the Duchess, yet he calls her Nia. Lucien, who used to hide his emotions, cautious and reserved before the darkness consumed him. He used to be a cold person. I killed them all. And now Lucien shows a different side that I never knew. He always has a gentle and warm smile. Anyone who sees him now could never call him a demon. Fonia wondered, you didn't take your medicine again today, did you? Lucien was flustered. You're right, but why is there no problem? Could it be that the demonic power inside you was transferred to Ileana when she was born? Fonia saw him say something impossible, but still played along. Maybe so. Every time she throws a tantrum, she doesn't look human at all. She's not just a demon, she's the reincarnation of the Demon King. Lucien was confused, Nia. Seeing his foolish face, she couldn't help but chuckle. I just said something ridiculous in response to your ridiculous comment. Don't think too much about it. Fonia looked at him, smiling gently. Maybe. It's because you've become a normal father, not a red-eyed demon, but the most dedicated and doting father in the world, and also the most handsome. Lucien smiled happily. You're the one who made me this way. Many challenges will surely come, but whatever they are, we'll overcome them together because I am the wife of the once villainous male supporting character. The story ends here. Thank you for following the entire story.